Chapter 51 The twins meet, the Straw Hat returns. On the outskirts of the Flower City, Momonosuke, who was in a hurry, ran into Yamato. "Who are you?" Yamato held up the mace and beat the dragon to the ground directly, and asked sharply. I'm Momosuke Kojiki, sister, run away. The Kaido army is coming." Momonosuke lay on the ground and screamed. "Why run away? Isn't your partner fighting Kaido?" Yamato looked at the pink dragon, frowning slightly. But, Luffy, who can fight Kaido, has already been defeated. If we continue to fight, we will just die in vain." Momonosuke was aggrieved. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but that enemy was too powerful to be defeated at all. "You mean Luffy? Ace's younger brother? He also came to Wano country?" Yamato said in surprise. Before Ace went to sea, he often mentioned his younger brother to her, and she really wanted to see him. "Well, we formed an alliance to attack Kaido tonight, but he was defeated." Momonosuke didn't say any more. "Then you should go back and save him. Isn't he your friend?" Yamato looked at the timid dragon in front of him, and was furious. "Is this really Odin's child? But, what can I do when I go back? Kaido is too strong, I can't do anything when I go back." "Of course, fight to the death. This is a samurai, isn't it? Who else can fight besides you? Kaido has been fighting for so long, he should have been seriously injured long ago." Yamato looked like he hated iron for being weak, and kicked Momonosuke again, and Momonosuke yelled in pain. "Doing this will only increase casualties. Although I am very unwilling, Luffy has already lost. Then we can only surrender." No matter how Yamato beats, Momonosuke has given up the idea of fighting. "No. I don't allow you to surrender. What can you do if you live like this? Turn back into Kaido's slave, and wait for the day when you die from exhaustion. Surrender is not considered life at all, and the remorse of those daimyos who refused to surrender to the big snake and dissipated in mourning is the same. This war bears the whole of Wano country for the past 20 years. Go back and fight for me, I will accompany you." Yamato grabbed Momonosuke's dragon horn and refused to let him leave. Momonosuke couldn't get rid of the violent girl on his head, so he turned around helplessly, and reluctantly flew back towards Onijima. "Sister, who are you?" Halfway through the flight, Momonosuke couldn't help asking. "My name is Yamato, and I am Kaido's daughter." The silver-haired girl above her head smiled with satisfaction, showing her beautiful little canine teeth. "Fuck!" Momonosuke staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Did he just get out of the wolf pack and enter the tiger's den again? "I won't go, I surrender. I don't want to see your father, he will definitely kill me." Momonosuke was lying on the ground, and Yamato was at a loss for words with a look of resignation. "Why is this child so cowardly? I can't fix it for her." San Marijoya, next to the ancient city between powers. 5 old men in suits are closely watching the situation in Wano country. Losing a top agent and annoying Kaido, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? A 5-old star looked at the other 4 people unhappily, and shouted sharply. "Even so, what if there is a better future? The elimination of uneasy factors is the most important thing. It must be ranked first." The 5 old stars with long beards responded indifferently. While the world government has tried to reclaim the rubber fruit in every era, somehow it has never been found in these 800 years. It's almost like that devil fruit, deliberately escaping from our hands. It's also possible. The fruits of the animal department all contain wool, not to mention that this fruit also has the name of a god. Another name for the rubber fruit is the human fruit of the animal family, the phantom beast Nica form. Right on the top of the dome in the impasse of Ghost Island, Liberty new music sings and reborn, laughing warriors jump out of the mountains, and hope shines in the sky. The force that worried Wu Liaoxing the most finally returned to the sea. The human fruit phantom beast is in the form of Nika, whose body can maintain the characteristics of rubber, and then fight with unlimited imagination. The man who brought laughter wherever he went, was a fighter for liberation and was also known as Nika the Sun God. When this ability is awakened, it can endow the original rubber body with greater strength and freedom, which is the most nonsense ability in the world. Luffy is waking up. In the treasure room in the depths of Ghost Island, a string of zither sounds leisurely, playing a swan song in this sea of hell and flames. Nah! The huge green dragon struck again, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of unconscious warriors appeared. Little girl, it's your turn. Surrender to me and give you a way out, or die with these warriors. Wang Teng looked at the glamorous geisha playing the music and spoke leisurely. The remnants of Guanjiahu's family looked at the weak girl in the middle of the sea of flames, crying silently, Princess Raihe. Hiri put down the strings in his hands and looked at the magic dragon in the sky without any fear in his eyes. Kaido, you killed my father 20 years ago, do you think I will surrender to you? I only hate myself for not being able to kill you. Really? Then die with the samurai. Wang Teng opened his bloody mouth wide, and the fiery breath had begun to condense. Princess Raihe, leave quickly. Come on. He Song wanted to stand up and let the girl in front of him leave, but the latter walked towards them slowly. Everyone, the little girl has no ability to rescue everyone, but she is willing to accompany you to die, and Huang Chuan will be your companion. Next to the dying samurai, Hiri opened his arms to protect everyone, facing Kaido's heat. The samurai dared to challenge Kaido for the country, throwing their heads and blood. As a princess, she is also willing to live and die with this country. Looking at the scorching flames in the sky, Hiri had already made up his mind to die, but no attack fell. Odin has a good daughter. Wang Teng didn't make another move, but just sighed softly. The system erases the shaking fruit. The erasure is successful. Will the host start a lottery draw? Wang Teng glanced at the panel, and now there was only the last fruit left on the lottery tray, and his last hole card was finally all in place. Next, it's a battle of life and death. 5 gears. There was only a thunderclap, and countless lightning bursts, and the unprecedented domineering momentum was unstoppable, piercing through the broken Ghost Island. The pirates in the banquet hall fainted instantly, and the combat power of the beast army collapsed instantly. The power of the giant pierced through the dome and firmly grasped the giant dragon Wang Teng. This inconceivable figure and fiery arrogance announced that the man had returned. The mysterious force once again pulled Wang Teng back to the main battlefield of Gaidao Dome, and the boy with the straw hat was laughing at Wang Teng. Kaido, our battle is not over yet. Don't get in the way of my friends. Chapter 52 Fifth Gear Attack, Strong Crushing. Kaido, our battle is not over yet. Don't get in the way of my friends. Lu Fei leaned back and laughed, his body transformed into a giant hundreds of meters high, and he smashed Wang Teng's body into the ground of Ghost Island. Caught off guard, Wang Teng had an intimate kiss with the earth, and was smashed into the ruins. Straw Hat Kid, you're awake. Wang Teng opened his bloody mouth, and all the gaff just now turned into anger, gushing out. Hot breath. The death beam struck again, and Luffy grabbed the ground with both hands and kicked it hard. The rocky ground turned into a rubber shield wall, blocking all the heat of Wang Teng's flames. In one go, he exerted his strength again, his muscles soared, and the giant rubber body exploded with amazing force. The extremely powerful impact of the magic dragon was actually rebounded by the rubber wall. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes, and was engulfed in thick smoke along with the violent explosion. Luffy hid his face and laughed, enjoying the power of fifth gear to his heart's content. It's really tricky. Amidst the thick smoke, the figure of the giant dragon suddenly appeared, launching a surprise attack, and the dragon's bloody mouth instantly swallowed up the Straw Hat Kid. However, this trick failed to work again, and Luffy's body changed in an incredible state again. The rubber arms pulled 1,000 catties, and broke free from the bloody mouth abruptly. Wang Teng exerted his strength again and forcibly swallowed Lu Fei, but was immediately backlashed. The elastic man was rampaging in the belly of the dragon, writhing wantonly, and Luffy jumped from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, and suddenly shouted, "Rubber rubber sailboat!" The dragon's belly swelled instantly, and a super balloon popped out. Accompanied by Wang Teng's wailing and cursing, the King of Beasts slowly rose into the night sky. As soon as Yamato and Momonosuke rushed to the roof, they witnessed an amazing scene. "What's that? What happened?" Unbeknownst to me, Kaido suddenly gained weight. Yamato exclaimed. Momonosuke was also stunned, but after listening to Xiongju, the voice came back again. "When did you have that attitude?" Yamato had never seen his father so strange, and he didn't know who made his stomach bigger. Wang Teng didn't expect to be so embarrassed. Made, if he knew it earlier, he wouldn't go through the process, and directly used a big move to kill Luffy. "Little devil, what do you want to do? My body is not rubber." While Wang Teng was speaking, Lu Fei inside finally saw the light and activated his fruit ability again. The dragon's eyes turned into rubber, and two hands stretched out from them, grabbing Kaido's nose. "Rubber rubber, escape the bazooka!" With a burst, the rubber balloon popped out of the dragon, broke through the huge mouth, and escaped through the wailing with a hippie smile. Lu Fei turned his head, looked at Wang Teng groaning proudly, spit out the gas in his body, and his whole body jumped into the clouds again like a balloon, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly thundered with lightning. On the sky, Luffy turned into a rubber giant at the 5th gear, and stepped on the super giant foot above the dragon suddenly, intending to suppress the dragon here with a mighty force. The magic dragon turned around to avoid the attack, flew up and bit Luffy, breaking the power instantly. The rubber giant counterattacked immediately, holding the dragon's head with his left hand and the dragon's tail with his right hand. All the strength burst out together, and the giant dragon's huge body instantly lost control, allowing Luffy to shake it as much as he wanted. This trick of rubber jumping rope turns the mighty and strongest creature directly into a super toy. Wang Teng was dizzy, drew a series of circles in the sky, and smashed straight to the ground. The moment the dragon's tail broke free from its shackles, scorching heat gushed out of its mouth and blasted towards Luffy at a very close range. The rubber giant had no time to dodge and was directly hit by the magic dragon's ultimate move. The blazing flames burned the night sky in half, and Luffy was blasted out of Ghost Island by the strong impact and disappeared into the sky together with the high temperature and screams. Yamato below exclaimed, it was too dangerous to be hit from the front by the heat. At the far end of the sky, Luffy was burnt all over, was blown into black charcoal, and fell from the sky. Unforgivable. The weird boy's feet in the sky spiraled like flying fire wheels, piercing the sky like flying fire meteors, and rushed back to Ghost Island in one breath. Wang Teng launched the human beast form, jumped up, and made another move Zhang 3 Yin Naraku. Blast Luffy into the ground and embed it into the rock formation of Anijao Island. It hurts. Luffy covered his head and screamed. It's like a story in a picture book. Although this funny show really wants to play with you, it's a pity that you have reached the limit. Wang Teng didn't make a move with his wolf teeth on his shoulders. Stop rambling, who has reached the limit? Unconvinced, Luffy was about to fight back against Kaido, but suddenly noticed a change in his body. The 5 flaming hairs gradually returned to the original black, and the eyebrows like smoke disappeared, leaving only an exhausted, shriveled body in the end. I'm so tired. By the way, I seemed to be dying before, this move consumes a lot. Luffy stuck out his tongue, his legs limp on the ground. Die with peace of mind. Surely someone will remember your battle and pass it on to future generations. I don't need that kind of thing. If you die, everyone will only be left with a pile of bones. Luffy beat the ground with both hands, full of unwillingness. Momonosuke and Yamato in the distance finally saw Luffy's appearance clearly. Just now, his hair and clothes had all turned white, and he looked like a different person. However, Momonosuke became nervous again. He could feel that Luffy's current voice was about to disappear completely. His vitality seems to have reached its limit. It can't just end like this, right? Momoko, Tama, Kinemon, Pedro, everyone. Those partners that Luffy cherished so much once gave up their lives and pinned their hopes on this place. Since they are carrying those unreachable dreams, how can they be afraid of life and death, so they stop here easily? Hey, you're going to die. Now, do you think I'm still afraid of that kind of thing? Ring it loud for me. The sound of a heartbeat. Straw Hat Luffy stood up again, the Overlord's aura burst into thunder, and the white light shone to its heart's content. Luffy started the fifth gear again, stepping on the sound of the drum of liberation, and regained his strength. However, Wang Teng would never show mercy. Almost at the same moment, the deadly stick hit Luffy's back. Dangerous, Luffy. The rubber head was completely flattened, and the black iron fangs fell again, smashing Luffy into the ground. The earth turned into soft elastic rubber again, once again defusing Wang Teng's moves. The elastic force of the rubber knocked Wang Teng back, and the mischievous rubber man shot into the sky again, and the rubber giant appeared again. Rubber, thunder. Nine Heavens thunder was actually held by giant rubber hands, wrapped in mighty Tianwei, and crashed down. Wang Teng flashed quickly, turned around and killed Lu Fei, only to hear a loud noise. The Overlord's thunder tore through the night sky, and fell together with the rubber giant. Another bolt of lightning struck straight down, and Luffy in midair seized it, and the invisible energy turned into a rubber spring, accumulating a counterattack force, and quickly bounced Luffy towards Wang Teng. Can even thunder and lightning become rubber? But no matter how many tricks, it is futile. Only domineering can surpass everything. The black iron killing stick rushed forward, the Overlord's power shook the sky, and the crazy killing move of the magic dragon blasted Luffy into the ground, but the rock formation turned into rubber again, offsetting all the impact, and ejecting Luffy's body into the sky, and this was the lore moment that Wang Teng was waiting for. Dai De Ming Gossip. Chapter 53. Dai De Ming Gossip. The King of Beasts waved his magic wand, and with this move, the world collapsed and the gods and demons were killed. Luffy was hit hard again, staring at the stars. The bird flew around, and was blasted into the sky by the strange force. Suddenly an arm stretched out towards Wang Teng, assimilating his chest into rubber and grabbing it tightly. Wang Teng looked up and saw that this arm followed Lu Fei's figure and extended into the clouds. He struggled violently, but couldn't break free. Is that the trick? Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the deep sky, with a bit of fear in his eyes, but also a hint of excitement. He transformed himself into a green dragon again, whipping up countless gale force winds to kill Zhukong Tianyuan. The body of the demon dragon wrapped in the flames of the gods, turned into a scorching fire dragon, burning the sky and devouring the earth. Fire dragon torch rising dragon flame gossip. The domineering arrogance wrapped in the flaming dragon rushed straight to the sky, and a magic fist that surpassed Gaideo was also slowly falling from the sky. Ape gun. With a sound of cracking, the divine front was fully unfolded, and the sky was forged to purgatory. The raging red lotus of the giant flame dragon and the shocking punch of the liberation soldier created infinite waves of air in the sky. Luffy endured the scorching heat and confronted Wang Teng without retreating, and the fierce battle continued. Mushroom clouds sweep across the world, the night recedes, and the dawn is coming. Hey, Straw Hat, what kind of world do you want? Wang Teng looked at the fist that was about to fall, and asked Kaido the last question. I want to create, my friends, a world where you can eat as much as you want. Shatter the flames of the flying dragon and knock on the strong voice of the times. The Ape King's sharpshooter strikes the King of Beasts, the sun shines to reflect the dawn, crosses the fateful moat, bears countless expectations, and the brilliance of light strikes here. A blow with infinite power pierced through the flames and directly hit the body of the dragon of the King of Beasts. The strong impact knocked Wang Teng down from the sky and blasted straight into the ground. The lights all over the sky go deep into the starry sky with the hustle and bustle of the fierce battle. The night will eventually pass, and the dawn is just around the corner. The mighty Emperor of the Sea, the Sky Demon Dragon who seized life and death, fell rapidly towards the end of the abyss. Kaido. The ant who had withdrawn from the Ghost Island according to Wang Teng's intention could hardly believe her eyes when she watched the giant dragon fall rapidly. Master Kaido. Beside Hei, Runty covered her mouth, looking at the figure of the dragon in the sky. Her heart was extremely nervous. That kid actually defeated Kaido. We must deal with it quickly. On the outskirts of Ghost Island, the capital of flowers, the green cow squinted his eyes, watching the magic dragon falling from the sky at high speed, and there was also a flash of shock in his eyes. He had already arrived, but he was just watching the fire from the other side, reaping the benefits of the fisherman. Is that the end of it? Wang Teng felt that his body was falling rapidly, and he let the residual power of the divine fist engulf him. The scars and the unforgettable pain made him wonder if his actions were wrong. With the passage of life, Wang Teng's consciousness gradually became tired. If he made a wrong bet, he would die. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Kaido's performance has reached 100%, do you want to leave this world? System, let me ask you a question, what will happen to Kaido if I leave this world? Hearing that familiar voice, Wang Teng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kaido's soul will return to the body and be buried in the magma layer along with the body. The defeat of the four emperors is doomed. The system issued a cold mechanical sound and replied. Really? I see. System, turn the wheel. Wang Teng opened the panel of the system and turned the round wheel with only one devil fruit left. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the full power of Piao Piao Fruit Awakening. Is the host going to leave this world? The system continued to ask, but Wang Teng didn't respond. He had already got what he wanted from the system, but there was still one thing he hadn't done. He would leave here after he solved that guy. As for now, there is still a tough battle to fight. The two admirals really think highly of me. Being a puppet for so long is really annoying, let me vent. With a big wave of Wang Teng's hand, Wang Teng's domineering look wrapped in a mysterious halo padded on the rock formations on both sides, and a platform instantly rose from the ground to support Wang Teng's figure. Wang Teng, who had turned into a human beast form, used the rock wall to continue downward, flying into the depths of the magma. As long as you touch it, you can permanently control the flight. It's really convenient. The giant claws of the magic dragon slapped on the hell magma, a burst of burning heat rose up, and the monstrous flames were like hell's will-o'-the-wisps, returning to the world again. Didn't you promise me to leave this world after the fire ceremony? The dome of the jellyfish world, the wrath of the heavens and the hypocrisy, slapped the graceful woman in midair like a landslide and a tsunami. I promised you, but that little guy didn't promise. I can't stop him from doing what he is going to do now. An invisible barrier intercepted all the power transformed by that law. The girl in white drank her tea unhurriedly, gritted her teeth in an air of indifference. Tell me, what do I need to do before I can leave? Looking at the confident woman, Tiandao's complexion aged a little. Price. The girl in white slowly stretched out a finger. What? Tiandao and Sudotian were stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. If you entrust someone to do something, you need to give money. The girl looked at the old man of heaven with a smile, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's just that sweet smile, in the eyes of the elder Tiandao, it is really crazy. Your sister, you don't even have such a stalker. Are you blackmailing me? Well, of course. Free work, don't do it. You have obtained the origin of the third layer of this world, what else do you want? You also know that it is not easy to be diligent and thrifty to manage a family. It is like the will of the fantasy world, which can easily kill me. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and the weak eat the strong. Isn't this the law of this world? If you can kill me, you will not hesitate. The old man with white beard didn't speak any more. What the girl said was the truth. When that little ghost interfered with the progress of this world, he planned to kill him, but was stopped by the girl in front of him. Then he thought that it was not easy for that little brat to travel through, so he didn't do it again. He didn't expect the ladder to go too far. Now the whole world is undergoing an irreversible reversal, and even the luck of the protagonist is crazily passing away. He does not allow his world to have two kings, one piece, only one. For 1 month, let my host stay in this world for a maximum of 1 month. You must not interfere with what the host does. In addition, let me copy all the building structures of the pirate world's Kung Fu system, including fruit abilities. A month later, I will take him away forcibly, only these conditions, or just wait for the destruction of this world. The girl in white straightened her face, and the murderous intent in her eyes was undisguised. Remember what you said. The white-bearded old man waved his sleeve and disappeared again. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to die with the white-clothed girl. Seeing the disappearing white-haired old man, the girl in white froze for a moment. Can this give way? It seems that I haven't squeezed hard enough. But forget it, she brought the host to this world just to collect the original power, and she didn't want to conflict with the will of the world. Even if she could annex the other party, once she was injured, it would be dangerous to go to the next world. The girl looked through the clouds, and in the sky of the Wano country, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky, and the destructive dragon broke through the ground and ruled the land again. Smelly brat, even I was put together by you. It seems that I need to improve the settings next time. The girl laughed and cursed angrily, and her figure disappeared into the world space. Chapter 54 Comeback, Dragon Slaying. The fiery red beam of light shot straight into the sky, and the fiery flames spread all over the sky and sea of clouds. Above the raging flame sacred tree, a demon dragon hovered upwards and sank into the clouds. After the flying fire meteor, it was still a long night, with cold dark clouds covering the sky. A huge dragon's head poked its head out from the clouds, looking down at the creatures below. After going through raging waves, thunder, and sea of flames, the monster still didn't die. It is like the king of the demon god, reappearing in the world. Master Kaido. The pirates wept with joy. The dragon king in the sky stood there like a flag. Kaido was undefeated, and their beast pirates hadn't lost yet. Wang Teng didn't speak, but looked at the Straw Hat Luffy who was still falling in midair. The fierce heat exploded again, and this time there was nothing to stop the monstrous flames. Stop! I saw the immortal beast descending into the world, coming on the moon, wearing a cloud of smoke, holding an iron rod, and frost all over the sky to counteract the blazing flames. At the last moment of life and death, Yamato caught Luffy who had lost his combat power. Are you still going to resist me, Yamato? Wang Teng looked at the graceful figure of the girl, and endless murderous intent grew in his eyes. Father, Luffy is my friend's younger brother. I won't let you hurt him, and I won't let you hurt the warriors of this country. The girl looked at the magic dragon in the sky with determination in her eyes. Well, Governor Kaido, it has nothing to do with me. Master Yamato wanted to come by himself, I can't stop you. Looking at the father and daughter who were at war, the bandit Belia smiled wryly. In other words, you want to be my enemy. Wang Teng looked at Yamato and said indifferently. I have already made plans to open this country to the whole world. You have been fighting for so long, it is impossible not to be exhausted, and now you are not invincible. Yamato took a deep breath, condensing the infinite divine power in the breath, and a true god condensed into the strongest state, ready to kill the sky dragon at any time. You're right, but there's one thing you're mistaken about. That's... The magic dragon in the sky leaped down, and Wang Teng directly turned into a human beast form. The mace was shaped like a ghost, and he killed Yamato in a blink of an eye. Yamato couldn't dodge in time, so he waved the strongest thunder and gossip to resist, only heard a loud noise. Yamato's mace was torn apart by the monster force of the dragon, and the icy wolf fangs hit Yamato heavily. Puff! Yamato directly retreated back to the human form, and fell into a pool of blood. Your dad will always be your dad. After turning Yamato with a stick, Wang Teng turned his eyes to Momonosuke not far away, grinning, and there was an undisguised killing intent in his evil eyes. You brought my silly son. Do you want to die? Momonosuke looked at the crazy dragon and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The powerful Luffy and Yamato have fallen, and the samurai basically have no fighting power, and there is only one dead end if they continue to fight. I surrender. Surrender? Did I allow you to surrender? Wang Teng's figure flashed, and he punched Momonosuke in the abdomen. Wow! Momonosuke spat out a mouthful of blood, and his huge body fell to the ground in an instant. You little brat, do you deserve to be called surrender? Wang Teng smiled, holding Momonosuke's dragon's head with one hand, and grabbing the dragon's tail with the other, imitating Lu Fei's rope skipping, so that Momonosuke also experienced the happiness of Kaido. No. Momonosuke was dizzy, and his body was swung back and forth like a rope, rubbing against the ground. If you have a bit of backbone, maybe I will let you go. Kojiki Oden's sons are indeed trash. Wang Teng punched Momonosuke again, and the tough dragon scale sharp armor was instantly torn, and blood gushed out. What? Momonosuke screamed, and Wang Teng's words made him see a glimmer of life. If he and Kaido died, would he let him go like he did 20 years ago? At this point, Momonosuke endured the severe pain, opened his bloody mouth and swallowed it at Wang Teng. What responded to him was Wang Teng's majestic mace. The destructive power smashed Momonosuke's teeth into pieces, and his mouth was covered with blood. His Majesty Momonosuke! The warriors exclaimed, but Wang Teng's offensive did not stop. He jumped up, thunder and lightning. The Overlord's power and the world-destroying madness are intertwined, creating an unrivaled killing wind blade. Gunnysack, Yamaki! Luffy! Yamato! Help me! Momonosuke's eyes were full of tears, watching the wild thunder rushing wantonly in the sky. His heart was completely cold for the most part. Wait, didn't you say you'd let me go if you had more backbone, Kaido old thief? Looking at the heavenly demon god's punishment that was about to fall from the sky, Momonosuke's eyes were full of fear. Just when he thought he was going to die, countless black iron thorns suddenly grew on the surrounding ground, circling up, like a big hand covering the sky, stopping Wang Teng's fatal blow. General Green Bull has made a move. Momonosuke must die, Jesus can't keep him, I said it. Facing the sky wooden wheel, Wang Teng's eyes surged with murderous intent, his bloodthirsty fangs tore through the sky, and the black thunder wrapped in domineering arrogance smashed through all the death thorns. Under the eyes of everyone, the astonishing and terrifying mace slammed heavily on Momonosuke's forehead. The blood-colored thunder surged across the sky, and Momonosuke screamed, transformed back into a human form, and fell into a pool of blood. Wang Teng fell mercilessly with a stick and killed Momonosuke on the spot. As if worried that the little ghost was not dead, Wang Teng took out a pistol with a sea-floor stone from the system warehouse. Bang bang bang! The left wheel of death turns, and the years of death bloom to the fullest. No! You devil! Looking at the figure that looked like Mida lying in the pool of blood, Yamato cried out in a daze. Because she worships Kojiki Oden too much, Yamato Ayagi also regards Momonosuke as her own child. When she thinks of an 8-year-old life being ruthlessly obliterated by her father, the anger in her heart is hard to calm down. Looking at Yamato's eyes full of hatred, Wang Teng didn't speak. Yamato appeared here, he didn't think it was this silly girl who came back by herself. Judging by the look in Barya's eyes, it should be the general who brought the Green Bull here. To be honest, Wang Teng doesn't think the Navy is so kind, and he doesn't think the Navy will let Kaido's daughter go. Each admiral has a different personality. Akainu has the hottest ability but a cold heart. Aokiji has the coldest ability but a gentle heart. The yellow ape has the fastest speed but a lazy heart. Fujitora, although his eyes are dark, he can see the world more clearly. The green bull, although able to create life, wants to destroy life. It seems to have said that if you fight against me, you must have the consciousness of death. Wang Teng opened his mouth wide, and the fiery dragon's breath condensed instantly. You are going to kill me. Watching the fiery flames gushing out, Yamato couldn't believe his eyes. Hey, you don't seem to take me seriously. Thousands of vines interweave into a big net, blocking Yamato, but the fiery power is unstoppable. Lai Yan broke through the vine cage and blasted straight towards Yamato and Luffy. Cut, flame, what a troublesome thing. The green bull snorted coldly, drew out the saber around his waist, and blocked Wang Teng's attack from the source. At the critical moment, a flashing figure threw the seriously injured two aside. Little girl, this is not the place you should come to. Leave the rest to Uncle Hai-jun. A lazy old man in a yellow shirt casually stayed in mid-air, watching Yamato being hit heavily on the ground in the distance, and subconsciously touched the bridge of his nose, which seemed to be a little heavier. Boom! Half of the ghost island was torn apart by the scorching heat. Wang Teng, standing on the ruins, stared at the two admirals. Is it finally here? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Wait for us? Kaido, you are too conceited. The green bull laughed and pointed his sword at the magic dragon in the ruins, as if he had heard the funniest joke. This is not conceit, but self-confidence, the self-confidence of the strong. Wang Teng slapped the ground with his palm, and the whole ghost island trembled suddenly, and flew high into the sky again. On the periphery of Ghost Island, the rock walls are gathering together to form a natural cage. The navy who had just landed on Kaido looked at the shifting power in horror. They thought they could reap the benefits of fishing, but sadly found that they were the prey. Chapter 55. Along the coast of the capital of Flowers, a large number of warships are rapidly transferring supplies, and all the raw materials that can be transported by Kaido's weapon factory have also been sent overseas. Those things are all sea-building stones. The ant looked at the ore full of the ship, and there was a power in it that made her feel lingering. That's right, Lord Kaido has already expected that the Admiral of the Navy will come, and made arrangements in advance, and please return to the 10,000 kingdoms as soon as possible, and make preparations. Black nodded slightly. Has that guy's ambition reached this point? Ant squinted her eyes and looked at the raging clouds and raging fire on the ghost island in the distance. Wang Teng entangled the two admirals all by himself, and even had the upper hand. Sparrow. Yes, Mom. The candy minister was bandaged and had regained consciousness, but he could no longer fight for a short time. The war lost not only the samurai of Wano country, they also paid a heavy price. Big Mom lost more than 100 pirates, and her children also lost 3 or 4. And Kaido's 100 Beasts pirates have suffered unprecedented damage, 5,000 people, and now only a little over 5,000 are alive. Sasaki of Flying Six Cells died after being rescued ineffectively, Fuzifo died in battle, Black Maria and Peggy Wan were unconscious, Runty was seriously injured, and the life and death of the 3 disasters were unknown. Take everyone back to Wanguo and do what I said before. Ant looked at the terrifying dark thunder in Kaido Tianyuan, and said leisurely. So, what about you, Mom? When Sparrow heard the words, he had a bad premonition in his heart. After I die with Kaido, Kaido's subordinates will save as many as they can. Big Mom dragged his exhausted body, and called out the sleeping Napoleon again. After playing all night, her physical strength was almost at the limit. Mom, the 2 of us will stay with you. The aunt's 3rd son Deifu and 4th son Owen volunteered to stay and help. The generals are all at the level of monsters. If you go back like this, aren't you going to die? On the boat, Ain couldn't help but asked without saying a word. She was very clear about the combat power of the navy. With 2 generals taking action and adding so many navy, even the 4 emperors could only end up like his master. Little girl, pirates also talk about friendship. Besides, that kid Kaido still owes me a favor, and he is still waiting to find the big secret treasure with him. You can't let him die here. Big Mom stepped onto the thundercloud and spoke leisurely. Ain was a little moved. She walked in front of Big Mom, and pressed her tender hands on the queen's body again. A soft purple light passed over Big Mom's body again, turning Big Mom back to her youthful appearance. Back, your arrogance is too strong, it can only last for an hour. After finishing everything, Ain knelt on the ground. She looked weakly at Ant, and sincerely hoped that the latter would succeed. 1 hour? Enough. Big Mom blinked her eyes and looked at Hay beside her. The man in the suit nodded slightly, and returned to the battlefield of the Flower City with his aunt. Damn it, why did the 4 emperors Kaido and the admiral fight? This script is completely messed up. Feeling the monster-level terrifying fluctuations in the crypt on the 2nd floor of Ghost Island, Zhangya was devastated, and regretted going into the muddy waters of Wano country. The water was too deep for him to grasp. Save him! Yamato carried back the comatose Luffy, and fell to the ground because of his injuries. Luffy! The members of the Straw Hat boat quickly gathered around, looking at their bruised companion with unspeakable distress in their hearts. Along the way, their captain took the lead in fighting every time, facing all-powerful enemies like a fool. Brother Luffy, is he all right? Zhou Xiaoqian tugged on Linami's sleeve and asked worriedly. It was hard for her to imagine, if Luffy died, would there be anyone in this world who could defeat Kaido? It'll be fine. Nami looked at Chopper, who was treating Luffy with tears in her eyes. I still remember what Luffy said when we faced off against Murloc Aaron, don't make my navigator cry. Let her see hope again from despair, no matter what kind of danger he is in, that man will do his best to protect his partner. That guy is very tough, nothing will happen. Nami didn't say any more. Damn it, can we just wait here to die? Hiss. It hurts. Looking at the ruined battlefield outside, Sanji stomped his feet anxiously, and suddenly a piercing pain made him gasp. Calm down, calm down. Luffy is dying and Soran is dying. At this time, he is the mainstay of the Straw Hats. At this time, we can't be impatient, we have to find a way. Onijima has taken off again. It seems that Kaido intends to take the entire island's navy as hostage, so that the generals can't do anything. It's hard to say if this continues. Jinbe, who returned from the outside world, brought back bad news, and a haze of despair shrouded the hearts of every samurai pirate. Damn it, can we just wait here to die? A samurai clenched his fist, and the newly healed wound burst open again. Rest well, you are injured, don't move around. Hiri repacked the wound for the samurai, and now the only thing she can do is to help everyone treat the wound. Her brother was killed, she almost fainted when she heard the news, but now is not the time to cry, everyone needs a spiritual leader, she must stand up. Everyone, we must persevere. Kaido is definitely not invincible. Many people have sacrificed for Wano tonight, and perhaps more will be sacrificed tomorrow, but our fire of resistance will never be extinguished. Even if we can't defeat Kaido, there will be new warriors standing up and defeating Kaido in 10 years or 20 years. Because this is our homeland, every inch of the land has fallen corpses who resisted Kaido. We just surrendered like this, how can we treat those dead martyrs? I'd rather die in battle than be a subjugated slave. Everyone, please take good care of your wounds and witness the dawn of this country together. Yamato looked at the already scarred warriors and pirates, and shouted. I'd rather be a dead ghost in battle than a subjugated slave. The samurai looked at the delicate girl in front of them, shouted in unison, burst into fighting spirit again, and even some who still had the strength volunteered to clean up the Kaido army who hadn't left the Ghost Island. System, I hope you can save Big Brother Luffy, can you? Zhou Xiaoqian walked in front of Liu Fei, calling for the system in her heart. The only chance of resurrection in this world, she chose to give it to Luffy. Ding! The resurrection pill was successfully used. Since Straw Hat Luffy's injury was too serious, he could only recover a small part of his injury. Cough cough. As soon as the system's voice fell, Luffy, who was originally comatose, showed signs of waking up again. Luffy! The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates gathered around when they heard the sound. Nami even hugged Luffy's neck, crying uncontrollably. Nami, everyone! Kaido defeated! When everyone heard the words, they silently pointed to the sky not far away. On the top of the dome of the cave, the dragon roared to the sky, and the two admirals were seriously injured at the moment, and were suppressed by Kaido alone. It seems that there is still a battle to be fought. Luffy stood up slowly, took a deep breath and transformed into Nika form again. Luffy, your injury. Sanji didn't say any more, worried for Luffy. Well, I've recovered, don't worry everyone. Wait for me to come back. Straw Hat Luffy showed an innocent smile. He knew his physical condition very well, but for the sake of his companions, he must not fall down here. Come on! Brother Luffy! You must come back alive! Zhou Xiaoqian clenched Liu Fei's sleeves tightly. As a fan of the sea, she knew Liu Fei's character best. The life of her partner was more important than her own. If she didn't defeat Liu Qi in Judiciary Island, she would never fall down. Well, I'm the man who wants to be the One Piece. Luffy stroked Xiao's hair, looked up at the battle in the distance, the fifth speed elastic was activated again, and rushed to the battlefield in the sky. On the dome of Ghost Island, a huge sea tower stone pillar stands between the sky and the earth, and two blood spears cast by the sea tower stone nailed the body of the yellow ape to the huge stone pillar. Wang Teng changed back to the human beast form again, looking at the panting green cow and the blood-drenched yellow ape not far away, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kisakaru, what Zifa said is really good, you rely too much on the fruit ability. Do you know why I dominate the Wano country? It's not just because it's easy to defend and hard to attack, it's also the country where sea stones are produced. Wang Teng was not in a hurry to attack. In fact, suppressing the two generals at the same time was also very exhausting for him after playing all night, and his body functions were gradually approaching the limit. Rubber rubber, like a gun. At this moment, a figure leaped out of Ghost Island, and blasted straight at the magic dragon in the ruins with a huge fist. Little devil, that guy's hand! Before the green bull could finish his words, the heavy thunder fists wrapped in thunder and Overlord's arrogance had already tore open the Straw Hat Luffy's defense with all his strength. Luffy in the fifth gear paused instantly, and the giant rubber fist shrank in an instant. What? With a blow from the mace, Luffy in Nika's form was sent flying, and hit the ruined mountain heavily. The weapon in his hand is made of halo stone. Don't touch it with your body. Use domineering to resist. The green cow covered his forehead and watched the straw hat flying out for 2 seconds in silence. The next moment, the bloodthirsty wolf fangs had already killed him. He hastily held his breath and focused his attention, his armed aura covered the blade, and the death black blade slashed out the demon slayer blade. Yan Luo Ghost Slash. Fenglai Gossip. The wind and thunder roared, and the sword's intent was vertical and horizontal. The thorny iron rod confronted the death knife. Two powerful killing intents collided on the top of this ghost island, the ground was sinking, the wind blade of death swept across the vast sky, and the violent thunder danced to play the music of death. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 56. Wano Country, Capital of Flowers. Mother visits the cannon for 3,000 miles. Accompanied by Big Mom's yell, a huge woman swept out from the sword edge of the three homies. The bright sword light directly raised the outskirts of Wano Country to the ground, and a large number of naval soldiers were struck by the monster-like power and fell to the cold ground. Big Mom! A giant lieutenant general came with a battle axe, and the huge stone axe was directly torn apart by the Soul Queen's butcher. For these lieutenant generals, Big Mom didn't even bother to use a little more strength. Leave or life. Terrible mixed light enveloped the entire battlefield. Thousands of nearby naval soldiers looked at the huge monster in horror. Their souls were instantly deprived and they lost all vitality. Where's Kaido? Big Mom looked around, and the ghost island had disappeared, only the breath of living people could be vaguely felt in the huge forest in the distance. Master Yin. The crew of the 100 Beasts pirates followed in the footsteps of Big Mom, and soon found the 3 disasters who were bound by the General Green Bull. Prometheus! The ant shouted sharply, and a ball of flame flew into her fist in response. Fire in the sky! The blazing flames burned the vines all over the sky, and the crew of the 100 Beasts pirates came to rescue the besieged 3 calamities one after another. You bastards, why did you come here? Ah, my waist disc! Ouch! My forehead drips! That bastard named Huang Mu, I want you to look good when I recover from my injury. And that brat Vin's moke! Quinn cursed, pulled out the bloodthirsty vine on his body, and took a blow to anesthetize him, so that he barely felt better. Master Jack! Are you recovering from your injury? It's better not to move. On the other side, the ivory that Jack just sewed broke again, but he ignored the obstruction of his subordinates, dragged his body and yelled to find Kaido. Who do you think I am? I am a drought Jack, come back with me. Save Boss Kaido. Master Jin, would you like to persuade me? All the subordinates looked at the sallow-faced white-haired man, not daring to look directly. Lord Kaido has already ordered you to withdraw from Wano country. He will be responsible for the end. As long as you leave successfully, he will have no worries. You also know his ability. If you want to leave, no one can stop you. Black saluted the 3 disasters respectfully, and then conveyed Kaido's will. Let's go. As the big signboard of the Beasts pirates after Kaido, Yin gave an order, and all the members of the pirates began to evacuate Wano country according to Kaido's plan. Stop them and shoot. In the distance, a large number of marines hunting pirates noticed the movement and began to move closer. Bullets cast by hailstone flew past, and some pirates were accidentally shot, screaming in pain. Ant looked at the navy in the distance, her brows slightly frowned. What annoying ants, why not kill them all? Napoleon. Hey, Mom! The Zime Yayadao extends infinitely, bursting out infinite sword intent. Leon Hela and Prometheus attached to it at the same time, and the 3 homies turned into lightsabers. Big Mom took a deep breath and swung her sword down. This sword pierced through the void, traveling thousands of miles across. The thunder raged, the flames burned the sky, and the whole world seemed to be divided into 2 poles. It's Big Mom slash! Quickly defend! A vice admiral in the distance looked at the sawtooth magic blade that stretched for thousands of miles, and his heart was half cold. Iron block! Thousands of marines concentrated their energy and used the strongest naval 6 style to resist Dama's sword energy. Ah! Bloody light arcs continued to bloom in the void, and a scar was torn on the chest of countless marines, their eyes turned white and they lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Jin, you guys go first, we're done. Kaido, I'll take care of you. The ant glanced at Jin, and said quietly. It is good. Yin paused, then knelt on the ground and bowed to the ant. Brother Kaido, please. Please. The crew of the 100 Beasts pirates knelt down and bowed. Hey, go away. Big Mom didn't speak anymore, but headed towards Wano country's mouth alone. Ghost Island Dome. The domineering green bull who was fighting against Kaido was suddenly pierced through the heart by a sharp dragon tail. Before he could react, Kaido had already knocked back the sharp sword in his hand with 8 fasts, his 5 fingers turned into claws, turned into a bloodlight and slapped him on the forehead again. Rubber snake punch. At this critical moment, the straw hat that had already been blown away came back again with a swift and thunderous force, blasting out a mighty iron fist. Kaido knocked back the General Green Bull with a volley of claws, and then exerted force on the solace of his feet, hitting Lanjiao Dragon King Claw. In return for the Sun God Nika. With a loud noise, the long wind tore. Lu Ying's iron fist beats the magic dragon's claws hard, and the Overlord's God front shows the king's fierce power. You've become stronger again. Straw hats. Kaido grinned, his eyes were as cold as blades, and the 8 fasts were like a thunderbolt, tearing apart the years of light and shadow. As soon as Lu Fei's face changed, he immediately turned his body around, relying on the elastic force of the rubber to dodge the deadly wolf fang with an incredible posture. You can hide the first time, but you can't hide the second time. Finger gun poisonous dragon brick. The dragon's tail moved like a cunning rabbit and thunder, and the dark black domineering covered the dragon's scales and sharp armor. The sharp thorns directly penetrated Nika's body in mid-air, and sent him flying again. With Kaido's mind moving, a bloody battle spear has been summoned from the system warehouse, wrapped in wild thunder and red flames, and nailed the Straw Hat Luffy's body on the rock. Cough cough. Luffy spat out blood, and before he stood up, Kaido had already killed him. Even if he could see the future briefly, Luffy couldn't stop him, because Kaido's speed was several times faster than before. Boom! A corner of the Onishima skull was forcibly crushed under the astonishing power of the magic dragon, and Luffy's blood, relying on the buffer of rubber fruit assimilation, barely offset the terrifying power. How do you know Navy 6? On the other side, the Green Bull was clutching his chest, and the vines wrapped his injured heart and treated the injury briefly so that it would not interfere with the battle. Hey, kid, tell me, what kind of king are you going to be? Kaido ignored the Green Bull, but grabbed Luffy by the throat and lifted it up. I will defeat you and become the Pirate King. Lu Fei's face turned red, the blood spear made of pure halostone was suppressing his fruit ability, and the damage on his body gradually became real. Bright red blood dripped from his mouth, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Breaking away from Kaido's shackles with a punch with all his strength, Luffy held the blood spear stuck in his waist with one hand, roaring hoarsely. A series of blood slipped from the wound, and a large amount of steam surrounded the whole body of Straw Hat Luffy. He gained stronger power through the accelerated flow of blood. Hey, you're going to die. Chapter 57 9 Shadows Falling from the Sky, Sun God Fist. Hungry ah. Pulling out the bloodthirsty spear with all his strength, Luffy groaned in pain, and Kaido kicked him to the ground again. It's good luck to be alive, do you still want to resist? In this world, the weak don't even have the right to beg for the right to die. They will either be trampled under the feet of others, or climb to the top by stepping on other people's corpses. The King of Beasts held a thorny iron rod and smashed Luffy into the ground. Boom! The black iron thorns pierced out from the ground and went straight behind Kaido. Kaido looked back and stared coldly, a large number of rock walls rose into the sky, and the ability of Fluttering Fruit was activated again, directly reversing the terrain of the entire Ghost Island. Let's stop here today. Goodbye Navy, and the future One Piece. This ruined island and the country are all given to you. Kaido laughed loudly, turned into a green dragon and rushed straight into the sky, and the Ghost Island was falling at an extremely fast speed. Kaido! Lu Fei raised his head to the sky and screamed, feeling unprecedented humiliation. Kaido escapes, but are they the ones who win? People just don't want to play anymore. Once they come back, the country will still be in misery. No, you must not fall down here, stand up for me. Heart-piercing pain invaded the whole body, and the rising clouds once again played the song of the drum of liberation. If you are blindly desperate, you will not experience life and death in 10 directions. The scorching sun danced up and down Luffy's body, and that palpitating power was undoubtedly Luffy's last decision in 5th gear. Hey, brat, you don't want to die. The Green Bull yelled, and the boy in the straw hat didn't look back, but looked at the magic dragon that was gradually disappearing in the distance, and muttered to himself, as if answering Kaido, but also as if answering himself. The weak will not be trampled underfoot. To become strong is to create a world where the weak can be happy. Nami, Zoro, everyone, I don't want to lose again. Luffy pressed one hand on the ground, and the ground softened into a rubber trampoline. With the help of the rubber's elasticity, he moved at a high speed and pumped up to chase Kaido in the direction he left. A time when the weak can be happy. Huang Mu stared blankly at the disappearing figure, thinking of his original intention of joining the navy. From the world conscription to the admiral, his dream is to catch all the pirates and build such a world. I can't stand you little bastards. Huang Mu looked at the figure of the straw hat going away, and didn't say any more. He also had his own things to do, to stop the falling island at a high speed. Shenmue King Wheel. Vibrant vitality spreads all over the ghost island, blossoming flowers and green grass bloom all over the broken walls, tall sacred trees rise from the ground, and infinite roots spread and grow deeper into the land, enveloping the entire ghost island. In the wilderness of the capital of flowers, a figure fell straight down. Looking at the wilderness full of corpses, Kaido's thoughts could not help drifting to before crossing, the scenery of hell. He seems to have seen it more than once. Rubber rubber. The scorching sun cut through the clouds, and the flowing cherry blossoms danced to bloom the sun's divine light. The fifth gear rushed towards him, crossing the sea of clouds, waving the divine arm of King Ming. With this blow of infinite determination, the long winter night of Wano country for more than 20 years was completely buried. Straw Hat Brat, you really are endless. Seeing the scorching flames soaring down into the sky, Kaido also had a ferocious look on his face. Fire Dragon Crying Scroll. The ground cracked, dazzling flames shot up into the sky, and the magma under the Wano country, under the power of Piao Piao Guo, turned into a pillar of death and rushed to the sky. The entire Wano country's surface is trembling, the earth is disintegrating, turning into a sea of hell. Hydra. Luffy's moves didn't stop. Vajra God's arm burst into the sky, the monstrous python turned into a 9-shadow streamer, and the Overlord God's front and armed iron fist formed a flying fire meteor, galloping down, tearing through the magma sea of fire, and reaching the King of Beasts. Let me show you the power of fruit fusion. Fire Dragon Torch. However, Kaido's offensive also did not decrease but increased. With his long roar, countless flames gushed out from his mouth, swallowing the entire dragon from top to bottom. In an instant, the dragon's scale iron armor was burnt red, and the fierce flames engulfed the fierce beast, melting all the high temperature and burning all the heat, and together tempered the endless roaring flaming fire dragon above the sky. The rising earth instantly melted under the flaming dragon, and the terrifying high temperature could already burn mountains and seas. The Piao Piao fruit pulls the power of everything, destroys the thunder dragon, the back earth dragon, the lava dragon. Sun God Fist. Heavenly Demon punishes Sand King Gossip. King Ming was furious, and the demon dragon roared to the sky. The two monsters are fighting for the final time above the sky. The people of Wano country stared at the sky in the distance. Two figures, one of them was shining like a god, was destructive, the other was as red as blood, burning all the world. The two collided violently, and between the figures, there seemed to be a white light that turned the world into two poles. Boom boom boom. There seems to be a clanging sound between the heaven and the earth, which is vast and boundless, and it is like the roar of gods and demons, piercing through the 9 heavens. The light of the eternal day breaks through the dawn, and the dry land falls into the endless abyss. The rivers are raging, and the waves are roaring. After the long dark night, there is a clear sky, clear water, and cloudy sky. The smoke cleared, all the rock walls of Wano country were broken, and a vast continent led directly to the vast sea. On that road, a straw hat lay unconscious on the ground. On the other side of the sea, Wano country's final battle report spread across the sea to the pinnacle of world power. Nica, has it finally appeared? 2 of the 4 emperors were defeated at the same time. This is not information that we can suppress. The news will spread all over the world in an instant. The timing is really terrible. What should we do now? On the sofa, Wu Liaoxing, who was wearing a black suit and leaning on a cane, said in a deep voice. The news was so sudden that they were also deeply surprised. The 4 emperors teamed up and were kicked out of Wano country by the Straw Hats. Such a big event will undoubtedly intensify the current world changes. At this point, we can only find a way to get rid of that person. The yellow monkey and the green bull are still in the Wano country. Let them quickly deal with the Straw Hat Kid, and track down Kaido's life and death. And the defeated Big Mom pirates. The outside world is chaotic enough, the navy is a bunch of trash. The 5 people at the peak of the world's full power talk to each other. Due to the abolition of the Shishibukai system under the king, a large number of pirates are now beginning to form a more terrifying alliance. Not only Big Mom and Kaido, the clown Bucky of the New World has won over the former King Shishibukai, Crocodile, and the Queen of Pirates, Whitebeard 2 through MR3. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, also officially joined the Red Hair Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army also made frequent moves, instigating dozens of countries. Now there is the awakened Nika, and the Pirate Alliance in the era of extreme evil. The abolition of the Shishibukai system did not stop the expansion of pirates, but instead extended the flames of war in this world infinitely, and the original old order was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 58. Wano country is facing the sea, deep in Ozderga Palace. Aren't you going to kill me? Big Mom looked at the man on the throne with a look of doubt on her face. She couldn't figure out what Kaido was thinking, and she had completely given up on Wano country's huge sea stone resources. The accumulation of 20 years is enough. Ghost Island is just an empty shell. As for my subordinates, apart from top-notch combat power, I don't care how much this sea has. Kaido drank the wine without caring. Transferring Kaido's legacy, obtaining the key to leave this world, assisting the protagonist group to become stronger, retaining the strength of the Big Mom pirates, basically everything he wanted to do has been realized. Although there were some mistakes in the middle, it was a surprise to be able to get Piao Piao Guo and AIN from the system. The sea should be boiling now. The defeat of the 4 emperors is an earth-shattering event. There was a flash of inspiration in Big Mom's eyes. If it wasn't for the plan Kaido said that moved her, she would never cooperate with the other party in this scene. After all, it is related to the prestige of the Taoist 4 emperors. I don't have time to play house with the children, let the little ghosts of the new era continue to make trouble. Kaido took a sip of his drink and smiled comfortably. When he first came to this world, it's not that he didn't think about killing the protagonist group directly. He is not the kind of person who can't be cruel, kill Drake, kill Xiaohu, kill Azura Boy. In order to crush the protagonist group, he made a lot of arrangements, and even kept back for stability. As the progress of Wano country continued to unfold, he found that there was a mistake in his initial thinking. When he learned from the system that there were other traversers, he changed his plan. The following battles also confirmed his speculation. The protagonist group sat up one by one, and that little lunatic Luffy improved his combat power too fast. If it wasn't for the system, he would have been crushed to death by the protagonist long ago. At this point, he also wanted to understand, it is better to be blocked than to be sparse. Is it good for him to fight with the protagonist? Will the system father pay wages? The Dogecoin author writes a book a day is not enough to buy a breakfast. What kind of life is he playing with others for tens of dollars a day? Kaido has always been the only one who prostituted others for free. When will someone be able to prostitute him for free? Then let the Navy have a headache. Anyway, I don't care, Kaido has already lost. As for the loss of Fei Liu this time, Kaido didn't care even more. It was Kaido's men who died, so what does it have to do with Wang Teng? Having said that, that brat He has been fishing for a long time. I don't know how the tasks assigned to him are going. At the same time, on the other side of the Great Route, a huge warship has arrived at the center of the World Economic News Agency. President Morgans is arranging the typesetting of recent news work. Hurry up, print 5,000 million copies of the latest battle situation of the Navy's encirclement and suppression of King Shishibukai and send it to the whole world. I want everyone to know the truth. Morgans called and directed his crew. Announcing major events in One Piece world had always been his pleasure. President, someone is looking for you outside, saying that they want to send the president a big news worth tens of billions of Baileys. A subordinate reporter said suddenly. Okay. Morgans was puzzled, since CP agents assassinated him once, he had been hiding very well, yet someone could still find him here. Tell him to wait for me in room --. After thinking about it, Morgans said. President, this is the gift he said he gave you. The subordinate handed over a photo, and saw that there were two big men crossing their shoulders, and one of them made a yes gesture. Morgans looked startled at the two men. I rely on, isn't this Kaido from the Beasts Pirates, who is that white-haired man next to him? Morgans turned the photo over, and there was a line of small characters written on the back. To the News King Morgans, the photo of the governor of the Beast Pirates and Yan Calamity. It's Yin, it's the remnant of the vanished Lunaria race, this is a photo worth -million Baileys. Morgan's interest is completely hooked. You go and let that person come over quickly, and everyone else goes out. President, these devices. Don't worry, get out. Morgans had a keen premonition that the news that the mysterious person brought was probably very explosive. The members left the venue helplessly, and soon a newspaper reporter walked in with a man. Morgans eyed the comer. The man was wearing a black suit, with white gloves in his hands, and a black saber pinned to his waist. His hair was grey, and there was a hint of evil in his eyes, giving people a gloomy feeling. It's the first time we meet. My name is Hay. You can also call me Black. The man took off his top hat and gracefully performed a gentleman's etiquette. What did you come to see me for? Morgans looked at the man. He preferred to speak straightforwardly, and went to the Three Treasures Hall for everything. He didn't think the man came here to ask him for a cup of tea. The guests are here, don't you want to make a cup of tea? Hay found a place to sit down, emptied all the newspapers on the table, put his hands on the table, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Rhubarb, make a cup of tea. Mogos was taken aback, and immediately found a seat opposite to Hay, sat down, raised his bird legs, and shouted to the door. Soon, a kobold came in and brought 2 cups of hot tea. Hay looked at the kobold unexpectedly, it really had yellow hair. This guy is a kobold in the rhubarb form of phantom beasts that ate the dog fruit. Come on, what's the matter with you coming to me? My time is very precious. If the news you give me doesn't satisfy me, I'm going to blow people up. Morgos lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and then pressed it on the ashtray beside him. Not only was Hay dissatisfied, he took out the first photo from his pocket. On it was a sunny boy covering his face and laughing, with a white flame above his head and a white steam ribbon around his body. This is... Mogos narrowed his eyes, and there was a surprise that he had never seen in the depths of his eyes. Monkey D. Luffy, the son of the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, and the grandson of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp. His master is the former vice-captain of One Piece, Hades Rayleigh, and his brother Sabo is the one you reported to have died in the Holy Land of Marijoa a few days ago. Oh, by the way, he was still in the red-haired pirates. The father of the crew member Usopp is Jesus Bulletin of the red-haired pirates. The straw hat of the 4 emperors red-haired was given to him. In addition, his rubber fruit has now awakened. This is his mentality after awakening. I believe you will be very interested in the other name of the rubber fruit, Nika, the sun god. The man in black unhurriedly told the identity of the man in the photo, but these caused a huge wave in Morgo's heart. He felt the extraordinariness of this Straw Hat Kid in the world of Big Mom, but he didn't expect his identity to be so great. Just 3 days ago, the Straw Hats defeated the entire Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates. This is the latest battle. He put out a large stack of photos. All of them were photos of how the Straw Hat pirates bravely defeated the Beast pirates, and the photos of the Admiral massacring the residents. The things happened in real life, but the process. Big news, this is really big news. Morgan's hand holding the photo trembled a little. If this incident got out, it would definitely trigger an earthquake and tsunami. No, it was even more terrifying. It would even be impossible to mess up the whole world. Speak. What do you want in return? Morgans fiddled with the photos excitedly and couldn't get enough of them. I don't need a reward, my master wants you to convey a message. He leaned into Morgan's ear and whispered a few words. This is spreading fake news. If the world government finds out, they will have to kill me, and. Morgan's eyes shrank suddenly, just because what He said was really shocking, but he had already made a decision in his heart, even if it was death, he would spread the news. Anyway, the world government and the 4 emperors have already been offended, and with the addition of Kaido, the 4 emperors' red-haired revolutionary army is irrelevant. There are too many people in this world who want to kill him, but isn't he still alive and well? Have you ever heard the story of 3 people becoming tigers? Sometimes fake things can be real, and real things can be fake. As long as you throw the bait, there will be fish hunting wildly, isn't it? He picked up a photo of a green cow massacring civilians, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Even if it might come true, but the reputation of my newspaper. Your newspaper often spreads fake news. For example, the 5 emperors Luffy? The death of the revolutionary Sabo. I believe we will have opportunities to cooperate in the future. I don't want to pay for these photos. He picked up a stack of newspapers and continued unhurriedly. This is what you said, no reward. Don't go back on your word. Morgan slapped the table and shouted repeatedly. Of course, I'm very trustworthy after all. He nodded slightly, as it should be. This is my personal phone bug, if you need help, you can contact me at any time. As if thinking of something, Morgans took out another golden phone bug and handed it over. Then, happy cooperation. Holding the phone bug in one hand, He put on his top hat again, got up and walked out of the newspaper office. Pleasant to work with. Morgan sat back on the chair, looked at the large number of photos on the table, and couldn't hide the ecstasy in his eyes. Everyone, my salary has increased tenfold in the past few days. Arrange these photos for me overnight, and contact the printing factory to print me 5,000 million, oh no. Billion. 100 billion, print 100 billion newspapers for me, and I want to spread this news to the whole world. Chapter 59 Bucky the Ugly Emperor, a visitor from B Island. The next day, the earth-shattering big event is sweeping the whole world with an unstoppable momentum. Great Way, Naval Headquarters, Marin Vendor. Bastard, who leaked the news? And the Green Bull, what did that guy do? The face of justice is completely lost to them. The current Commander-in-Chief of the Navy slapped a stack of newspapers on the table. A few eye-catching headlines are simply irritating. Shock, the rise of the 4 emperors in the new era, and the fall of Kaido's mother, Wano country. 1 king and 5 emperors are born, the old era has passed, and the new king ascends the throne. The admiral actually massacred civilians. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral depravity? What a king and 5 emperors! This world doesn't need pirates. The blazing flames burned the newspaper to ashes, and Sakazuki immediately contacted the admiral in Wano country. World Government Corps, Holy Land Mary Joya. A5 Old Star put the newly published newspaper on the table. Unexpectedly. Garp's good grandson is actually Monkey D. Luffy, and Joey Boy's will is actually inherited from that person. Looking at the latest newspaper, the faces of the 5 old stars are not very good. It's hard to handle now. If you kill Luffy, you will definitely get entangled with the things behind him, the legend of the Navy, the four emperors, the Revolutionary Army. It's really tricky. And this newspaper, it seems that there are also undercover agents inside us. Wu Lao Xing, who wore a treasured sword at his waist, said in a low voice. I saw that the newspaper was impressively reporting the prophecy. The Navy headquarters will remove all the positions of the legendary Navy Garb, and execute the no-figure of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, at the Navy headquarters Marin Vander 1 month later. At that time, Lu Fei, the newly promoted pirate king, will rescue with the Revolutionary Army. Who the hell is he, and what does he want to do? Another Wu Laoxing sternly said, this feeling that the enemy is in the dark makes him very uncomfortable, and he feels like being used as a gun. It doesn't matter, since someone wants to add fuel to the flames, let all these things surface. Let the Navy do it. At this moment, an ethereal voice came from the main hall behind the power room. A figure with a golden mask on the throne played with the scepter and said casually. Yes. The 5 old men nodded one after another. Since the Lord has already spoken, there is no need to entangle. In this world, whoever is strong can establish order, and things that violate the rules can only disappear silently in the corner. After all, in the past 800 years, they have lost count of how many things they have erased. In a place like O'Hara, with just one word, countless people will eradicate everything for them. Donghai, Windmill Village. Hey! Luffy has become the Pirate King. The bounty is 45 billion berry. Outside the tavern, a big man held the latest reward list and exclaimed. It's really capable. Hey! Village chief, why don't we change the village to One Piece Town? Someone suggested that in the name of One Piece, it will definitely attract many tourists to visit, and even after drinking, they can boast to others that they have had dinner with One Piece. A bunch of idiots. There's a vicious thief in the village, what's there to be happy about? As usual, the village head reprimanded everyone with a cane, and then walked into a small hotel. The villagers just laughed it off, held up the wine glasses in their hands, and drank to their heart's content. Cheers! To shut up! What is that bastard carp doing? My grandson doesn't care if he makes such a big mess. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren have problems. The old village head sat on the bench irritably and drank a lot. Look, village head, how happy Luffy is smiling. That little guy has finally realized his dream. In front of the store counter, Makina put a glass of beer in front of the village chief, then picked up the photo of Luffy on the table and looked at it for a while before speaking with a smile. Yes, but if you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Has that little guy come this far? The old village chief raised his wine glass, although he was cursing the villagers outside, but now his face was full of worries. One Piece, this sea has lost countless kings, Rocks, Roger, Whitebeard. Shimoyuha village, Kozaburo Shimotsuki is teaching the children how to use swordsmanship. When a child showed Roronoa's reward list to him, he couldn't help but think of the little boy who insisted on taking Kuina's dream to become the world's most powerful swordsman. Restaurant on the Sea, Barati. Zeph looked at the stack of bounties and stroked his long beard with a gratified smile on his face. In the Sakura Kingdom, Dr. Doriel is holding a piece of Chopper's latest bounty list. Looking at the bounty of 100 and 100 Baileys, she couldn't help laughing. The bounty has increased by more than times, Chopper. But seeing you happy, I am already very satisfied. In the New World, Baki, the ugly emperor of Kale Bali, laughed loudly. Ah ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that I would become the 4 emperors one day, and everyone in this world is blowing at me. As expected of Captain Bucky. Countless younger brothers cast admiring glances. The Bucky god in front of him is not only a crew member of the previous Roger Pirates, but also a partner of the 4 emperors and the red-haired Shanks. Not only that, but this man who was broadcasting the global live broadcast of the war on the top, threatened to take the head of the Whitebeard face to face, and deftly dodged the ruthless man who was slashed by the eagle eye of the world's #1 swordsman. May I ask who in this world can do such a terrifying level? And only Bucky. Facing the adoring eyes of his younger brothers, Bucky appeared to be as steady as an old dog, but actually panicked inside. Meow, didn't I just win over a few kings Shishibukai, and beat off dozens of vice-admirals by the way, as for doing this to me? I'm going to die now, there must be countless people who want to take my life, no, I have to calm down and find a way quickly. Damn, if you keep pretending, you will become One Piece. Wait, One Piece, seeming to have thought of something, Bucky flipped through the newspaper and saw the contents of the latest prophecy. For a moment, he had a plan in his mind, little ones, Straw Hat Luffy is my brother Redhead's apprentice. Although my uncle executed him in Luge Town, the past has been written off in Advance City. New World, a certain unnamed island. The red-haired Shanks held up the latest newspaper, a little surprised by Luffy's high bounty. But what was even more surprising was the list of the 4 emperors in the latest newspaper. On the top left of the newspaper is Kunliangdeahua Bucky, and that guy Bucky has become the new 4 emperors of the sea. As for the handsome group of men on the right, he is naturally himself, the 4 emperors with red hair Shanks. He also knows the man in the lower left corner. He has the same red hair, the same broken arm, and the supernova kid who is uglier than him. The man in the lower right corner is Trafalgaro. There is also a familiar face in the middle of the 4 panels, Blackbeard. The above 5 people are the new 5 emperors of the sea, and Luffy actually made a separate issue in another newspaper. The new One Piece has been born, Monkey D. Luffy. The following is the character introduction. The more the red hair looks, the more dignified the face becomes. Submarine prison, Propel City, th floor underground. In the dark cage, a Mayasha Doflamingo was lying on the ground, reading the newspaper leisurely. The latest news has completely subverted his 3 views. Luo unexpectedly became the new 4 emperors within a month, and the bounty soared to 30 billion Baileys. His partner Kaido was also defeated by the Straw Hat Kid, and his whereabouts are unknown now. Ha 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 ha. This world is really getting more and more chaotic. You are also afraid. Those bastards of Marie Joya. Doflamingo looked up to the sky and laughed, and couldn't help but look forward to his new inmate Kaido. If that guy was caught, he might be able to escape with him. After all, that guy has dozens of escape experiences. Great way, Hive. Thief ha 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 ha. Straw Hat, One Piece. Thief ha 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 ha. Little ones, get ready to do something big. Blackbeard lay in the tenderness of the beauty, crumpling the newspaper into a ball with one hand. Ooh! The pirates raised their arms and cheered. After holding back for so long, they can finally go to sea again. Old boss. Big, something is wrong. Just when Blackbeard was about to go outside to do something, a panicked voice came from outside. A pirate yelled, "Big Mom, the 100 Beasts pirates are approaching." Chapter 60 Top 6, Horror Collision. The Great Route, Wano Country. After experiencing the Flame Festival, the entire Wano country is riddled with holes. Because of Momonosuke's death, the country's samurai had to push Kojiki Hiri to the throne of the general. Kojiki Hiri also officially became Wano country's first female emperor. On the first day she took office, she ordered that all residents of Wano country be exempted from taxes for 1 year, and also prevented the construction of bridges in various townships that were blown up by Kurit and Orokai to rebuild Wano country. Establish a martyrs' cemetery to commemorate the heroes who died for this country. Your Highness, Straw Hat Luffy has woken up. At the general's mansion in the capital of Flowers, a female ninja rushed to report the latest news to Hiri. Great, let the chefs in the palace prepare more food and drinks. Also, the navy should try their best not to let them get close to Luffy's Soran's house. After Luffy and the others are full, lead them to the sea. By the way, when Luffy and the others are eating, you can ask the chef to prepare some other banquets and invite the admiral to come over for me. You can say that you are thanking them for helping Wano. Let the daimyos from all townships accompany you, and make sure that the admiral stays here when Luffy and the others leave. Raihi was overjoyed, and quickly ordered his subordinates to do it. Straw Hat Kid and his gang are all great heroes of Wano country, which she remembers in her heart, but the other party is still a pirate. In public, she should assist the navy to arrest him, but in private, she can't break her promise. Yes. By the way, Your Highness, there are 2 more bad news to tell you. The maid took the order, seemed to think of something, and paused again. What? Hiri's heart skipped a beat, thinking that something had happened to Zoro. Master Sukiyaki is still alive and has come outside the palace. The maid looked at Hiri and hesitated, saying that this was a private matter of the Kojiki family. What? Grandpa is still alive? A look of surprise appeared on Raihi's face, but he understood immediately after seeing the maid's uneasy expression. As the saying goes, there cannot be 2 tigers in one mountain, and it is impossible for a country to have 2 kings. Now that the Wano country has just been founded, many foundations are not stable. Even if Kojiki Sukiyaki returns, if they want to regain the throne, they will inevitably go to war again, and the country is expected to fall into war. My grandfather was murdered by Hiton Orokai and Kaido 20 years ago, and this impostor was imprisoned in the prison. By the way, what's another news? Hiri rubbed her forehead. She felt that all the burdens of a country were on her shoulders, and it was a bit difficult. Tao, Master Tao Zizu's grave was dug up. Seeing that His Highness Raihi puts the overall situation first, the maid's face softened a little, but the second news really made her a little hard to tell. What? Brother's grave? Hiri staggered and almost fainted. Great Way, Hive. This is a paradise for pirates. It was originally the territory of Rox, the king of the world. After Rox and his gang were defeated by Roger Carp in the Valley of the Gods, the entire Rox pirates fell apart, and the Hive fell into the hands of Whitebeard, a former member of the Rox pirates. With the outbreak of the war on the top of the pirate world, Whitebeard died in battle, and Blackbeard took the opportunity to annex all the legacy left by Whitebeard, including this island. Now this place has become the headquarters of the 4 emperors Blackbeard. On the coast of the Hive, 2 huge battleships slowly approached. One is naturally the Queen Mother Anthem of the 4 emperors Big Mom, and the other is Kaido's Blue Dragon battleship. Mom! The 4 emperors walked out of the battleship together, followed by the 3 generals and the 3 disasters. Then came Auntie's 34 ministers, and Kaido's flying 6 cells. The dark crowd had just stepped onto the island, and the entire sky became gloomy. Blackbeard looked at the 2 menacing pirate groups, and felt bad in his heart. The comers were not good. Pfft! The terrifying domineering aura of the double 4 emperors swept across, and soon a large number of pirates lost consciousness. Thief, ha 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 ha, Kaido, Big Mom. Blackbeard laughed loudly, facing the terrifying coercion of the 4 emperors. There was no trace of fear on his face. Kaido squinted his eyes, and through the system interface, he had already seen Blackbeard's data panel thoroughly. Name, Marshall D. Teach. Nickname, Blackbeard. Character, Number 1, good at forbearance, will not take the initiative to attack things that are not sure, and will act rashly when the opportunity comes. The second personality, tenacious, cruel, greedy, can kill all companions mercilessly. The third personality, cautious, conceited, rash. Arrogant, but also aware. Introduction: the original crew member of the Whitebeard pirates of the 4 emperors, later killed Whitebeard in the war on the top, and became the new 4 emperors. A person with dual fruit abilities possesses the strongest superhuman fruit, the Zhen Zhen fruit, and the strongest natural fruit, the dark fruit. The physique is special, it can accommodate multiple devil fruits, has triple personalities, each personality shares memory, one personality controls the body, and the other two rest. It can practice 24 hours a day without sleeping. When hurt, the pain is doubled. Possess domineering, top armed domineering, top knowledge color domineering, top domineering king color domineering. I'll go, Blackbeard is an old dude, he's hiding too deep. Looking at the series of panels, Kaido finally understood why the red hair was scratched by the Blackbeard. This old black is clearly a top 6th child, obviously too strong, yet he pretends to be a little sheep. Kaido, be careful, the guy who can stand is not a simple character. It has to be said that Auntie has a keen sense of domineering and informative. Although Blackbeard looks harmless to humans and animals, the hidden danger is hard to hide. Hey, blah, 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 blah. Kaido holds the 8 fasts in his hand, and agrees with Big Mom's words. Thief, ha 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 ha, Kaido, you are not in your Wano country, what are you doing in my territory? As soon as the words fell, the black iron thorns had already pounced in front of Blackbeard. Kyuzan Aokiji, Shiryu of the Rain, the king of evil government, and the crew of the Blackbeard pirates shrank their eyes suddenly, and couldn't help sweating for the captain, it was too fast. Clang! At some point, Blackbeard felt a pair of steel claws from behind, and the Overlord's aura surged out, blocking the purple electric thunder with a single sound. The two kings' auras collided fiercely in the entire island, and the dazzling light tore through the void. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the sea outside the hive set off a turbulent turmoil under this monstrous aura, and at this moment, a terrifying crack was forcibly torn in the deep sky. Thief, ha 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 ha! You are quite capable. Kaido. Sensing that Kaido began to restrain his breath, Blackbeard took the opportunity to distance himself from the latter. After a short confrontation, he already had a preliminary judgment on Kaido's strength, which was much stronger than expected, and he deserved to be the old 4 emperors. Hey 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 hey, you're not bad. There's no other purpose in coming here today. We plan to form an alliance with you. I don't know what you want. Kaido grinned, staring into Blackbeard's eyes and said leisurely. His voice was not loud, but it was indeed like a bolt from the blue, setting off a huge wave in the hearts of all the pirates. Kaido glanced over. Badgers, Shiryu, Van Oka, Pizarro, Lafitte of the Blackbeards, grinned, obviously very interested in this proposal. As for the former Admiral Aokiji, he just stood there quietly, without any emotional fluctuations visible from his face. Alliance? What if I refuse? There was a faint light in Blackbeard's eyes, and there was a playful smile on Kaido's face. I think you made a mistake. We are not here to discuss with you, but to inform you, understand? As soon as Kaido's words fell, a thunderbolt from the blue sky tore through the sky, followed by thunder rushing, like the end of the world. Under Kaido's will, the calm sea surface and countless seas and lands turned into a ferocious dragon with a height of 10 feet. The ferocious beast howled and swallowed the mountains and rivers, as if Blackbeard said one more word no, and the entire hive would be completely razed to the ground. Chapter 61 Allied Black Group, Undersea Prison. Mommy Mommy. Leun Hela, Blazing Divine Flame, Emperor Sword Demon Sword, and the 3 major homies revealed their ferocious appearances. Countless soul seeds were sown, and all the broken rocks of the earth evolved into armored soldiers. Big Mom and Kaido exude a terrifying domineering aura, and there is a tendency to fight directly if there is any disagreement. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard's eyes flickered and he laughed wantonly, although Aokiji Kyuzan joined his pirate group, which made him think he had the confidence to fight against the 2 4 emperors. But looking at the tough posture of Kaido's mother, he was a little hesitant. After all, the opponent will definitely do his best, but Aokiji may not do his best. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Fighting to death with the 4 emperors, Blackbeard had no idea, and finally gave in. It's rare for the 4 emperors to be together today, how about having a banquet to celebrate? Wang Teng smiled, and suddenly the sky was bright and clear, and the blue sky and white clouds were reflected on the calm sea, as if nothing happened just now. It's just what I want, little ones, let's hold a banquet and entertain guests. Looking at Kaido, who turned his face faster than turning the pages of a book, Blackbeard became a little more vigilant, and greeted his subordinates calmly. Ooh! Thousands of pirates cheered, with unprecedented excitement in their eyes. The 4 emperors teamed up. What else in this sea can stop their plundering pace? A grand banquet was held in the hive, and no one would have thought that the 3 emperors representing the will of the Rocks pirates would finally gather together. On the round table in the deepest part of the honeycomb, Blackbeard and Kaido drank happily together. The 2 of them hooked up shoulder to shoulder. Those who didn't know it thought they were friends they hadn't seen for many years. After drinking for 3 rounds, Kaido also began to reveal his intentions. I wonder if my brother has paid attention to the latest newspapers. Look, that Straw Hat Kid really grew up to such an extent that he actually defeated the old man. Hey, if he beats me, will I drink with my brother here? That's right, it's absurd to think that someone could destroy 4 emperors. Blackbeard thought it made sense. I came here for my brother, mainly because I want to give my brother a great fortune. Kaido drank the wine on the table in one gulp, and glanced at the alluring singers beside Blackbeard. I have to say that Lao Hei really knows how to play. The women around him have their own charms. Some wear sexy suits, some are tall and cold, some are charming, and there are also those who are perverted and call them perverted, and those who are petite and Lolita. You all step back. Blackbeard waved his hand, motioning for all the girls playing flute, playing the piano, and dancing to stop. Everyone bowed and retreated one after another. I don't know what good fortune the old man is talking about. Blackbeard filled Kaido's glass with a simple and flattering smile on his face. If he hadn't known Blackbeard's character a long time ago, Kaido really didn't doubt that he would be tricked to death by Old Black in the future. This guy is really too dangerous. The treasure of the Tianlong-ren. Kaido revealed his plan in full, and Blackbeard's heart was surging, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. There were even some shocks and secrets, and this was the first time he had heard of it. The blueprint drawn by Kaido made him see an unprecedented opportunity. Once successful, it would disintegrate the entire world system. Once this matter is done, it will be equivalent to a full-scale war against the 170 member countries of the world government. There were fluctuations in Blackbeard's eyes, an array of raging ambition grew infinitely in his heart. Then start the craziest world war in the history of pirates. Pull down all those celestial dragons. The world is the world of pirates. Brother, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. When I saw you, I remembered my grandson. He looked like a dear relative and friend at first glance. I would like to say something heartfelt to you, brother. Kaido held Blackbeard's hand tightly, and Tiki couldn't fix it. Why did it sound a little twisted? After the matter is completed, we will share the little knife of the Tianlong-ren. Why is it only %? 30% is mine, and 70% is yours. Brother, to be honest, I have already seen that you are a person who does great things. Whitebeard is so good at killing. Back then, when I was in the Rocks Pirates, I didn't like that stupid big guy. Seeing Kaido's mouth full of nonsense, Blackbeard was skeptical and coped, trying to extract more useful information from Kaido. Dude, you're drunk. How is it possible that I can get this old man drunk with just a few hundred pots of wine? My brother, I really want to form an alliance with you. As for the old woman outside, we will kill her together when things are done. At that time, it will be annexed together with her Wangguo. At that time, labor and capital will give you the whole AK, and then give you the whole Lefu. Let's make it bigger and stronger together, and create greater glory. Damn, it's crossing the stage, brother, do you understand what Brother Wei said? Brother, I understand what you said. From now on, you will be my real brother, let's grow bigger and stronger together, and create greater glories. Good brother. Big brother. Kaido and Blackbeard embrace each other like long-lost brothers. Vomit. Both of them vomited from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for the usefulness of keeping each other, they really wanted to kill him. To the bright future, cheers. Cheers. Kaido was drunk and Blackbeard left another one, and the two drank until dawn. It wasn't until Blackbeard was so drunk that Kaido held up his glass and taunted drunkenly, "Look at your brother, you're so mean. You poured it after just a few glasses, hiccup." Kaido hiccuped, then lay down on the table and fell asleep. The first half of the Great Route, no wind belt, push forward the city. Since the Straw Hat Gang made a big noise in the City of Advance 2 years ago, the defense of the City of Advance has become more stringent, and even a lot of naval fleets have been mobilized to guard it. There are dozens of naval warships docked outside the City of Advance. On the vast sea, a group of huge black shadows suddenly emerged from the thick fog. The guards at the watchtower of Jinjin City noticed the abnormality on the sea surface in the distance, and immediately sounded the alarm. "Prisoner, there is an enemy attack." Advancing to the 4th basement floor of the city, Magellan, who was having diarrhea, connected to the Navy phone bug. "What? Where are the enemies? How many are there?" "The number of enemies is uncertain, the fog is too thick to see clearly, but there are more than 50 warships. Find out the identity of the enemy, ask the headquarters to contact the nearby navy, and tell them to come over immediately for support." Magellan ordered. If someone dared to invade the city directly, then this force is definitely not trivial. It's the Sword of Jibek, and the 4 Emperors, Blackbeard Marshal D. Tick, and the Queen Mother Anthem, the 4 Emperors Big Mom and the 4 Emperors Kaido. Ah! The other end of the phone completely lost its voice, and on the vast sea, dozens of naval warships had all been sunk. Napoleon's sky-splitting sword spirit, Blackbeard's tsunami and earthquake, Kaido's supreme natural disaster, in front of the 3 supernatural forces, the world's strongest fortress pushed the gate of the city and was completely torn apart. Chapter 62 Prison Attack, Imperial Palace Area. Advance City. The gigantic bunker has been destroyed by supernatural horrors. The magic dragon roars through the sky, its fiery breath destroys the sky and destroys the earth. The emperor danced the sword, and the thunder and lightning tore the turret. The fist pierces the heavens, and the darkness overbearingly swallows thousands. The 3 captains opened the way ahead, and tens of thousands of pirates swarmed up, cutting the navy stationed in the city into the sea. Blood soon stained the sea red, dozens of naval warships were sunk, and thick smoke billowed from the sea. "I didn't expect to come back one day, it's really nostalgic." Pushing forward to the first floor of the city, Blackbeard grinned, and the scene of his defeat is still fresh in his memory. If Shiliu hadn't given him Magellan's antidote, he might have been planted in this place 2 years ago. "Captain, are those miscellaneous fishes going to be released?" Swanyu Hunter Daime looked at the prisoner who was staring helplessly in the cage, and asked. She didn't like staying here very much. In fact, most of the Blackbeard pirates were originally vicious criminals in the large submarine prison. They were released by Blackbeard on the eve of the Pirate Top War 2 years ago. Returning to the old place brought back a bad memory for them, and they wished to tear this place down immediately. "Is this the propulsion layer?" Kaido changed from the blue dragon form back to the human beast form, and landed on the ground smoothly. Big Mom also followed, and the 3 sea overlords arrived at the same time, which really shocked the prisoners. "Why are there children?" Kaido rolled his eyes, and found a little girl in a corner wearing a rag and holding a doll. He walked straight in front of the little girl, and the terrifying oppression made the prisoners retreat one after another, not daring to take a breath. The little girl hugged the dirty doll tightly, not daring to look at Kaido. "What crime did you commit and why are you here?" Kaido looked down at the girl, and the terrible coercion made the girl's legs go limp and she collapsed to the ground. I killed my father." The girl lowered her head, tightly hugging her puppet. "I'll give you 2 ways, either die here, or go out with me, you choose." Kaido didn't expect that this seemingly frail little devil would say such a thing. With a thought, he landed a pistol in front of the girl. The little girl picked up the gun on the ground, and without the slightest hesitation, she aimed a shot at the jailer who fell on the ground in front of her. "Everyone on this floor, there are 2 paths before you, either join our pirate group and take up guns to turn this place upside down, or wait in the cage to die." Kaido nodded in satisfaction, and immediately ordered his subordinates to distribute the prepared ammunition to everyone. "Gun in hand, follow me, kill the navy, blow up the prison." "Ooh!" I don't know who yelled, and the prisoners raised their arms and shouted. Soon the Red Lotus Hell on the first floor fell completely. "Master Prison, something is wrong, the enemy has already entered." On the 6th basement floor, Hannibal, who had just walked out of the interrogation room, received a report from the jailer. "What are you panicking about? The Red Lotus Hell we're advancing layer by layer has a forest of sword trees. Any enemy who approaches will be pierced by the sword tree." Hannibal shook his head. Ever since he was promoted to warden 2 years ago, he felt like a general. He glanced contemptuously at his younger brother, who panicked whenever something happened, and at a glance, he was not a person capable of doing great things. Unlike himself, he is unruffled in times of danger, he is so fucking handsome. "But Lord Prisoner, the basement, the first floor has been captured. The subordinates are in a state of desperation, and the enemy is about to hit here. Calm down." Hannibal thumped. "It seems that the enemy's strength is not weak, but their advanced city is the most solidly defended place in One Piece world, and no one has ever broken through it from the front. The 2nd level of Beast Hell has many ferocious beasts and monsters, including cockatrices, man-faced lions, poisonous scorpions, etc., which are enough to deal with most of Xiao Xiao. You only need to wait a while, and the enemies will be destroyed before they attack. The warden, the 2nd floor has also fallen. Not only the 2nd floor, but also the hunger hell on the 3rd floor. Now the enemy has reached the 4th floor. Lord Magellan probably won't be able to hold it anymore, let's find a way to escape." The subordinate smiled wryly, and immediately told the current battle situation. "What? Why didn't you say it earlier?" Hannibal was taken aback. He thought it was just an ordinary pirate invasion. After all, there have been many pirates as hard-headed as Drought Jack in recent years. Many people want to learn from Straw Hat Luffy, make a big fuss in the city, and want to be famous under the name of the city. As a result, without exception, all of them stayed here permanently, and they sat out the prison. You didn't even ask. The jailers were wronged. The 6th floor of Infinity Hell imprisoned legendary level death row prisoners, big pirates who did great harm to the world, and their subordinates had no right to enter. Hurry up, lead the way. By the way, who are the people here? Have you found out the details? Seemingly thinking of something, Hannibal paused, then asked. 4 emperors, Blackbeard Tiki. Tichi, that clown? The one who was killed by Magellan in Advance City. When Hannibal heard this, he was slightly relieved, but luckily the problem was not serious. It's just 4 emperors, but Warden Magellan has a combat power close to that of a general. Yes. The subordinate responded. That bastard, come with me, and take down that traitor along with Shiryu. Holding the trident, Hannibal was full of fighting spirit, and he shouted sharply, spattering his subordinates with saliva. But it's nothing, hurry up and lead the way, the enemy that the warden wants to kill will not leave a single piece. Hannibal urged impatiently. Who do you want to kill without leaving a piece of armor? At this moment, an abrupt voice came from the prison door on the 5th floor underground. Of course it's the four emperors. Kaido. Big Mom. Meow, didn't you say that there is only one Blackbeard of the 4 emperors? Looking at the 2 behemoths at the exit of the 5th floor, Hannibal's legs were trembling. Brother, you interrupted him before he finished talking, is it my fault? Who do you say you want to kill without leaving a piece of armor? Kaido pressed the 8 fasts in his hand, and looked at the newly promoted warden with a half-smile. Ah, what did I just say? Oh, yes, I want to peel an apple. I hate apple peels the most. I must kill all the apples. I have something to do, so don't bother me. Feel free, I'm leaving. Hannibal didn't even think about it, he just dropped his weapon, turned around and ran away. Lion Mighty Palace Zone. Kaido smiled faintly, and pressed a big hand on the vast snow. The mountains shook in an instant, and the blizzard on the 5 underground floors of the city was completely controlled by Kaido's fluttering fruit. 5 snow-white lions stood proudly and surrounded Hannibal. The beasts were ferocious and terrifying. Can you tell me now, where is Don Quixote da Flamingo, my dear warden? Chapter 63 Deadly Venom, Boundless Darkness. Da Flamingo? I don't know. Hannibal was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then he looked deathly at home. Spine, I appreciate you. When Kaido heard this, he stopped talking nonsense, and the 5 snow lions screamed, and went straight to kill Hannibal. Gunny Bag, wait a minute, if you have something to say, talk it out. Hannibal stretched out his hand, just about to surrender, but the blizzard had already annihilated the 2 of them. Actually, I don't like listening to nonsense that much. Looking at the 2 people who had turned into ice sculptures, Kaido ignored them. There were only a few places on the 6th floor. Go around a few more times. Anyway, there are plenty of opportunities to find them. For him, there is still plenty of time. At the same time, on the other side of the sea, dozens of pirate ships are returning to the Great Route, heading for the marine headquarters of the Navy. The leader is naturally the Wan Li Sunshine of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hey, Luffy, have you decided? Maybe it's just a trap designed by the Navy. More than half a month has passed since Wano defeated Kaido, and Soran's injuries have fully recovered. While holding up the barbell, he asked Luffy who was fishing at the bow. Of course, Sabo is my brother, and I will save him no matter what. Luffy holds the fishing rod in one hand, and holds Sabo's life card tightly in the other. Through the life paper, he can feel that Sabo's life is passing. But, your body? Soran didn't say any more. He learned from Marco and Chopper some time ago that Luffy would not hesitate to burn his own life in order to defeat Kaido. Now he only has 2 years of vitality. It's okay, I'm the man who is going to be the One Piece, and I won't fall down until then. Luffy showed a bright smile. Seeing that untroubled smile, Zoro couldn't help thinking of the scene where Luffy was almost killed by the clown Bucky in Logue Town, on the execution platform of One Piece. At the end of his life, he didn't have the slightest fear or regret. This fool has long looked down on life and death. Well, I also want to become the world's #1 swordsman. Before I become a great swordsman, I will not allow you to fall before me, Captain. Soran grinned, no matter how powerful the enemy in front of him is, he will clear all the way for the captain, this is the agreement between the partners. Of order, Master Vice Captain. Wahahaha. Luffy made a salute to Zoro like the Navy, and then laughed out loud. You bastard, be serious. Damn it, the emotions that the labor and management had finally brewed were broken in a second. Looking at the sunny boy with a hippie smile, Soran also drew a relaxed smile. With such a partner, even if he died together, he would be willing. By the way, Thank you, kid. Luffy smiled, looked at the kid pirates beside him, and Kira at the bow waved his hand in a friendly way. Don't be so smug, labor and capital are not here to help you go to Marlin Van Duo. It's just a drop with you. I happen to have something to do when I go to Marin Fondo. Kid looked at the grateful smile of Straw Hat Luffy, turned his head away, and ignored him. Really? But thanks anyway. Luffy nodded in a daze, really believing it. No road race, no road race, no road race. Straw Hat Kid, labor and management have said that they won't help you fight the Navy, so you should give up on it. Kid didn't want to continue chatting with Straw Hat Luffy, so he jumped off the bow and walked towards the cabin. Brother, he is like this, don't worry about it. Kira spread his hands helplessly and chased after him. Advanced to the 4th floor of the city basement. The thief ha 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 ha, really weak, there is no one who can fight. The space collapsed, the walls collapsed, and how insignificant human beings seemed in the face of supernatural power. Little beauty, do you want to consider following my brother? Being a warden is not as chic and happy as being a pirate. Blackbeard pinched Warden Domino's small face, and an evil smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. Let go of her. In the dark space, the dark purple venom eroded all the pirates who had just entered the depths of the corridor. Those pirates held their cheeks and screamed, the deadly venom made them completely incapacitated. A tall figure walked out slowly, with devil horns on his head, wearing a large black police robe, with a pair of devil wings behind him. Horrific venom radiates from his whole body, a large amount of toxin flows out of his body, as long as it touches a person, it can completely incapacitate the opponent and die in pain. Thief ha 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 ha, Magellan. Long time no see. Looking at the tall figure, Blackbeard laughed, but a deep fear flashed in his eyes. Poison Dragon. Without a word of nonsense, the warden of the promotion city immediately activated the fruit ability. In an instant, a large amount of venom spewed out behind Magellan like a tide. 3 poisonous dragons with a height of hundreds of feet held their heads high, and everything below them had been swallowed by the sea of poison. Whether it is the wall or the ground, under the ability of Magellan's poisonous fruit, they are being eroded crazily. Even a little bit of that deadly venom, even a capable user, would soon lose the ability to fight, and could only die in pain. 2 years ago, Magellan used this trick to wipe out the entire Blackbeard pirates. Even the recently famous 4 emperors Bucky and Luffy fell at his feet and were chased and fled by him. Boom! Facing the menacing poisonous dragon, Blackbeard just punched the void wall. In an instant, the space in front of him shattered into terrible cracks, and the invisible air wall shattered with the vibration of the space, shattering the huge poisonous dragon. Thief ha 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 ha! Magellan, do you still think I am the same me 2 years ago? In the past 2 years, I am no longer the Chihuahua, but the 4 emperors who shocked the sea. Blackbeard looked at Magellan with a bloodthirsty killing intent flashing in the corner of his eyes. The boundless darkness spread under his feet, devouring all 3 poisonous dragons. The darkness that can swallow everything, even your poison. If I hadn't been careless, I could have swallowed it all. The darkness is still spreading, and under the ability of the strongest natural dark fruit, all elements can be perfectly crushed. Dark water. An unprecedented gravitational force flowed towards Blackbeard's left hand. Before Magellan could react, his body flew towards Blackbeard uncontrollably. Under my fruit ability, any person with fruit ability who is touched will lose his fruit ability for a short time. You who have become an ordinary person, how can you block the ability of the world's strongest superhuman type shaking fruit? Crush it! Looking at Magellan in front of him, Blackbeard smiled maniacally, clenched his fist with his right hand and activated the ability to shake the fruit. A blood mist exploded in front of Blackbeard, bathed in the warm blood. Blackbeard laughed wildly, with unprecedented pleasure on his face. Domino covered her mouth. What did she see? The strongest god of war who advanced the city was killed by Blackbeard in an instant. Thick fear filled her heart. Oh, I accidentally exposed my strength, you will keep the secret for me. Blackbeard turned his head to look at the female guard sitting slumped on the ground. Domino nodded subconsciously, but his pupils shrank sharply. Then, keep this secret forever for me. Big hands stretched out from the darkness, twisted Domino's neck, dismembered her body, and devoured her whole body. Chapter 64 The Outbreak of War, the Top Battle. It has only been 10 days since the announcement of the reward order for the new Emperor of the Sea, and a huge storm has set off in the entire pirate world. This is the naval headquarters, the Combat Command Center. Call the headquarters. This is the South China Sea Command. More than 20 countries have been attacked by the Revolutionary Army. Request support. This is the West Sea Command, which was attacked by the Blackbeard pirates of the Four Emperors. Ask for support. This is the North Sea Command. It was attacked by pirates under Germa 66 and Beast Kaido. We ask for support. This is the Great Airway Advancement City. It has been attacked by an unknown enemy. Request for support. This is the Great Route. In the first half, Bucky the Clown is leading an army to attack the harbor base. Please support. This is the Great Sea Route. Around Wangguo, the naval base has been attacked by the kingdom under Big Mom, please support. Overnight, the phone at the Navy headquarters was almost blown off the hook. With the transfer of naval personnel, countries that lost their naval asylum began to be invaded by pirates, and more wars are raging in various regions. You guys, what on earth are you trying to do? If this continues, the Navy's face will be completely discredited. In the Combat Command Center of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Akainu roared angrily at the other end of the phone bug walkie-talkie. The mobilization of the world's navies just to execute Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, is insane. I told you to do it, so you just do it, so much nonsense, Sakazuki, don't you forget how your marshal got here? Without our support, you are nothing. Wu Lioxing's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Boom! The fiery flames punched down, and the entire tabletop was smashed to pieces by the hot magma in an instant. Sakazuki's chest felt tight, the marshal was really aggrieved. The yellow monkey and the green cow were fishing in the Wano country, and Fujitora was angered by him, and in the end he had to shamelessly ask him to come back, and the group of heavenly dragons in the Holy Land didn't give him face. In any case, once you find Monkey D. Luffy, kill him on the spot. What if he doesn't come? Then find a chance to get rid of Garp. What? You're crazy. You're cutting off your own arm. Akainu stood up directly, not calm at all. Garp's son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and now his grandson is the One Piece. Do you know what it means if he, the legendary Navy, turns against him again? Peace is always accompanied by sacrifices. No matter what, these factors of instability must be eliminated. Vegapunk's latest technology army is already gathering at the Navy headquarters, don't let me down. On the other end of the phone, Wu Lioxing said in a deep voice, with a hint of command in his tone. You bastards! The Navy is not your tool. Our existence is to maintain justice in the world. You don't need to teach me how to do things. The Red Dog roared hoarsely, and without giving Wu Lioxing a chance to answer, he smashed the phone bug with one hand. Marshal! Looking at the powder all over the place, and the handsome desk that had been burned, Miss Staff dared not say much. Notify the generals to come and see me, and those alternate generals, change another table. Akainu patted the dust on his body, walked out of the room slowly, seemed to think of something, and added something back. Marshal, you have changed hundreds of tables during your tenure. Miss Staff couldn't help but said. Akainu glared at the staff officer, who immediately lowered his head and whispered softly, my uncle who sells furniture has already driven a warship, he used to drive a small three-wheeler. Sakazuki. Wow, quack quack quack. Did you miss me? That's right, it's still me, the legendary pirate Bucky. After 2 years, I came to the Navy headquarters to start a live broadcast again. In the Marine headquarters of the Navy, a huge wall rises up, and thousands of warships engage in fierce battles on the sea. Bucky is holding a video phone bug and broadcasting the latest battle situation to the world. The fleet of the Revolutionary Army has launched a head-to-head confrontation with the Navy. In fact, hundreds of countries in the world have launched riots. Bucky is very grateful for the choice he made. This time he really came to the right place. Is there a safer place than Marin Vendor? As long as he joins forces with the red-haired Straw Hat Kid to eliminate the Navy, won't his 4 emperors be able to develop at will in the future world? And with his fruit ability, paddling in this vast battlefield is not a problem at all. As long as the lower body is hidden and the upper body is hundreds of meters high, it is not too safe to watch the battle from a distance. Thinking of this, Bucky smiled even more happily. I am indeed a genius. Whoa, quack quack quack. Now let me introduce the advanced combat power of our pirates. Hey, redhead, come over and give me a laugh. Bucky turned the camera around and aimed at a huge red dragon warship. His upper body flew directly to the side of the red hair, put a hand on Shank's shoulder, and took advantage of the opportunity to give a close-up. Through the world screen, everyone saw that on the battleship were all the members of the Red Hair Pirates, as well as the former King Shishibukai, the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk. Yo, Bucky, long time no see. Shanks held the western sword with one hand and smiled slightly. Okay, let's introduce the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Before the red-haired condom got close, Bucky had already left the red-haired pirates. Continuing to introduce other combatants to the world, countless people's eyes are focused on the battlefield. The deprived Kaiwahe pirates, the 4 emperors of the sea have all arrived except Blackbeard, and Monkey D. Luffy, who is known as One Piece, and the world government's sworn enemy Revolutionary Army. Whitebeard's remnant party has thousands of people. The most ferocious pirates in this sea have all arrived, and the 3 admirals of the Navy on the other side are all in place, and all the lieutenant generals from all sides have also arrived on the battlefield. This is the second large-scale conflict between the Navy and the pirates. Compared with the last war on the top, this time the scale involved is larger, sweeping hundreds of countries around the world. And Marin Vendor in the center of the battlefield has become the focus of everyone's attention. This battle will completely establish the hegemony of the entire sea. Just when the war was in full swing, hundreds of huge warships were sailing towards the Chambord Islands in the middle of the distant Red Earth continent. Thief, ha 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 ha! It has begun, the world's largest war. Looking at the bloody figure on the light and shadow screen, Blackbeard's ambition is also constantly expanding. Let the Navy and the pirates fight it out. He wants to go around and steal the house to swallow the entire Marijoya, and at the same time get the 2 most powerful ancient weapons in the world. Pluto Proto, Uranus the Heavenly King. Chapter 65 Arriving at the Holy Land, the Marionette. Governor, the Chambord's Islands have arrived. On the calm sea, a huge ancient dragon warship has sailed to the Chambord Islands of the Red Earth continent. Yin walked to the core area of the ship, looked at the drunken man on the throne, and said in a deep voice. After the boat is molded, go directly to Murloc Island, and put Blackbeard and Big Mom on standby. When the Red Earth continent breaks down, we can start. Kaido took the wine cup from Maria and drank it in one gulp, watching the countdown on the system panel, and tapped his fingers on the chair lightly. Time is coming. Chambord Islands. As usual, Roswald St. Louis wandered the streets. As a descendant of the top-kings of the world government, he possessed the most supreme power in the world. Who is the greatest person in the world? It can only be the Tianlong people, people often say so. See your lord. Luoya walked on the street in an extremely arrogant manner with steps that his relatives did not recognize. Everyone stopped and knelt down on the ground, trembling. Hey, go faster! A long blood-red whip whipped on the mermaid's nephrite shoulders. The mermaid, who was chained in front of her, let out a scream. She trembled like a thin lamb, slowly crawling forward like a dog. You also hurry up for me. After kicking the lying giant, Luo Ye yelled dissatisfiedly, it's so boring, nothing is pleasing to the eye. Hey, a few over there, stop for me. The two doctors who were carrying stretchers in the distance paused and stopped unconsciously. The giant mount followed Luo Ye's instructions and walked over directly. Humans dare to walk freely in front of labor and capital. Yes, sorry, this is an emergency patient, please forgive us. The attending doctor knelt down on the ground and kowtowed dozens of times, while the nurses behind her lowered their heads and dared not speak. Which is more important, the etiquette towards me or the lives of the untouchables? Luo Ye glanced at the attendants in suits behind him and asked. Without Draco there would be no Dalits. The bodyguard in black bowed and replied respectfully. Then let him go. Luo Ye stepped on the seriously injured patient and kicked the latter out of the stretcher. What? The nurse was taken aback, but when she saw Luo Ye's greedy eyes, she knelt on the ground again and dared not make a sound. Luo Ye looked at the nurse for a while. She was dressed in white zhensu, with exquisite facial features and a slim figure. She was a rare beauty. Yoxi, flower girl, be my wife. Then, I will handle the formalities for the 97 wives to enter the Holy Land for you immediately. The black-clothed bodyguard raised his glasses frame and said respectfully. Hey! Wait! The nurse gave up again and again. Wait a minute, he is my fiancé. At this moment, a handsome young man in the crowd stood up and rushed to this side. Not now. Bang bang bang. The pitch-black bullet pierced through the man's body, and a fresh life was soon lost in a pool of blood. Standing in front of me again, courting death. Thick smoke was billowing from the pitch-black muzzle. Amidst the screams of the crowd, Luo Ye continued to the black-clothed bodyguard behind him indifferently, my former 60 wives are tired of playing. Okay, this subordinate will beat them as slaves and send them back. The black-clothed bodyguard understood that even though it was second-hand, it could still fetch a good price. Well, let's go. Luo Ye nodded in satisfaction. Ya butterfly, onea gai. Shut up, being the wife of Lord Tianlong is a blessing for you and other untouchables. Don't. Several guards just grabbed the nurse's bright wrist, and before they finished speaking, they heard a loud noise, and a violent earthquake occurred in the entire Chambord Islands. What happened? Luo Ye staggered and fell to the ground. As soon as he got up from the ground, there was another loud noise. The building on Chambord Island was instantly pierced by shells, a large amount of gravel fell, and countless civilians ran for their lives. See, pirates! There are pirates! People in the distance screamed, and those lying on the ground couldn't kneel anymore, and got up one after another. Bang bang bang! The black bullets passed through their chests, blood gushed out, and the rest of the people turned around with stiff faces, looking at Luo Ye. Am I letting you go? Luo Ye had a gloomy face. However, more and more shells flew from the sea to the port, and a large number of buildings became ruins. The gravel smashed through the foreheads of the civilians and woke up the sleeping people. Ah! Kneeling on the ground is also death, standing and running for life is also death, death anyway. The corpse of the companion stimulated the people who were going to flee for their lives. One took the lead, and the other followed closely. Tell you to stop, do you hear me? Luo Ye pulled the trigger and fired all the bullets in his hand, but still couldn't stop the fleeing people. This group of despicable bastards, kill them for me. The bodyguard in black grabbed Luo Ye and led Luo Ye to avoid the falling boulder. Looking at those pig-like humans, Luo Ye growled unwillingly, and ordered the warriors on the left and right to kill all the civilians. Boom! A huge explosion came from the direction of the port, and accompanied by a cloud of thick smoke, a large number of people landed on the Chambord Islands. Where is the horse? Where is the horse? There are beautiful girls and mermaids over there. The two little chieftains headed by Gao Dao heard that they were the new Fei Liu Bao of the 100 Beasts pirates, brothers Bum Liba and Baboban. The bounty for the duo is as high as 2 million berry. If you don't want to poke the needle, tie her here and use her as a bed-warming maid. Beria chuckled, showing a unique smile on Cao Thief's face. Meow, if he knew that being a pirate is so fun, he would still be a pirate. The robbery all the way in the past few days is enough to cover the income of the past year. Ow! To shut up! Runty yelled, looking at the 3 pairs of live treasures. She felt a little ashamed for no reason. The 3 of them stepped aside aggrieved. There was no other way. The current Fei Liu Bao, except for that black master, was the little ant who had the final say. Lord Kaido has an order to detain all civilians and detain them in buildings No. 1 to 20. As for the celestial dragons stationed here, all of them will be killed. Little ones, you take the lead in the charge first, and then I will shoot out like a dragon, killing them all. Beria drew out his bright sword and pointed it at the farthest Tian Longren. Woohoo! Kill! The pirates rushed forward, and Beria took a few small steps back. Boom! The bright aurora shot from a distance, and a large number of pacifists descended. These are all experimental products of Dr. Vegapunk, comparable to the war weapons of Shishibukai under the king. Get out of here! Runty grabbed and fell, directly tearing a pacifist to pieces. You! What do you want to do? Seeing his giant battle pet being beheaded with a single blow, Luo Yi's heart went cold for a moment. Your Highness, let's go! The black-clothed bodyguard cast an iron block in front of Luo Yi, and the pitch-black magic feather pierced through the man's armed arrogance, leaving behind a series of blood beads. Hey ha 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 ha! Let's be a marionette! Doflamingo danced his limbs, and Luo Yi's head suddenly turned a 360-degree bend, like a funny doll, walking towards the teleportation channel in the distance. And on the surface of the sea not far away, hundreds of soap bubbles merged with the battleship under the ability of Kaido's fluttering fruit, and dived directly to the Fishman Island -meters below the sea. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 66 Deep Sea Turmoil, by Scene Choice. Is this the Mermaid Island? Kaido landed on the mainland of Mermaid Island, watching the beautiful little mermaid with great interest. It has to be said that the mermaids are all extremely handsome, and they are very ornamental. If he had no choice, Kaido didn't plan to attack them, but he really didn't have enough time now. Outsiders, a lot of outsiders. Watching the deep sea and sky being smashed down by hundreds of warships, the Murlocs fled around and hid in the house. What's going on? The World Government Conference was held not long ago, and the Murlocs' legal status has been recognized, so why is there still a fleet coming to attack? Pirate, it's a pirate. Ah! Kaido transformed into a mighty blue dragon and flew towards the distant dragon palace. The extremely powerful color of knowledge covered the entire palace, and in one palace, Kaido found Shirahoshi's trace. Boom! The 4 claws broke through the roof, and Kaido has already come to Shirahoshi's side. What? Shirahoshi, who was changing clothes, was taken aback, quickly put on his shirt, looked at the giant dragon in the sky, his eyes were full of curiosity. You, how are you? Kaido was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted. In the original book, Shirahoshi is a timid mermaid princess who knows nothing about the outside world, and it is normal not to know herself. I am Shenlong, and I am here to fulfill your wish. What is your wish, girl? Master Shenlong. My name is Kaido. I'm sorry, Master Kaido. Shirahoshi didn't dare to say much, for fear of angering Kaido. She put her jade finger in front of her mouth, thought for a moment, and then said slowly. My wish is 3 more wishes, the first wish of 3 more wishes is 3 more wishes. You put a bug in this card. Kaido couldn't help but roll his eyes. White Star. At this moment, an exclamation sounded, and 3 mermaids walked in. They were Bai Xing's 3 elder brothers. Brother! Shirahoshi flew forward and wanted to reach the brothers quickly, but Kaido's giant palm had already fallen, and he caught it in the palm of his hand. Let go of Shirahoshi! Shark Star yelled, and the trident in his hand suddenly stabbed the dragon Kaido in the midair. Kaido ignored it, and with just a sweep of the dragon's tail, Shark Star was blown away. Big brother! The 2 mermaid princes screamed. The muzzle of the pitch-black gun was aimed at their heads from behind. The entire dragon palace was completely under the control of Kaido's army, and Yin left the tied-up Neptune aside. Father! Bai Xing looked at his family, very scared. Her eyes were also a little dazed. The incident happened so suddenly, she thought she didn't do anything, just changed clothes at home, and was arrested inexplicably. Take them all to the Dragon Palace square outside. Glancing at the incapacitated Shark Star, Kaido led him out of the plaza directly. A large number of residents of Murloc Island above the square were gathered, and the mermaids who longed for peaceful coexistence with humans did not resist, and were driven to the square by the pirates. Let me go! Bai Xing in midair struggled, and as soon as the words fell, the dragon's sharp claws really let go. Baa butterfly, I didn't tell you to release it in the sky. What? Shirahoshi screamed, and the moment his figure was about to hit the ground, Kaido had already turned into a human beast form and waited for a long time. The magic dragon Julie lifted the body of the mermaid princess, and Kaido looked at the white star who was breathing rapidly, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Stop! Princess! The Murlocs looked at the lofty Kaido, almost bursting into flames in their eyes. How sad! Kaido looked at the crowd with a sneer of contempt. Your princess is about to die. Princess! Someone was about to rush up, but he was knocked down by the pirates shooting him as soon as he took a step forward. Everyone, don't come here, don't conflict with the human race. A flush appeared on Shirahoshi's face, and she spoke with difficulty. Her breathing had become difficult, but she still wanted to fulfill her mother's wish to let Murlocs and humans coexist peacefully in the outside world. A group of Murlocs clenched their fists tightly. Their king was being violated, but they could do nothing. Both Queen Otohime and Princess Shirahoshi are working hard for the future of the mermaid clan. They can't bear to live up to the expectations of the mother and daughter, and they don't want to see them die like this. Obviously has the power to destroy the world, why not resist? Kaido looked at the mermaid princess, threw it heavily to the ground, and murmured. The fight to the death between the two sides will only deepen the mutual hatred. The mermaid race longs for peace, and has been sticking to this peace. Let's all live together peacefully, okay? Holding his sore arm with one hand, Shirahoshi stood up with difficulty, trying to persuade Kaido. Naive. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. If you don't hurt others, others will hurt you one day. Kaido walked up to Shirahoshi's ear and whispered softly, like a devil whispering. No, it won't. Everyone outside is a very good person. Bai Xing shook his head. Really? That's a pity. Kaido clapped his hands, a series of gunshots sounded, and the Murlocs in the first row quickly fell down in blood red. Immediately, let all the Sea Kings attack the Holy Land Marijoya, otherwise I don't know what crazy things I will do. Stop! The humans outside are still your people, you can only choose one. Tell me your answer. Kaido's mind moved, and a pistol appeared in his hand. He slowly walked towards the Murloc King Neptune, and the dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at the old king's temple. No, no. Shirahoshi sat helplessly on the ground, she couldn't do it no matter if it was hurting outsiders or her own clansmen. It seems that you have chosen your answer. No, do not want. Kaido grinned, and under Shirahoshi's terrified eyes, a blood mist exploded from the old king's head. Next, it's our lovely prince. Your princess plans to exchange the lives of all the mermaids for the lives of the Tianlong people outside. It's really touching. The pitch-black muzzle aimed at Sharkstar, and the members of the Beasts pirates also aimed at the next group of murlocs under Kaido's instructions. Shirahoji's spirit finally couldn't bear it. No. Please, let them go, I can do whatever you want, just let everyone go. They are all innocent. Shot. Boom. 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 The icy rain of guns rang out again, and another row of murlocs fell into a pool of blood. Stop. Why? I don't want to repeat it for the third time. All the Neptunes did not attack Marie Joya. Every second, I will kill a resident of Murloc Island. Whether it is a mermaid or a murloc, wait until all of them are killed. My Royal Highness, do you still want to persist? My time is running out. Kaido put his face close to Shirahoji's side, and the trigger in his hand was already pulled. Chapter 67. A new round of war on the top is in full swing, and the highest combat power of the navy is fighting fiercely with the strongest pirates in the world. However, no one expected that in the distant Red Earth continent, a more terrifying storm was coming. The calm sea set off a turbulent turmoil, and the ferocious Sea King roared and rushed out from the bottom of the sea. The 10,000-foot-high body completely destroyed the Red Earth continent, and countless bones flowed into the sea, dyeing the world with blood. On the huge Azure Dragon battleship, Black Maria looked at the crumbling Red Earth continent in the distance, with a complicated expression on her face. She couldn't help but think of Kaido's conversation in Wano country. Maria, what would you do if one day I was no longer in this world? On the throne, the man hugged the wine jar and laughed loudly. How is it possible? How could Lord Kaido die? Maria leaned on Kaido's side, and during the more than 20 days after leaving Wano, he was by her side for more than 10 days, feeding herself soup. Maria wished to break a few more bones of her own and let Kaido spend more time with her. Nothing is impossible, maybe I will really die, or not be in this world. Kaido seemed to be drunk, with a little gleam in his eyes. If there is such a day, I will die with the adults. This life of the slave family belongs to the adults. Black Maria leaned on Kaido's chest, close to his heart, and she felt a faint sadness. Silly girl, live a good life for me, I won't allow you to die. If one day I really die, then please forget about me and live well in this world. Kaido caressed Maria's smooth hair, a rare tenderness flashed in his eyes. Governor Kaido, what's the matter? This is not like you. If you have something in your heart, you might as well talk to the slave family, maybe the slave family can help you. If one day you meet Yamato, help me give her this piece of paper. By the way, if I'm not here at that time, don't tell her. And that little kid Runty, help me train her well, it's not good to have a bad temper, it's easy to suffer. Kaido didn't give an answer, and then drank alcohol on his own, until he was drunk. The highest peak of the Red Earth continent, the Holy Land of Marie Joa, has been swept by the flames of war. Tens of thousands of pirates arrived at the Holy Land and carried out a bloody massacre. The 4 members of Xiaohong, the 5 old stars who symbolize the pinnacle of world power, are blocked by Yin, Kair, Aokiji, and Shiliu at this moment. As for the one who didn't pick an opponent, he was beaten by 3-4 crowns in the name of a righteous gang, and fell to the ground within half a breath, and the dead couldn't die anymore. Thief, ha 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 ha, Kaido! I didn't expect you to be able to control Neptunes. Outside the main hall between the powers, Blackbeard laughed loudly, becoming more and more afraid of Kaido. It is still too dangerous to cooperate with this kind of person. The mermaid princess is Poseidon, the Sea King. Through her, she can issue orders to all Sea Kings. Kaido didn't shy away from anything, and told the secret of the mermaid clan. A wave of fluctuation flashed in Blackbeard's eyes. It has to be said that he really wanted to get this power. Mom, Mom! This is the room of power. Big Mom stepped on the black thundercloud, staring at the front door. Go ahead. Kaido glanced at the countdown on the panel. There are 15 minutes left, so hurry up. Boom. The stone slab of the main hall between the powers was smashed open with a punch, and countless gravel rolled into the hall. The pitch-black hall was extremely spacious, and on the deepest throne, a man in Chinese clothes holding a scepter happened to cast his gaze over. I didn't expect that it wasn't him who came here first. The woman on the throne sighed slightly, with a hint of loss. Joey boy. Kaido frowned slightly, and said the taboo name. You don't need to know, you are the one who pushes everything behind it. Tune the tiger away from the mountain, and play 36 tricks very well. It's a pity that any small tricks are futile in the face of absolute power. I'm looking at Kaido in the center, his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. What are you waiting for? Don't do it. Blackbeard looked at Kaido beside him, and asked in a low voice. Then let's do it. Kaido nodded slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the landslides and the ground cracked. The space under his feet was lifted up by an invisible force. The magnificent palace collapsed in an instant, and a large number of falling stones turned into meteorites and flew towards the time and space where I was. As soon as the woman on the throne pointed, the silk gloves shone with sporadic light and rain, and in a blink of an eye, the flying food turned into dust. However, before she could make a move, Napoleon's giant blade had already swung down. Emperor's blade, Skybreaker. The terrifying domineering aura swept out, and the time and space where I was located seemed to be distorted. Two completely different forces collided in the void, the earth roared, and the power was disintegrating. Beams of light shone from the gap outside, and at some point, the battlefield of the four had changed to an altitude of -meters. I see, is this also your plan? A trace of surprise flashed in Im's beautiful eyes, and even she herself didn't realize that the entire Tianlongren Holy Land has now been lifted up into the sky. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept from behind her, and Blackbeard came behind her with a skill at some point. The domineering divine fist tore through the space, and countless waves of shattered voids swarmed in. On the flanks, Kaido's heat was rolling in. Facing the terrifying offensive of the 3-4 emperors, I finally couldn't calm down any longer. The scepter in his hand erupted with fearful majesty, the demon flames of hell, the air-shattering wind blade, and the thunder of nirvana, using defense instead of attack, and turned around to kill the three of them back. Seeing the horrifying power of the scepter erupting like a natural disaster, Kaido just grinned with Big Mom, who wouldn't be able to spray fire these days. At the same time, the three of them moved together, attacking from three sides at the same time. Dark Water. Heavenly Demon Realm. Tianmen Desai's God. 4 elements of wind and thunder gossip. The space is shattered, the darkness is boundless, and the pitch-black cracking fist continuously devours everything in front of it. Big Mom held the magic soldier Napoleon in his hand, and Lei Yunhila summoned the purple lightning to dance wildly under his feet. The flames of Prometheus burned most of the sky red. The roar of the magic dragon, the flying clouds and the fog, the hurricane, the dragon flame, the steepness, the thunder, the 4 elements are fused and intertwined, and Kaido's domineering color pulls them into the mace. The black iron thorn blasted out, heading straight for Im's face. Im held up the silver staff and swung it suddenly, only to see several feather patterns appear on the silver staff. With one wing spread, the scepter turned into a spear. The fierce murderous aura swept across the 9 fields, and the desolate killing aura cut out a 10,000-foot spear blade, obliterating the chaotic vision in front of him in nothingness. What the hell is that? A sharp breath slashed past, and the Blackbeard who had endured double the pain rolled and howled on the ground, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. When he got the Zhen fruit and thought that he was invincible, warring states taught him a lesson. But now, the 2-year period was up, he thought he was doing it again, and Im taught him another lesson. Ancient weapon, Uranus. The ant's face was a little dignified. As a member of the Rocks Pirates, she knew a lot of secrets. Concentrate on suppressing her, don't let her have a chance to breathe. With a movement of Kaido's figure, he turned into a human beast form again, like a demon god, and actually confronted Im head-on. Chapter 68 The Battle of Im, The Death of the Four Emperors. In the Holy Land of Marijoa, Kaido has turned into a fire dragon, and he used the fire dragon torch to make his body as hot as magma from the very beginning. The unrivaled overbearing arrogance directly tore through Im's defense, leaving an indelible mark on Im's buttocks. "Ah, bastard, I'm going to kill you." Im was furious. When did she suffer such a big loss in 800 years? Kaido didn't respond to her. He looked up to the sky and screamed, and the wind sickles transformed by hurricanes moved mountains and seas. The attack was so amazing that even Im, who had Uranus, was still blasted out. Before Im stood up, the offensive of Blackbeard and Big Mom had already fallen, the strongest killing of Zhen fruit and the supreme sharpness of Napoleon's Emperor sword. The mountains and rivers shattered, and the island-sized boundaries forcibly collapsed. Tian Shen Dang 10 directions die. The power of the four elephants converges on Kaido's body. This is a move created by Wang Teng himself. It is a new move that combines Kaido's Yuya fruit and Piao Piao fruit. Stormy waves, furious thunder cut to the sky. The purple thunder roared down, the earth shattered, and countless islands exploded into ruins. The 9-day fire dragon swooped down, enveloping the earth's magma with scorching flames, and tens of thousands of dragons howled in the sky, like flying fire meteors, suppressing the time and space where Im was. The dazzling light lights up the sea, and the crazy thunder sky is endless. Napoleon, heavenly god, 3,000 miles. The 10,000 Zhang sword energy cut through the raging waves and split the sea in half. The woman in the ruins had disheveled hair and exuded a sacred aura. Im made a long cry, and the sea with a radius of thousands of miles set off huge waves, and countless seas flowed upstream. The king of the sea sank, and the world turned pale. Boom! Cracks appeared in the mist all over the sky, and the overbearing power made the whole world tremble. Blackbeard laughed loudly, and Kaido had already put one hand on the surface of the sea. Tens of millions of seawater lost control in an instant, turned into a waterspout and swept out, bound to kill the woman standing on top of the world. Impossible! My fruit is the form of water fruit, phantom beast, sea god Poseidon, how can you control my sea area? Im's complexion changed, and she lost her composure for the first time. The magic dragon in the sky that day really surprised her. Even with the cooperation of Kaido and the three of them, the combat power has far surpassed that of Joey Boy. I don't have much time. Before that, I have to get rid of you. Looking at the countdown of only 10 minutes left on the system panel, Kaido exerted his strength again. The magic dragon stepped on the sky, and the fluttering fruit's ability was used to the extreme. A giant palm stretched out from the ground, vowing to suppress the mighty dragon lord between heaven and earth. Kaido. Under the disaster of that day, Im's figure appeared extremely thin. She shouted loudly, and a beam of imperial glory rose up. It was the will of the first 20 kings of the world government, representing the strongest will of the world. Above the 9 heavens, there are kings wielding battle spears, shattering 10,000 islands and Tianhe rivers, emperors holding bows and arrows sealing flood dragons, and great sages who reach the sky with fists, splitting the sky and splitting the earth. An astonishing vision is reflected in the heavens, and the kings of the pirate world of different periods appear at the same time, suppressing all enemies who resist. Did you see it? For 800 years, those who resisted us have all been reduced to corpses under this force. What can you do? Im's voice is like a great mantra, her starry eyes are pierced, and the aura of dominance covers the whole world. Under this power, everything is invisible. The silver snow gun flew out of his hand, and in an instant, the mountains disintegrated, the space distorted, and the divine light of all phenomena turned into thunder and slashed down, vowing to cut the mighty emperor of the sea in the air. Kaido screamed, and the dragon scales and armor could not escape the fate of being cut off by the King of Heaven. Countless blood gushed out, and the dragon in midair fell into the sea like a meteor. Kaido! Big Mom exclaimed, she never thought that Kaido would lose. Uranus, the King of Heaven, the holder can control all celestial phenomena and dominate the sky of the pirate world. And Shui Shui fruit can control all sea water, this alone can kill all ability users. The moment Kaido was hit hard, the sea opened its bloody mouth again like a hungry beast. Kaido! Big Mom roared with all his strength, his hair turned grey, and countless waves of flames vented the anger of the Queen of Soul in this sea. Napoleon tore the sky, and cut in two the monstrous beast that the sea had turned into. Thousands of sword shadows flitted across the sky, and that natural monster forcibly cut the heavenly King Uranus out of a crack. Napoleon, Proteus, Hera, use my power to your heart's content. Ant's body is rapidly aging, and she is using her life to gain more powerful power. The soul fruit can not only sacrifice other people's souls, but also oneself. Mother and child square, 30,000 miles of gods and demons will be destroyed. Destroying/cut the dawn, godless sword disintegrated in the hands of Bog Mom, followed by Prometheus, the fire of the sky, and Hera, the thunder and lightning ink cloud. The three homies burn all the vitality, and light up the sea with a radiant light. Islands disappeared into the sea, like a long river annihilated by history, rocks, Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard. The mountains and rivers are so delicate that countless heroes bow down. On a sea of nothingness, Uranus, one of the three ancient weapons, the King of Heaven, was broken. I couldn't believe his eyes, that was a famous killer. Under the guns of war, I don't know how many heroes have been terminated, and how many sea overlords have been obliterated. And the instigator of all that was standing on a deserted island at the moment with grey hair and slack eyes. The past is like yesterday, showing up in my mind one by one. Lingling, don't bully children. Mom, I didn't, they said my parents were cursed monsters, and I was a freak, and they threw stones at me. The huge baby in the room poked its finger with an aggrieved expression. Lingling, Mom and Dad are leaving for a while, wait for us to come back. Mom and Dad, when are you coming back? Lingling is so hungry. On the island, the little girl looked into the distance, but never saw her parents again. From childhood to adulthood, tens of thousands of days and months, she never experienced her parents' love again. Get out of here, we giants don't welcome you. Lingling, everyone must live in harmony. After leaving the kingdom of giants, the little girl was bought by human traffickers. The time she spent with the nun was the happiest time in her life. Unfortunately, there will be no more. My name is Longbread, you are very strong, fight for world hegemony with me. My name is Lingling, please take care of me. What's your name? On the battleship, Big Mom looked at the slightly immature boy and asked. Kaido. The boy hugged his legs with his hands and hid in the corner of the shadow, without saying another word. Don't trust other people on this ship. If you are bullied, just tell me, sister will avenge you. Kaido, who was in his teens, stared blankly at the beautiful woman. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of family. Kaido, this is yuya fruit, eat it and you will become stronger, do what you want. Lingling, I gave you the engraving of this historical text. After helping me finish the last thing, you can go find the big secret treasure. Then go to build the world you want to create. Wanguo, a world where everyone coexists harmoniously, a community with a shared future for mankind. I think it's very good to think about it. In Wano country, the little brother at the beginning has now become a side-by-side with her. When she learned of Kaido's plan, the aunt was shocked in her heart and also felt a little lonely. Their era is coming to an end. Kaido, you still owe me a favor, and you are not allowed to die before you pay it back. Kaido, Roger, One Piece does exist. Such a world will come. On the deserted island, the past flashed through Big Mom's mind like a cloud of smoke, white hair danced, and the breeze took away all thoughts. The former emperor of the sea, the queen of souls who took life and death, stood there like a moat. Although she had lost all vitality, it made countless people daunting. Chapter 69 Looting the Results, The Hand of Death. On the Red Earth continent, an unknown island. Kaido's hair was disheveled, and a large amount of blood seeped from the dragon's scales. As expected of a monster that has lived for more than 800 years, it is too much to kill. Kaido glanced at the panel in front of him, only 10 minutes left in the countdown. With a movement of his mind, the space in front of him suddenly distorted, turning into a vortex like a black hole. Death Note, write your name on it, and the person will die. A skeleton man in a grey broken robe came out of the fog holding a black notebook. It spread its arms out as a backing board, with the skeleton hand stretched out and a black pen on it. The skeleton man smiled charmingly, and in the dark eye sockets was a raging ghostly fire. Kaido didn't hesitate any longer, and directly wrote down the name in the notebook. Goodbye. The skeleton man closed the notebook and disappeared into the darkness again. It's really annoying, and I have to work overtime. Kaido twisted his sore neck, turned into a green dragon again, and killed back again. On the sea, the soaring sword energy pierced the sky for thousands of miles, and the mighty dragon lord couldn't hide his exhausted posture. However, there are still two terrifying opponents who will not let her go. Boom! A cannon sounded from the sea, and the bright light shattered the island where I was located in an instant. On the warship, Doflamingo was wearing a pink padded jacket, with a cold gleam in his eyes. The battleship under his feet is the Hades, an ancient weapon inspired by the blood of descendants of the Don Quixote family, the Nefertari family, and so on. And he knew that the world government had buried Hades' whereabouts. That's why Wu Liaoxing wanted to kill him. On the sea, the waves were rough. I'm standing on the reef. His right arm was directly annihilated by the terrifying shelling. The blood reflected her skirt red, but her face was always calm, and no waves could be seen. Thief, ha 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 ha. What's wrong, don't you have any strength? It seems that I still have to rely on me to clean up the mess. On the shattered desert island, Blackbeard stepped into the air, and the black magic energy in his hand was like a black hole, pulling Im's body to his side. The power of the shaking fruit was activated again, and the shaking power that could tear everything apart hit Im's body heavily. Seeing that the thunderbolt was about to land, Im had an extra layer of black armor on his body. Armed with a domineering look from the inside out, he blocked all of Blackbeard's attacks, and Blackbeard, who thought he was sure of winning, panicked. Dark water can absorb the fruit ability user to his side, making the opponent lose the fruit ability for a short time. This trick is very similar to Halashi's effect, but it is more domineering. When Im approached, Blackbeard suddenly realized a very serious problem: the opponent still possessed the arrogance of the top three colors. As Blackbeard expected, the corners of the suppressed one-armed girl's mouth suddenly rose slightly, drawing a sneering arc. Boom! A fierce and domineering punch hit Blackbeard's stomach heavily, causing Blackbeard's body to fly upside down for hundreds of meters uncontrollably. He stood up with difficulty, and another mouthful of blood spewed out. Im didn't give Blackbeard a chance to breathe. He kicked Blackbeard to the ground, his legs bent and directly locked Blackbeard's body. Fingers turned into knives, intending to strike the enemy in front of him one last time. Baa butterfly, I surrender. Mom. Oh no, sister. Don't kill me, surrender. Blackbeard struggled violently, but couldn't get rid of it. Brother Kaido, save me. Call Dad. Papa. Kaido in midair was dumbfounded. It seems that his skin is not thick enough. Call again, Grandpa, listen. Kaido chuckled, with a little mischief in his eyes. Every night. Blackbeard is almost cursing in his heart, this Kaido, sooner or later, he will have his cramps skinned, and he actually took advantage of him. Call the ancestors again. Kaido swooped down, his body wrapped in fiery heat. Kaido I at number UN dollar and. Blackbeard cursed, but I ignored him because Kaido had already reached him. With the dragon scales calcined to red by the flames, Kaido came back like lightning, followed by a stormy attack. Every blow contained a terrifying murderous aura. Im's hair stood on end, and she was in a mess after losing an arm, but the opponent didn't give him the slightest chance to breathe. Her hand was on the sea, and the rushing water set off a frenzy again, but Kaido just pressed it lightly, and the whole sea returned to calm. How is it possible? You are just a fish and fruit, how can you control the sea? I forgot to tell you, I not only have the yuya fruit, but also the piao piao fruit. As long as the palm touches, I can control it. This sea has long been mine. Kaido smiled lightly, and 2 blood spears made of halo stone pierced Im's delicate body. The era, let's leave it to their young people. Kaido walked up to Im and whispered softly. The moment he opened his mouth, the fiery dragon's breath destroyed Im's clothes, along with her body. The king of the world who had ruled over the sea for hundreds of years, disappeared without a trace. Ended. Kaido breathed out lightly, sweat dripping down like raindrops. Yeah, it's over. An abrupt voice came from behind, and at some point, Blackbeard had already arrived behind Kaido, and put one hand on Kaido's back. In the next second, Kaido only felt a pain in his abdomen, and a hand had pierced his chest from behind. Thieves ha 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 ha. The strongest Superman-type fruit, the Zhen fruit, the strongest nature-type fruit, the dark fruit, and the strongest Eudemons-type animal fruit, Yuya fruit, are all in my hands. This world is finally mine. Blackbeard laughed loudly. The reason why he cooperated with Kaido was waiting for this moment. When Kaido's mother and Im fight both losers, it is his time to make a move. It's really hard for you. Kaido didn't feel much pain when his abdomen was pierced, and he was even relaxed. What are you laughing at when you are about to die? Blackbeard snorted coldly. The power of the shaking fruit had already shattered Kaido's internal organs from the inside out, and it was absolutely impossible for the latter to survive. Tichi, I like your words very much. People's dreams will never end, so goodbye. Kaido didn't say any more. The countdown on the panel in front of him has reached 0, and the time is up. Ding, the host's residence time has reached the limit, and the system will force the host to leave. A voice rang in Wang Teng's ears, and his soul completely left Kaido's body. On the sea, when Blackbeard, who had obtained the 3 strongest fruit abilities, was just about to realize his ambitious dream, a hand of death suddenly stretched out from the sky, and wiped his body and soul together between heaven and earth. 4 Emperors Blackbeard, 4 Emperors Kaido, fall. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 70 The Fall of the King, Kaido Last Words. Naval Headquarters, Marine Vando. The mountains and rivers are broken, and the wind and rain are drifting. The naval headquarters turned into a purgatory, where countless pirates were killed, and a large number of young marines were also buried in the sea, heroic and righteous. On top of the core of the battlefield, Akainu gasped heavily, and under his feet was the red-haired corpse of the 4 emperors. Shanks! Luffy screamed, he lost too much in this war. Nami, Robin, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie. Seeing each of his partners fall in a pool of blood, his heart was as painful as a knife. 5 gears of divine fists exploded down, and what greeted him was Garp's heavy punch. Luffy, get out of here and don't come back. Garp dragged his heavy steps, his old face was full of fatigue. Slaying Eagle Eye, Town Empress, slaying Kid, defeating Betrayal Dragon. The justice behind him is too heavy. The invincible fist can defeat all the thugs in the world, but it cannot penetrate the flesh and blood of the descendants. Luffy didn't respond, and he had already realized this battle, that is to rescue Sabo. He never wanted to lose the brothers who lived and died together back then. Under everyone's gaze, the Ape King's sharp spear punched Garp hard, the King's heir collided in the air, and countless clouds rose from Straw Hat Luffy's body. Boom! The hot magma pierced through the hero Garp's body. Almost at the same time, a black hand stretched out, and also solved Luffy's vitality in the same second. Luffy! Countless partners in the Pirate Alliance shouted, but Luffy could no longer hear them. Coincidence? Lan gave Straw Hat Luffy a black tiger's heart with one hand, followed by another kick that destroyed everyone's hopes. With the blessing of the Destiny villain system, Lan is rapidly depriving Luffy of his luck. As early as in Wano country, he dug out Momonosuke's body and let the blood out, and then kindly sent Zhou Xiaoqian to be reincarnated again, devouring the latter's fragments of the heavenly Dao system. Luck is still not enough. Lan threw Lu Fei aside, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Marshal! The Navy is also confused. The legendary Navy Garp can be said to be the belief of many Navy when they were young. Garp's private relationship with pirates, and repeatedly released the repeat offenders Monkey D. Long and Monkey D. Luffy. The commander decided to execute them on the spot. Akainu looked at everyone indifferently, and he didn't want to do it if he could, but the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. In the justice of the Navy, he had some things he had to do. He stepped forward quickly, intending to deal with the seriously injured Luffy, but a figure stood in front of him. Marshal, don't fight anymore. So many Marines have already been injured, war can't solve the problem, why can't everyone sit together and talk? Kaido stood in front of Luffy and begged. Shut up! Blazing magma penetrated Kaido's body, and another vice admiral fell into a pool of blood. We are soldiers, not women. Behind us are thousands of people. If we fall here, no one will be able to protect your family. Akainu looked around at the generals around him, and finally set his sights on Kibi. I wanted to kill you in the top battle 2 years ago. Do you know why? Your comrades were fighting bloody battles with the Whitebeard pirates, with many dead and wounded, but you wanted to be a deserter. It's just a recruit who has awakened his sense of knowledge and wants to shake the morale of the army. The reason why I didn't kill you is because Garp is your teacher. But now, I can't tolerate the pirates' misbehavior. Behind us is Marin Van Duo, we must not let the banner of justice fall. Kill all the pirates, leaving no one behind. In the middle of the battlefield, Akainu issued the marshal's death order. Today's pirates have developed to the point where they dare to fight the Navy head-on. He can't imagine what the world will become if any pirates continue to develop. Kill. The heroic Navy is like a rainbow, and they also have their own families and friends, and they cannot fall down in this war anyway. The war is still going on, and Marin Fando is like a giant meat grinder, wiping out all living beings. Warring states, Red Hare, Garp, Yellow Ape, Dragon, Violent Bear, Hawkeye. More and more powerful people are withering in this sea, a glorious era is coming to an end, and a new dawn is coming. Outside a certain village in the Red Earth continent, colorful flower petals are flying in mid-air, like fairy ribbons, evoking countless fantasies. Carrying a bucket of water jug, the Black Maria carefully watered each flower. After the top war ended, a large number of pirates were purged, and the World Navy, which lost the control of the celestial dragons, began to truly move towards the justice they hoped for. Although the road is still long, the chaotic era of great pirates is gradually fading away. Is this the world you expected too? Black Maria looked at the vast sea of flowers. At the end of the sea of flowers, there was a mausoleum. Kaido, Yin, were buried there, and the two teenagers lived and died together as they had agreed at the beginning, subverting the world together. The cherry blossoms were falling, and a girl walked over outside the flower field. Looking at the 8 fasts in front of Kaido's grave, her heart felt a lot more empty. This is what he left for you. Black Maria took out a sealed letter. Yamato took it, and the envelope read. Girl, when you read this letter, maybe I am no longer in this world. If you still hate me, live with this hatred. Go sailing, it's a big world out there, don't be a pirate, like me. Dad. Yamato held the letter tightly, the past seemed like yesterday. What are you here for? Why, can't I come? Humph. Hiss. Don't move when you're hurt. Stinky old man, what are you doing? Don't pretend to be merciful here. No matter how much you hate me, I'm still your father. Father cares about his son. Is there any problem? Haha. What father would handcuff his son a bomb? Which father would lock his child in Gaidao cave without food or drink for 10 days and nights? Which father would beat his daughter over and over again to be covered in bruises? You're right, I'm not a qualified father. Sorry. Zyrun, this roast lamb is also delicious, try it. Why do you always add vegetables to her? You child, Runty is a girl, what's wrong with your boy making a girl? Me too. Stinky old man, I won't eat. You really don't want to eat? Don't eat. Okay, I'll eat it. Oh, this meat skewer is quite fragrant, and this wine is also good. Come on, Ziope, let's go. You. Why, you don't want to be pirates? Or, my daughter is not worthy to be your boss? No, no, we just felt a little sudden. From now on, my daughter will be taken care of by you on weekdays. If something happens to her, you won't have to see the sun tomorrow. Here's a billion Baileys and nautical maps and guides, which you'll need when you're out at sea. Runty, we should go. Why did you kill me? The picture was frozen at the end, and Yamato was still puzzled at the time, but he didn't expect that the last meeting would become forever. Pirates, End. Chapter 71 The End of the World, Familiar Feeling. The vision in front of him was blurred, and the hazy light and shadow passed quickly in the sight, and the noisy voice was like ghosts and gods howling. It seemed as if he fell asleep for a moment, half asleep and half awake, and his consciousness gradually took control of the whole body. The surrounding vision began to become clear. Wang Teng was standing on a wilderness at the moment, covered in blood. The ground in front of him was stained crimson with blood, a large number of human body parts were scattered everywhere, and there was a pungent smell of blood in the air. Well, what is it this time? Wang Teng moved his fingers, but his body was still not very flexible. After taking 2 steps, I fell to the ground. I could feel the touch, but no pain. This feeling was amazing. Zombie? Looks like another day of inappropriateness. After fiddling with his limbs, Wang Teng gradually got used to this body. Yes, he became a corpse. Moses, call the system, please answer if you hear it. Ding, share the host to complete the role-playing task of One Piece World. Task reward, Sacred Ruins Creation Sutra. Imitate the Fruit Awakening ability, can change one's body shape and blood type, and a copy of the subject's blood has been distributed to the warehouse. The system warehouse has been opened, and the current host has World coins. Wang Teng clicked on the system's mall, and found that there were some devil fruits in it, and the price started from World coins. There are also some blood of alien beasts, thermal weapons and nuclear weapons, and a part of the black panel, which is a mall module that has not been developed yet. I'll wipe it. System, you are from a department store, right? Why do you have everything? Sanitary napkins? Inflatable dolls, I want these things to be used with fur. Ahem, I put it in the wrong place. The system has been greatly updated, with high quality and low price, and it is safe for children and old people. The will of the system coughed lightly, devouring most of the power of Pirate World. It digested a lot, and a single hair pulled out was considered a treasure in Wang Teng's hands. As for those department store products, the messy things are copied from this world by the system. Just as the system was excitedly introducing those groceries, Wang Teng turned off the mall panel without hesitation. Don't buy something in the system mall, host? I have no money, why don't you give me some credit? I don't ask too much. I want everything in the mall. When I die, you can ask me to pay back the money. I'll burn it to you. You want to whore for nothing? Hee, aren't you stupid? Dogs don't buy anything in the mall, and you can tell it's fake goods at a glance. Wang Teng said lazily, based on his experience of reading so many novels, the system is definitely not a good thing. What about the trust between people? Are you human? Hey, where is my knife? This host doesn't care. Dish number. Wang Teng ignored the system's thoughts, but skillfully opened his personal information panel. Name, Wang Teng. System, the invincible villain system of the heavens. System, you have changed your name again, and you are still invincible. I laughed so hard. Smile with a hammer, isn't this system strong? If you're strong, I'll just spread my arms and open my arms. System Dad, please come on, we both have our own opinions, you are in charge of random killings, and I am in charge of quacking, cheering for you. Wang Teng lay directly on the wet ground, the ground was covered with grass, and he felt quite comfortable lying flat. Ahem, this. After you finish the tasks in this world, I will take you soaring. I really want to retire. Being a villain is exhausting. Wang Teng briefly glanced at the information panel. As expected, the power of pirate world is basically useless in this world. You are only in your 20s, and you want to retire? As we all know, being a time traveler is a high-risk occupation. Maybe I will burp tomorrow. Wang Teng continued to look at the panel. The fluttering fruit ability and the Yuya fruit ability are disabled in this world. The only thing that can barely be used is only one Navy 6 style. Fortunately, the witty yuppie at the time was not lost, and now it is barely useful. In the second column of the panel, Wang Teng found the information of the actor to be played. Protagonist role, Qin Glong. Character, ruthless and ruthless, has love for a woman named Mingshuang and is at odds with Beihu. Introduction, one of the 4 guardians of Empress Yalian, codenamed Qinglong. A high-level zombie with independent consciousness was beheaded by Wang Teng in the outskirts of Tianlin City. What the hell, I kill myself. Wang Teng was taken aback, but then again, the name of Qinglong seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he heard it. Task Dash, lurk in Tianlin City. As the guardian of the zombie empress, Qinglong intends to sneak into Tianlin City and launch a wave of corpses in the city. Ask the host to play the role of Qinglong, sneak into Tianlin City, and cooperate with the Empress's subordinates to launch a wave of corpses. The task rewards a maid and 10 world coins. World play progress %. Task Dash, find the Emperor's blood. Legend has it that Yan Huang's descendants possess the Emperor's blood, which can lift the seal of the female Emperor's copper coffin. Ask the host to help the zombie Empress break through the seal. Reward 1 seizing heaven pill, 20 world coins. World play progress %. Mission Dash, capture the blood of the female demon. A reward of 30 world coins, the purified female demon's blood. World progress %. It's quite detailed. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly. Linshan City was a little strange and familiar to him. He wondered if he knew that one. If so, he roughly knew which world he was teleported to. Ding! Qin Glong's memory soul orb and world details have been sorted out. Has the host checked it? Reading. A lot of information flooded into his mind, and Wang Teng finally recalled where it was. The world before he traveled. This is a world where spiritual energy is revived. In 2050 AD, an organization named Jieling Dao appeared in the eyes of everyone, and they seemed to appear out of thin air. Members of various organizations emerge endlessly, all over the world: Shambhala at the end of the world, Bermuda Triangle, Atlantis, Babylon Hanging Gardens, they are everywhere. In 2060 AD, the supreme leader of Jieling Tao, the Taoist master, appeared in the mausoleum of the first emperor and lifted the last seal of this world. It turns out that this world can be cultivated, but it was sealed by a supreme being. The unsolved mystery of the world is the supernatural magnetic field generated by the fluctuation of the seal. Jieling Dao has planned for thousands of years to break all the seals. This is the purpose of this organization, to cut off the aura of the heavens and the earth to create a long life. However, what they didn't expect was that the moment the seal was opened, the gate of hell was also opened. The monstrous death aura swept across the world, infected countless people into zombie monsters, and more than % of human beings were wiped out in that chaotic era. The remaining survivors built huge walled cities to block the attacks of infected monsters from outside. And Tianlin City is one of the huge walled cities, and it is also the command center of the central part of the Huaxia Empire. Chapter 72 Controlling Zombies, Anchor Huangsu. In the early morning, a few drops of cold rain hit Wang Teng's cheeks. Wang Teng, who had been lying all night, finally woke up again. I haven't slept so peacefully in a long time. Wang Teng murmured to himself. The past and the end of the world just broke out, and he was worried every moment of every day, and he would be eaten by monsters if he was not careful. Now he has also turned into a corpse, and the zombies around him just walked over to take a look, before being frightened away by his superior aura. In the dark, Wang Teng has a wonderful connection. He can see the zombies in a radius of tens of miles. Opening the system warehouse, Wang Teng took out a set of syringes and blood bottles from it. There was bright red blood in the tiny bottle. Wang Teng took the syringe, sucked out the blood, and injected it into his meridians. A strong breath gushed out, and on the personal information panel, Wang Teng's life also soared directly from the 5th level to the 7th level. The blood of the general, it's a good thing. Feeling the earth-shaking changes in his body, Wang Teng couldn't help feeling a little bit. The system rarely gave him something good. Study the Holy Ruins Creation Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Holy Ruins Good Fortune Sutra has been studied, and you have obtained the 9 heavenly stellar chi. Suddenly, I feel that the old man's prehistoric power has returned. After learning the exercises given by the system, Wang Teng began to look for the ID card in the pile of corpses around him. This man is too ugly. Female, why is Ping Cheng like this? I thought it was a male corpse. This is a bit old, no way. After choosing all afternoon, Wang Teng finally found a decent ID card. As soon as his mind moved, his body began to twist and change, turning into a refined and easygoing social youth. That way, it should be fine. Walking to the edge of the stream, Wang Teng smiled with satisfaction when he glanced at the handsome young man in the river. The next step is to find the hunting team that is out, and take the opportunity to sneak into the city. Wang Teng's body shone with a little light, and his figure moved and disappeared beside the clear spring. Find someone for me, she shouldn't have gone far. After you find it, just let me know without getting close. In a wild suburb, Wang Teng ordered all the surrounding zombies to act through the zombie core, looking for a girl named Yan Xi. Wei Bababu. The zombies exchanged briefly, and then started looking for someone. In an abandoned factory, several young men covered in blood were panting heavily, and they were all at the end of their battles. There are 2 berserkers and 3 hunters, can we kill them? Yan Xi's face was pale, looking at the giant zombie at the gate of the factory with a solemn expression. Berserkers are a type of zombies. They are huge in size. They are usually stitched monsters of more than a dozen zombies. Bullets do little damage to this monster. The hunters are normal humans in size, but their speed is extremely fast, and they belong to high-level zombies. Lord, the girl is found, and there are 2 young people around, do you want to do it? The leader of the zombies did not act rashly, but sent a message to Wang Teng not far away. Kill the 2 people around her. As for that girl, it's useful to me. Don't touch her. Wang Tenjiao felt something, and immediately went to the direction of the factory. Yes, my master. The leader of the zombies moved, and his huge body pulled out a steel pipe and projected it straight out. What? One of the youths screamed, and his head instantly blossomed. Run! Another young man gasped, took out the last grenade from his bag and threw it out. At the same time, on the outskirts of the factory, a young man was broadcasting live on his mobile phone. "Hi everyone, I'm Zubo Huangsu. As you can see, there are 3 compatriots who are being surrounded by zombies. Zubo is standing on the road on horseback. It can be seen that the opponents this time are a bit fierce. The 2 third-level zombie hunters and the 2nd-level high-level zombie berserker are all fierce monsters." As soon as the camera on the screen turned, the picture on the screen turned to the zombies' perspective. All the zombies are almighty and majestic, with outstanding talents. "Taiju, I'm going to go up. Those who have money will give a reward, and those who have no money will double-click a wave of 666 for the old iron. It would be even better if you can click a wave of attention. Every one of your likes is the greatest support for Zubo." Huangsu's words were impassioned, and his emotions were well brewed. He was about to start acting aggressive. "Zubo, can you hurry up? If you don't go there, the daylily will be cold. Don't worry, the anchor is very professional. He has never missed a shot, so there is no hurry up, the anchor, the zombies have killed people. Fuck, what was that just now? Is it a shadow? Zibo, someone is dead, hurry up and get in." Huangsu looked at the phone, and the bullet screens rose rapidly. Huangsu, who was a little complacent, was dumbfounded. That's right, the zombies who were still on the lookout, made a move as soon as they said they would, without any sign. "Damn, Iron Juice, the situation has changed, so let's stop talking. Come back when you go to Zubo. Human life is at stake." Huangsu dare not neglect. Holding a storm sword, he broke into the factory alone. The lonely back has the posture of a lonely brave man. "Hey, little zombie, what kind of skill is it to bully the weak in broad daylight? If you have the guts, you've tried a few tricks with me." Huangsu stepped forward and made an extremely exaggerated pose, but the next second, he was dumbfounded. "I saw a young man in a white shirt hugging the injured girl, with a gentle expression on his face. You are not injured." Thank you, thank you." Looking at the handsome young man, Yan Xi's heart fluttered. When she saw Huangsu coming in with a knife, she regained her composure and broke free from Wang Teng's body. "Damn, when did this little boy come here? Damn it, my system task is ruined." Huangsu froze for 2 seconds, glanced at the torn corpses of the zombies on the ground, and was greatly shocked. From the murder of the people in the factory to the present, in just a few minutes, this guy actually killed so many zombies in such a short time. "Damn, Zubo, who is this boy? 10 arrows piercing the clouds, I want his contact information. Chubbo is cute, a meow no. Dash, and my mother wants his contact information. Male mother go away, this live broadcast room rejects male ketones. Zubo, Zubo, hurry up and go on a date with her, making her shy, Omega. Dating your sister, have you watched too much Date A Live?" Huangsu didn't bother to pay attention to this group of unreliable fans. He stepped forward and asked with concern, "Hello, are you not hurt?" "I'm fine, thank you." Yan Xi thanked her from the bottom of her heart, and then glanced at the fallen corpse beside her. A look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Chapter 73 5 Energy Crystals, 4 Guardians. They're beyond help. Wang Teng walked up to a young man covered in blood nearby, and bent down close to the boy's nose. "And breathe." A look of surprise flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and he calmly put his hands around the young man's neck. The seriously injured young man coughed twice, but couldn't speak at all. A large amount of blood spurted out from the trachea. The strange young man's eyes turned black, his head tilted, and he walked very peacefully. At least there was no pain in Wang Teng's eyes, and the young man was moved to tears. "Alas, I am still too kind. He's out of breath, it's not safe here, let's go back to the safe zone." Wang Teng stood up, sighed lightly, and said with some regret. Brother Aoki and the others are very good people. If it wasn't for them, I would have died a long time ago. Yan Xi also knows that people cannot be resurrected after death. Since the end of the world, she has been losing every day, family, friends, teachers. After such a long time, her psychological conversion ability is still very strong, and she quickly walked out of the sadness of loss. The three tidied up briefly, and Yan Xi took out a short knife, intending to cut open the zombie's head. Generally, high-level zombies have energy crystals that store power in their bodies, and they can usually be sold at a good price at the purchase station. This kind of trivial matter, let me do it. Wang Teng snatched the dagger from Yan Xi's hand, cut through the mess quickly, and eliminated all 5 of his subordinates who were suspended animation. There are actually 2 third-order energy crystals, this time I really found a treasure. Yan Xi looked at the triangular crystal that Wang Teng took out, and exclaimed happily. Damn it, golden legend! Huang Su looked at the sparkling energy crystal, and wished he could slap himself twice. If he had known earlier, he would not have pretended to be forceful, and came directly to save people. Immediately missed 100 million, Omega. Give it to you, or... Wang Teng handed out the 5 crystals in his hand. Yan Xi quickly waved his hands and shook his head, you killed the zombie, so you should keep it. Silly girl! What did you say? No, nothing. Looking at the humble girl, Wang Teng didn't say anything more. The 3 of them packed up briefly and set out on the road together. Hello, Huang Su, I'm a small anchor, earning some living expenses by live broadcasting in the wild and hunting some wild beasts. Huang Su stretched out his hand in a friendly manner, but Wang Teng ignored it and walked away. And Yan Xi's mind was on his dead companion, walking silently behind, and didn't pay attention to Huang Su. Huang Su withdrew his hand in embarrassment. He was in a good mood. He moved to Wang Teng's side and asked curiously, "What's your name?" Long Xian. Wang Teng's words are very concise, with a sense of refusal to be thousands of miles away. Then I will call you Brother Long from now on. Is Brother Long also a hunter? Due to the end of the world, many materials from the old era were left behind from the outside world. The resources in the city are scarce, and most people will organize together to find supplies. Such people are called wild hunters in the last days. Before the end of the world, such people were collectively called trash pickers. It seems that this Long Xian can walk alone in the wilderness. This kind of person is either a reckless man or a peerless master. All of a sudden, various speculations flashed in Huang Su's mind. Almost. But I lost my ID card while fighting zombies. It doesn't matter. When we arrive in Dachan, we can make up for it at that time. Huang Su didn't pay much attention to this. People outside would be killed every day. They were lucky if they lost cards or something, and some even lost their lives. Miss, what about you? What's your name? Huang Su looked at the girl behind him familiarly, and asked a question. My name is Yan Xi. Yan Xi followed behind the 2, whispering. Are we going to Tianlin City now? Huang Su looked at the sky, it was already dark, it seemed that he was going to spend the night outside. Ah! Both Wang Teng and Yan Xi nodded. My school is in Tianlin City. Yan Xi added that she is one of the students of Linshan College. As night fell, the 3 of Wang Teng found a place that was easy to defend but difficult to attack and stayed temporarily. In the last days, the night is often more dangerous than the day. Wang Teng has a big heart, so he falls asleep. In the middle of the night, he changes shifts with Yan Xi, and he will watch the night. This night seemed quite peaceful, not a single zombie came over. Wang Teng sat by the fire camp, and through the system, a large amount of information was also sent from the pop-up window on the panel. Name, Huang Su. Age, 23. Intelligence, 72, 60 for normal people. Life characteristics, Tier-. Vitality, Tenacious. Introduction. The protagonist of I Live in the Last Days has a live broadcast system in the last days, and improves fans' favorability through novelty hunting. System identified, no threats. Recent turning point, I rescued the heroine Wang Xi in the factory, obtained 5 energy crystals, and my strength improved by leaps and bounds. Then I joined the Linchin City Defense Army and became a high-ranking Yan Huang. Is everyone so cursive these days? A look of surprise flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. This was the second system owner he had met. These days, the system has gone everywhere. But judging by the attitude of his own system, the latter's system ability should not be very strong. Kill, don't kill. 2 thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind, and in the end he chose to save Huang Su's life. Firstly, Yan Xi was still by his side, so it was difficult to do anything. Secondly, I still don't know Huang Su's ability. He likes to be steady, and he pays attention to killing with one blow. Looking at the 2 people who were sleeping, Wang Teng closed his eyes and concentrated, and his consciousness entered the mysterious passage inside the zombie's body. Inside the dark space, 3 figures stood around a dark coffin. Brother Qinglong, aren't you planning to sneak into Tianlin City? Why are you back? A woman in a red skirt smiled and said. She has waist-length hair, a slim figure, and a lotus flower imprint on her forehead. A pair of phoenix eyes are charming, yet with a pungent wildness. With such a fiery personality, it's no wonder that Qinglong would be tempted. Why, can't I come back to see you? With a paralyzed face, Wang Teng spoke coldly. He, Ming Shuang also misses her brother very much, almost to the bone. Shut up. Qinglong, how are you doing with what the Lord told you? A young man with white hair snarled, really couldn't stand it anymore. The boy's name is Wang Yat, codenamed Beihu, and he is also one of the guardians of the zombie empress. At this moment, the main body is in the western city of China, assimilating all the people in a huge walled city into zombies. Tomorrow, you should be able to sneak into Tianlin City. As for the descendants of Yan Huang, they haven't been found yet. Hope so. Wang Ye snorted coldly and didn't say any more. Tianlin City is an important place for the human race. There is a blood detection device at the door. How do you plan to get in? In the corner, a little boy playing video games asked casually. The boy's name is Xian, and his code name is Sun Yu. Looking at the other 3, Wang Teng couldn't help feeling a moment of silence for the Empress. Of the 3 subordinates of the villainous Empress, one is addicted to games, the other is fishing and paddling, and only Beihu is working hard. I have my own way. Okay, I just miss you today, come to see you, there is no other meaning. Wait for my news. Wang Teng put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked towards the coffin. There was a bright light around the coffin, and Wang Teng's consciousness left the dark space in an instant. Chapter 74 Linchin Chengguan, Destroying Public Property. Linchin City, located in the eastern part of Huaxia, has huge walls as high as hundreds of feet. It is said that there is a corpse on every inch of the wall. Although there are exaggerations, the sacrifices made to build such a shelter in the last days are difficult to measure with numbers. At the entrance of Tianlin City, there are 5 rectangular corridors with a height of more than 4 meters. Every entrance is guarded by a large number of troops. They are well equipped and physically strong, and they are all good players with 1 against 10. These people are called guards. They were all selected by army soldiers. Once a wave of corpses broke out, they would charge forward immediately. Huaxia's People's soldiers are always at the forefront. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, there has never been a precedent for their own people. Guys, I'm Zubo Xiao Huang, and today we're going to take a tour of Linchin City. Early in the morning, Huang Su took the communicator and started the selfie live broadcast again. It can be seen that the guards here are very serious. What do you call the old iron? Huang Su patted a big black brother on the shoulder naturally, and asked curiously. The cold touch made him froze, a little embarrassed. Ahem, this is a statue, and it's quite realistic. Huang Su coughed twice, and found that there were many such statues placed under the surrounding city walls, which looked quite imposing. Those are all robots, and they will be activated once they encounter a large-scale corpse wave. Yan Xi explained that her school is in Tianlin City, and she knows some secrets. Soker, you have increased your knowledge. Iron juice, have you learned it? If you learn it, give Zubo some attention and add favorites. Huang Su fiddled with his suave hairstyle, with a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum on his face. I have never seen such a brazen person. Zibo, tell me why your skin is so thick. G8? Tuition fees, this will be cancelled, complaints and reports. Is there any iron juice from Linshan City? Doesn't this go up to give Zubo 2 big tricks, so that the anchor who drank fake wine is sober? Are you forming a group? I'm in No. Street, Linshan City. I'm dressed in green and holding a big knife. Omega. Fuck me, do you want to be so ruthless? Brothers, hold your hands high, my little brother can't take a beating. Huang Su couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Fans these days are really irritable. Unlike many years ago, those short cuns, Yi Fun, etc., could plan to rob prison for the sake of their elder brothers. The current fans, he doesn't mean to risk his life for his brother, he really wants his life, it's still the kind of group killing people. It's not impossible to beat up, it hurts. Huaxia coins at a time. Pay with one hand, deliver with one hand, first come, first served. In addition to the head and butt, there are also things that carry on the family line. Other anchors are fine. Miss Sisters are preferred. After thinking for a while, Huang Su added that if he was really beaten up, he would have to pay some body damage fee. Sing Zubo, you have no female fans, only black fans. The anchor let me kong your thick little chest muscles, I am your brother G, come, let my brother check you up. Little Huang Su, it's so pitiful, he was bullied by them again. What's next? Forget it, the brothers downstairs will pick it up. You should be clear, only I am your friend, only I love you, why be afraid? I am the only friend of yours, and I treat you so well. I'm sorry, I shouldn't hit you, but who told you to be a bad boy? Forgive me, I will give you all my love, I really love you, I shouldn't have hit you just now. Sorry, I love you. Sorry, I love you. Sorry, I love you. This face is so cute, but it will grow old sooner or later, I can't bear to see you grow old, let time stop at this moment, die now, your cuteness will become eternal. Xiao Huangxiu, please die, I am so cruel, Xiao Huangxiu, forgive me for the mistakes I made today, and I will give you more love tomorrow. Ahem, this is the end of today's daily live broadcast, goodbye. Looking at the outrageous barrage, Huang Su felt 10,000 horses galloping past in his heart. Zhou, system, this live broadcast can't be done. Host, you have already failed a live broadcast mission. This month's live broadcast popularity is only 50, and you are about to become the first father-in-law in modern China. Omega. Damn. You threatened me, but you dare to threaten me, system, you, just wait. Wait and watch me complete the task. Omega. Brother Meng, the next place we are going is to check. You can see that the young lady from yesterday has already entered. Wait a minute, I will show you all the tricks inside. While Huang Su was talking, Yan Xi had already finished the test. Next it was Wang Teng's turn. Please put your hands on the instrument. This is just to test whether you will be infected. Some people accidentally contracted the virus outside, and they may not realize it. Infected people once sneaked into the city and killed many people. It seemed that Wang Teng hesitated, and the staff patiently explained. Is this machine accurate? Wang Teng looked at the detection robot and pressed it with one hand. Of course, this machine was used to detect many infected people who wanted to sneak into the city. Is this the only machine outside the city? Of course, this kind of smart tester is too expensive to build in the last days, and less than half of the walled cities have actually been installed. The staff was a little confused and didn't understand what Wang Teng meant. That's it, then I'm relieved. Wang Teng stretched out a hand, and the robot's infrared light flashed, indicating that it can pass normally. Passed, please come in. The staff nodded and began to greet the people behind. I have a question, what will you do if someone here disrupts official duties? Wang Teng did not leave in a hurry, but asked curiously. I will be taken away by the police and detained for 15 days. Is the detention center in charge of food? Take care. The staff was stunned by Wang Teng's question, what's the problem? By the way, what happens if you report someone sabotaging official duties? According to China's new decree, 1,000 Huaxia coins will be rewarded. Well, I want to report someone sabotaging the testing equipment. How? No one. Before the staff finished speaking, there was a click, and the whole instrument was crushed by Wang Teng, and a series of blood beads flowed out of his hands. Now I have it. By the way, the phone is over there. Hurry up and call the police. Remember to send me the reward for reporting to the detention center. Wang Teng cared for the public phone beside him. The staff were completely dumbfounded, they had never seen someone so arrogant to enter the detention center after growing up so big. Forget it, I'll do it myself. With the staff stunned, Wang Teng called the police officer. Hey, are you the police? Someone destroyed the Jubi instrument, hurry up and arrest him. You ask me what's my name? My name is Zhang San. The signal is not good, so I hung up. Wang Teng found a place to sit down in the studio, and got a cup of hot tea for nothing. Not long after, several uniformed police officers took Wang Teng away on charges of disrupting official duties. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 75 Prison Interrogation, Many Doubts. In an interrogation room of the police station, Xiaohe looked curiously at the young man in front of him. The boy was good-looking, with long curly hair, a white shirt, and a thin face. Xiaohe couldn't understand that such a gentle young man would actually destroy state property. Interrogation. The colleague took out a stack of interrogation records and placed them in front of Xiaohe. Name. Xiaohe picked up the pen and said seriously. Long Xian. Why disrupt official business? No reason. No. Ah. Do you know what you destroyed? Zombie virus detector. Knowing that you still destroy it, do you know how to do this? I don't know, and I don't want to know. You. Xiaohe couldn't help feeling a little angry, it was the first time he met such a stubborn prisoner. Destroying public property, if the amount is relatively large, will be punished for 3 years before the end of the world. Oh, that's good, hurry up. Wang Teng spread his hands, looking like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water, which made Xiaohe go crazy. Mr. Long, in the last days, except for the death row prisoners, most of the fixed-term prisoners are black cards and exiled. That is to say, they are exiled from the city for a period of time, and no city-state will accept them. The police officer beside him kindly reminded that there are infected people everywhere outside now, and it is enough for ordinary people to go crazy if they stay outside for a few days. Isn't it detained for 15 days? Now it was Wang Teng's turn to be confused. He clearly remembered that the staff member said that he had been detained for 15 days for vandalism. Of course, but the amount is not high. The equipment you destroyed is worth millions. The specifics depend on the judgment of the higher authorities. Before the verdict is handed down, you will be detained in the detention center for the time being. Fuck, sloppy. D. Isn't it right, you have to go out after just sneaking into the city? Wang Teng's eyes froze for a moment. You don't know, do you? Why did you destroy the instrument? Looking at Wang Teng, who was absent-minded, Xiaohe's eyes flashed with surprise, and he wanted to take advantage of Wang Teng's distraction to come up with something. Judging from the information from the Jubi staff, this person's brain may not be very good. Some people want to enter the detention center. This world is really crazy. It's a pity that such a beautiful pair of skins. Xiaohe shook his head, and when his eyes returned to Wang Teng, there was no expression on the latter's face. Destroying the instrument is just a simple carelessness. With a shake of my little hand, it shatters. Actually, I didn't expect that thing to be so fragile. Wang Teng stretched lazily, then spread his hands helplessly. Do you know that the things you destroyed are related to the life and safety of the whole city? Before the machine is repaired, people who come back from outside can only stay in the quarantine area. The young man's cynical look made Xiaohe grit his teeth angrily. Oh, how long will it take before the machine can be repaired? Wang Teng nodded and asked curiously. It will take at least half a month. Xiaohe. At the command post outside the door, a middle-aged man interrupted Xiaohe's words through the walkie-talkie. Only then did Xiaohe realize that she had been tricked, and couldn't help being a little annoyed. There's no need to ask, just put him in the detention center for now. The leading police officer gave an order, and the two police officers took Wang Teng away. After Wang Teng walked away, Xiaohe couldn't help asking the leading police officer. Master, that guy is full of nonsense, why don't you continue to interrogate him? Interrogation? If you continue to interrogate, your underwear will almost be stripped off by him. The old police officer rolled his eyes. His cheap apprentice is still too young. If he doesn't pay attention, he will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Where is it? Xiaohe blushed, feeling a little uncomfortable. Xiaohe, you can't just look at a person's appearance. Look at that Pan Jinlian, who looks like Xiaojiabiu. Who would have thought that she would be so cruel? The old police officer warned meaningfully. Master, what you said is wrong. I don't even know if Pan Jinlian is a real person. Besides, how can someone who is good-looking not be a good man? Those in history are well-behaved men, and King Lanling is a man who devoted himself to serving the country. In our modern times, Premier Zhou is one of the four most beautiful men in the Ming dynasty. Xiaohe pursed his lips and retorted. Besides, that boy is really good-looking. What if he accidentally broke the detector? You, see for yourself. The old police officer took out a document, which was Long Xian's files. Right above the first page it says, Long Xian, a member of the Huaxia ability team, was reported dead 20 days ago. The second is Long Xian's blood test report and retinal data, confirming that it is undoubtedly him. How is it possible? How can a dead person be resurrected? Xiaohe rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was wrong. This is the strange point. A person who declared dead for 20 days now appears here alive, and his retinal iris, blood, and ID card are all in line with his own data. It can be said that he is himself. But why did someone report that he was dead, and why did he destroy the instrument and come here? The old police officer said in a low voice. The inspection work related to Jubi is not a trivial matter. He specifically asked the higher UPS to check Long Xian's information, and they really found something. Although the latter didn't show any signs and couldn't see any problems, the more normal it was, the more abnormal it seemed. Tomorrow, I will take someone to ask the person who reported Long Xian's death. Don't let that young man go away for the time being. Okay, I know. Xiaohe looked at the file and nodded slightly. By the way, what about the investigation of the person code-named you? The old police officer seemed to have thought of something, and asked again. There is still no progress, and there are no clues at all. If it weren't for the news from above, it would be really hard to imagine that there are still remnants of the organization in Linshan City. Mentioning that Xiaohe couldn't help but feel a headache. Their task force still had too little information, except for a code name, and knowing that this person was hiding in Linshan City, they had no clue at all. I always feel that this Long Xian is related to that you. The old police officer frowned, his sixth sense has always been keen. Zhang Bureau, maybe you are too tired. We have been investigating them for 2 months. Xia He sighed slightly, and the higher UPS specially set up a special task force of the Xia organization, which is responsible for investigating the possible existence of the remnants of the Jieling Dao party in Linshan City. Although the leader of the organization was captured by the central government, it still retains a huge strength and hides around the world. Maybe. Bureau Zhang pressed his forehead with a headache, and went out with his police cap. Their information was still too little. Chapter 76 Detention Club Full of Talents. Wang Teng was taken to the detention center. There were more than 30 people here, all of whom were wearing blue mandarin jackets, and some had their heads shaved. Wang Teng looked at this place curiously. This was his first time entering the detention center, and it felt quite novel. There are no extra rooms, you can stay in 444 for the time being. A prison guard said coldly, contemptuous of Wang Teng. None of the people who were sent here were good people, but this young man looked like a dog. He was a handsome young man, but he was on the road of no return. Wang Teng didn't bother to pay attention to it. The number 4 is very unlucky, and most prisoners don't want to live in that room. But it doesn't matter to Wang Teng, as long as he sneaks into Linshan City, the next thing he has to do will be much easier. During the rest time, many prisoners were released to take a walk outside or bask in the sun. At a dining table, Wang Teng sat with a few inmates next door. "Brother, what did you do?" Or. One of the scarred men approached him familiarly, handed him a cigarette skillfully, and asked curiously. "Destroying public property, it may take a while." Wang Teng took the cigarette, paused slightly, and glanced at the guard at the door. "Don't worry. It's okay to smoke here. My name is Zhou Tong, and my nickname is Little Ling Tong. Anyone in this prison who wants supplies from outside can find me. The price is fair, and there is no deception." The scarred man chuckled, as if he could see Wang Teng's worry. "Well, how did you get in here?" Wang Teng lit a cigarette, held the cigarette butt between his thumb and middle finger, took a deep breath, and then tapped the butt of the cigarette with his index finger to shake off the ash. Just after the apocalypse broke out, I helped people massage their bodies, and then I was arrested here." Zhou Tong scratched his head and said helplessly. "Is massage illegal these days?" Wang Teng was taken aback for a moment. He had only left this world for 2 months, and the changes were so great. "You fart. This guy killed several people when the apocalypse broke out. He didn't control his second brother in Tianlin City, and even slept with a few younger sisters. Then he was imprisoned here." An inmate next to him unceremoniously broke through Zhou Tong's disguise. "It's all past events, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. I have to say, those ladies are very moist, and the feel, tisk tisk." Being exposed, Zhou Tong didn't care and smiled. He waved his hand, and an old-fashioned smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What about you?" Wang Teng nodded aside, and asked curiously another greasy uncle with a beard. "Me, I used to be a porter. I came here voluntarily. The people in the prison speak nicely. I like it so much." The man grinned, but the inmates beside him didn't give him face. "He's a fart porter. This old boy just steals batteries, and then takes them out to resell them. His methods are relatively despicable. He has come in 7 or 8 times. How do you defile people's innocence?" "I just think that it's bad for people to go to work by bicycle, and it's for their own good to steal the battery. Haven't you heard an old saying? Come and walk, you can live to 99. The greasy uncle blushed and stretched his neck to retort. "What about you? How did you get in here?" Wang Teng glanced at the boy at the next table who was about his age, and asked casually. I passed the exam. The young man lowered his head and didn't want to continue talking. It was really embarrassing. This kid cheated on the college entrance examination in the end of the world. He was caught and sentenced to 10 years in prison. You're too honest, kid. You're still hiding in the prison after the apocalypse broke out. If it were me, you would have run away. Zhou Tong laughed loudly and patted the young man on the shoulder. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth twitched. It was really tested. Sure enough, everyone in the prison has unique skills, and Lu Xun sincerely does not deceive me. Go in quickly, don't look around. Just as Wang Teng was chatting with his inmates, another abrupt voice came from the prison gate. Old irons, that's right, it's still me, the anchor Xiao Huang, and now we are in the prison in Linshan City. Prison guard brother, lighten up, let's broadcast live. Who in the prison allowed you to broadcast live? Hand over the communicator. 2 police officers took batons and confiscated all of Huang Su's guys. Snapped, happiness is gone. Huang Su was a little disappointed and found a place to sit down, just in time to catch sight of Wang Teng. Woohoo, isn't this brother Long? I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you here? Huang Su said in surprise. He never expected to meet acquaintances in this prison, this must be fate. Why did you come in? A look of surprise flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. Don't mention it, I don't know which bastard broke the zombie virus detector, and now everyone outside can only be sent to the isolation waiting area. I stayed at the door for 4 days and didn't have any live broadcast content. When I heard that the person who destroyed the instrument was arrested, I thought that I would be idle anyway. There is still food in the detention center, and I can sleep peacefully. It is much better than the fear outside. 2. Wang Teng nodded slightly. By the way, you came in anyway. I'm the bastard you speak of. Wang Teng yawned lazily and said casually. Fuck me, it turned out that you, this handsome guy did it. Ha 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 ha. Why did you destroy the test equipment? No, just touch it and it will break. Wang Teng spread his hands helplessly, not wanting to continue talking about this topic. You don't have a communicator now, how can you broadcast live? Well, actually, I still have a spare. As a professional anchor, how can I not have a camera on my body? Huang Su pressed a few times on the watch, and soon a projection appeared on the desktop. No one expected that Huang Su actually had a blurred live broadcast communicator in his hand. Huang Su set up the mini camera on the watch and continued the live broadcast. Guys, Huang Hansen, are back again. As you can see, this is the inside of the prison. It's a bit different from what I imagined. I thought there were many people. I'll show you the place to rest first, and then the place to stay. Since the live broadcast is not allowed outside, the voice of the anchor may be a little lower. Awesome, you are too dedicated. Zhou Tong couldn't help giving a thumbs up, such anchors are rare. Wang Teng, come out, you are released on bail. Just when Huang Su was about to broadcast live, the gate of the detention center was opened again, and Wang Teng was released on bail in advance. Fuck, I just came in, why did you go out? Huang Su looked enviously at Wang Teng's leaving figure and howled. At the gate of the police station, Yan Xi and an old man Bai Su had been waiting for a long time. Wang Teng smiled, looking at Yan Xi at the door without much surprise. This girl still doesn't like to owe favors. Chapter 77 Coffee Shop, Young Man in White. How did you get arrested? At the gate of the detention center, Yan Xi said with a puzzled expression. Not long after she entered the city, she heard that someone behind had broken the test equipment on the city wall. After inquiring, it turned out that it was Long Xian who saved him. Yan Xi, who didn't like to owe favors, went to the college, found the dean of the college, and asked him to release Long Xian on bail. Accidentally broke something. Wang Teng said casually, and then looked at the old man beside him. This is Dean Xiao, the dean of our college, and he is the one who came forward to protect you." As if seeing Wang Teng's confusion, Yan Xi explained enthusiastically. "Thank you, Dean." "Small matter, Xiao Zizai, the old man, is the dean of Linshan College. I heard that my little friend killed 5 high-level zombies in 1 second. The old man asked curiously. With his strength, he could actually understand Wang Teng's aura. He was really a strange person, as Yan Xi's girl said. "It is true, but those 5 zombies have been injured, so I took advantage of one." Wang Teng blinked and roughly guessed the purpose of the old man's visit. "You don't have to be nervous, I just want to ask if you are interested in joining the Xiao organization." Xiao organization? Well, it's an organization established by the state, and it's a kind of superpower team. I haven't figured it out yet. Wang Teng didn't say any more. "Okay, if you think about it, you can come to the principal's office of the college to find me, or you can call me. This is my business card." Xiao Zizai handed out a business card. Wang Teng took it and put it in his pocket, then waved to Yan Xi, "Miss Yan, we are destined to meet again." Ah! It could be seen that Wang Teng still had important matters to attend to. Yan Xi and Dean Xiao did not force him to stay, and let Wang Teng leave. Block of Tianlin City is an old alley. The soil walls of some old houses have been broken and collapsed. Except for the main entrance, the inside can be said to be bare. Before the end of the world, some old people lived here. Young people went to other places to work, leaving the old people to take care of their children at home. It's not that they don't want to take their parents and children with them, it's just that they live in a worse place than this old house. In other places, if you can save money, you have to save it. I live in a small room less than 10 square meters, and even in a public tile shed. There are flies flying around in the boxed lunch. In the era before the apocalypse, prices were surprisingly expensive. For the rich, it was a drop in the bucket, but for the poor, they had to live frugally and entrust their hopes to the next generation. But the gap will not narrow. While the children in their hometown are playing with mud, the parents in the city have already started to enroll their children in various cram schools. When rural children are studying in mud classrooms, the outside world has been turned upside down, high-rise buildings, electronic whiteboard teaching. Sun Yang, who grew up, could understand this better. If it wasn't for the outbreak of the end times, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to study in Linshan Academy. He felt very lucky and unlucky. Fortunately, he has now become a core member of Linshan Academy, a 4th Order Master, and a member of Xiao organization. Unfortunately, when the last days broke out, there was no news of his poor parents. That bastard father, who worked hard all his life, never imagined that his son would be blessed. There is a coffee shop at the end of the old street, and Sun Yang has been squatting in this place for several days. He and his colleagues have been squatting in Linshan City for more than a month, but they still haven't found any useful clues. If someone from Jieling Dao hadn't revealed the news, they wouldn't even know that there was a Jieling Dao stronghold in Tianlin City. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Sun Yang stopped on the recliner by the side of the road, feeling a little regretful. Looks like another day of no fruit. Sun Yang picked up the small suitcase beside him, put on his hat, glanced at the watch in his hand, and planned to collect the net and go back. Although the organization really wanted to catch the Jieling Dao gang, they hadn't found anything unusual after squatting for a month, and the organization was about to give up the investigation. Just when Sun Yang was about to leave, a white figure caught his attention. This is a 20-year-old young man with fair skin and his hands in his pockets. He looks like a normal passerby. The young man also noticed Sun Yang, and for a moment, he looked at the coffee shop deep in the alley without paying attention. Sun Yang stood on the spot, looked back at the boy who had gone away, and frowned slightly. I don't know why, but I always feel that the boy's eyes are a little strange, but he can't tell what's wrong. Waiter, bring me a cappuccino. Wang Teng found a corner and sat down, and tapped his fingers on the table lightly, making 4 consecutive beeps in short bursts. "Sir, the coffee shop is closed, come back tomorrow." The waitress walked to Wang Teng's side, showing a professional smile. "I was waiting for a man, and he said he would be here at 10 o'clock. Wang Teng took out a card from his pocket. On it was a dead continent, and on the bottom were dead bones. "Sir, the handle of the bathroom door is turned backwards. There is a secret door inside. The last room at the end of the corridor is closed. You will see the person you want to wait for." The waiter's eyes flickered, and then she pointed to a room behind. Wang Teng put away the card, and walked into the bathroom of the coffee shop as the waitress said. Not long after Wang Teng left, a young man in a windbreaker walked in. The young man looked around. The entire cafe was brightly lit, but there was not a single customer in sight. The waitress was wiping the table with a handkerchief. "Where did the boy in the white shirt go?" the young man asked aloud, and suddenly he heard the figure of a toilet flushing. "Sir, you are joking. There is no guest besides your husband this evening." There was a trace of puzzlement and bewilderment on the waitress's face. She didn't look like she was lying. "Is there anyone in the toilet?" The young man did not speak, but walked towards the back of the room. The waiter pressed a button under the table calmly, and then rushed over to dissuade him. "Guest, the store is closed. The clerk inside is going to the toilet. I'm the police. Some things need to be confirmed." Sun Yang took out his police officer ID. For some reason, he had a strong premonition that he was about to touch a secret corner of the city. Seeing the certificate, the waitress opened her mouth in surprise and didn't stop her, "But there are really people going to the toilet inside." Sun Yang didn't believe it. He walked in and slowly opened the bathroom door. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 78. Ah! Bully! Xiaomei, didn't I say I'm going to the bathroom? Seeing the bathroom door being opened suddenly, Yan Xi was taken aback. When Yu Qi saw a man in front of her, her cheeks flushed, and she slapped him in shame and anger. A gust of wind passed by, and Sun Yang, who was caught off guard, performed a 720-degree swan dance in mid-air, then staggered and fell to the ground. Boom! The bathroom door was heavily locked. Sun Yang covered his reddened cheeks, and he was in a daze. He originally thought that the young man in white was inside. Didn't expect to get slapped by the waitress. Moreover, he also knew the people inside. Yan Xi, the first person in the academy, was already a master of the 4th rank at a young age, and seemed to be a member of the Xia organization. Why is she here? Sun Yang's brain is not enough. He clearly saw that white-haired young man walking in. How could he disappear? "Sir, maybe your eyes are dazzled, but no one else has been in the store except our 2 waiters. If you don't believe me, you can watch the video at the entrance of the store." The waiter pointed to the equipment on the side, which showed the video connected to the outside of the house. The video was played backwards bit by bit. From before to now, there was no one but Sun Yang on the bench not far from the door. He glanced at the time in his seat, then grabbed his suitcase, put on his hat, and was about to leave. When I walked halfway, I looked back at the location of the coffee shop, and there was no one there. But Sun Yang pushed the door open and walked in. In this block, no boy in a white shirt appeared at all. From to Sun Yang was the only one in the surveillance. The young man in the white shirt seemed to have evaporated from the world. "Look, sir, you have always been alone, there is no such thing as a boy you mentioned." There was a hint of helplessness in the waiter's tone. On the other side, the door of the bathroom was opened, and Yan Xi walked out from inside after untying his hands. When he saw Sun Yang, he was furious. "You disciple! Why are you still here? My name is Sun Yang. I'm a student of Linshan College and a policeman. I was investigating a man just now. I thought he went into the toilet, but I didn't expect." Sun Yang Liang clarified his identity, never thought that Yan Xi's face would get darker and darker, and he yelled directly. Get out of here, immediately. Sun Yang was taken aback. Looking at the angry beauty, he felt a little apprehensive, and ran away with his handbag. Really, which pot is not opened and which pot is lifted? If it is not for the sake of my classmates, I really want to beat him to death. Yan Xi's expression was still grim. Although Sun Yang didn't see her, the girl felt a little embarrassed when she encountered such a thing. Zioxi, do you know each other? Swame looked at her colleague with surprise in her eyes. Well, that Sun Yang is one of the rising geniuses in the last days, and he is quite famous in our academy. He must have been lucky enough to be infected with Longling Yuan. Yan Xi said casually. Jieling Dao opened the Pandora's box of this world, and many pagodas that originally suppressed the energy of dragon veins also ran away. In some sacred mountains and pagoda kingdoms, some ordinary people happened to be infected with the spiritual energy gushing out and collapsing from the dragon veins, washing away their muscles and bones, and they rose rapidly in the last days. According to what Yan Xi learned in the college, the new guardian of Yan Huang, Lei Yuchen, rose from the dilapidated ancient temple, and walked out of the immortal road in the silence. Officer Sun may have just been careless, Zioxi, let's forget about it. Don't be angry, it's getting late, you should go back and rest. Swame advised. Bah. That kind of pedant, I will definitely teach him a lesson when I come to the academy tomorrow. Xiaomei, you are too kind-hearted and easily deceived. Don't talk about it, I'd better clean it with you. We will go back together at that time. Yan Xi snorted softly, then took her best friend's wrist and smiled. Ah! Inside the bathroom is a pitch-black corridor. In fact, Wang Teng has been here more than once, but this time he is Qing Long. The 2 rows of skull lanterns exude a cold atmosphere, and the ground under their feet is filled with viscous blood. Wang Teng pushed open the last door of the corridor, and a statue of Guan Yu was enshrined inside. A refreshing sandalwood wafted through the room. Although the fragrance was pervasive, it was still difficult to cover up the faint smell of blood in the air. The Guan Yu on the case is lifelike, his eyebrows are inverted, as if he is angry, and the Qing Long Yunyu knife in his hand is horizontal in the air, as if he is about to wave it down at any time. Wang Teng walked up to Guan Gong, stretched out his hand and shut Guan Gong's eyes. There was only a roar, and a separate small room appeared behind the bronze statue. A wooden table and 2 candles are placed in the center of the room. A person wearing a fairy mask is sitting at the side of the table, it seems that he has been waiting for a long time. Humph! It's a trick! Wang Teng snorted coldly, and walked over like Qing Long. In Huaxia's detention center in Lingheng, Zhang Ju, who had been busy outside for a few days, came to the detention center immediately. As soon as he entered the prison, Zhang Ju heard a miserable cry. Brother, buddy, I was wrong, I shouldn't have assaulted the police, let me out. Huang Su kept tapping on the cage, and there was a black circle the size of a panda in his right eye. Ah Huang! Let's play other tricks today. I just got a collar, a candle, and a small leather whip from Scar. Let's go play something exciting. Behind him, a burly man came slowly, with a doting smile on his face. Damn it, Zhou Tong, stab me in the back. Huang Su's legs were trembling, and he folded his hands over his chest, like a little girl who was being bullied. Don't come here. Come again, I'll call. Hey, Xiao Huang, you are so humorous. Didn't you say you want to interview me? Come in with me obediently. The big man carried Huang Su in the arms of a princess, and brought him into the small black room. Ah, oh! Butterfly! System! Dad! Help me! I'm not going to live broadcast anymore, I'm doing a show about interviewing prisoners, please let me go. Ah! Zhou Tong quietly gave a thumbs up, with admiration written all over his face. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect Brother Huang to be so brave. He dared to provoke that pervert in the prison. Where did that Long Xian go? Bureau Zhang turned around, but couldn't find Long Xian's whereabouts. Have Officer Xia take it away in the morning? What's the matter? The prison guard asked puzzledly. Zhang Ju's face changed when he heard the words, and while making a phone call, he drove towards Xia He's direction. Hey, master, what's the matter? The phone was connected, and it was still the familiar voice that responded to Bureau Zhang. Xia He, where is the Long Xian I asked you to watch? Zhang Ju breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily the silly girl is fine, and then he asked about Long Xian. Let someone release you on bail. Who? Dean Xiao of Linshan College, what's wrong? Xia He was taken aback for a moment, and realized that something was wrong. That Long Xian is a fake. The real Long Xian died 20 days ago. We found his body in the outskirts of Linshan City. However, his DNA, retinal macrolide, and blood are all normal. Ah! As soon as Xia He finished speaking, the photo sent by Zhang Ju popped up on the mobile phone. The people on it were completely changed, and they were very horrifying, which shocked her. In the depths of the coffee shop, the man wearing the fairy mask looked at the white-haired young man in front of him with a smile on his lips. Mr. Long, we meet again. I didn't expect you to find this place. Yet, it's not easy to sneak in once. Wang Teng slowly stretched out his left hand, and pulled out a bloody severed arm. Then he stretched his left hand into his eyes, and took out a fresh eyeball. Chapter 79 Blood Trading, Blood Restlessness. In the secret room, watching the bloody scene, the corner of the man wearing the fairy mask twitched. Soon, Wang Teng's eyes condensed into one eye again, and his arm was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It has to be said that the recovery ability of zombies is really strong, and Wang Teng repaired all the injuries in just a few seconds. Okay, now it's time to talk about our cooperation. Wang Teng took out a small blood vessel from his trouser pocket, which was exactly what Qing Long himself planned to trade. Mr. Long is a straightforward person, tell me, what do you need? The man with the fairy mask looked at the intoxicating blood, his eyes were a little hot. A topographic map of Linshan City, an identity card of the Yanhuang land boundary, an unlimited card, and the blood of extreme yin, 8 swords of the King of Yu. Wang Teng smiled lightly. The masked man frowned slightly. The first 4 things were not a problem for them, but the last one couldn't be done in a short time. The first 4 things, I can give you now, but the last thing takes time, and I will give you an answer in 5 days. It doesn't matter, I also need time to prepare, and the city should be ours in 5 days. Wang Teng didn't care. After the aura recovered, the ancient weapons all recovered their spirituality. The more famous the famous sword, the more immeasurable its power. Wang Teng didn't say any more, and put the branch pipe in front of Xian Wang. I heard that every person who intercepts Ling Dao has a code name. I don't know what your name is. Fairy. Xian Wang chuckled, usurped the tube of blood in his hand, and then took out a map and 3 cards from under the table. In the room card is the blood you want. As for the sword, come and get it in 5 days. I trust the credibility of your organization. A fairy from the 10 Directions prison? Happy cooperation. Wang Teng recalled a bad memory. The members of Jieling Dao are divided into 3 emperors, codenamed killers, and divided into 3 levels, 1 character, 2 characters, and 3 characters. The fewer the number of words, the stronger the person. All codenamed killers come from 10 square hell, which is a folding space on this planet. Solomon, hell, imprisoned heaven, Yanming, underworld. Yan Luo palace, God forbidden, heaven punishment, burial ground, immortal oblivion. Every place is a hellish existence, distributed all over the world. The people in the organization will bring the missing children inside for training and brainwashing, and everyone trained is a dangerous guy. pleasant to work with. Xian Wang was too lazy to talk nonsense, looked at Wang Teng who got up and left, and he also took the blood sample to the depths of the corridor. Wang Teng walked out of the bathroom. There was no one in the coffee shop. The door was ajar. It seemed that the waitress had gone back. Walking on the streets of neon lights, pedestrians on the road are almost invisible. With his hands in his pockets, Wang Teng walked to the roof of a community, and watched from a distance a house in the next community. In an exquisite room, soft moonlight came in from the window and shone on the girl. Yan Xi was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly while hugging a big bear. I shouldn't be able to go back. Looking at his bloody hands, Wang Teng shook his head. He fumbled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit it, leaning against the wall, looking at the lonely moon in the sky, and smoked silently. It was already dawn when she woke up again. Yan Xi had already gone to school, and at night she would go to a coffee shop to work as a clerk to do a part-time job. When I have time on weekends, I will go out of the city with the hunters to hunt zombies. After Yan Xi left, Wang Teng took out a key from under the carpet in front of the door and opened the door. The inside of the house is still the same, 2 rooms, a narrow living room. Wang Teng inserted the door key into it and gently turned it 45 degrees. An electric current passed through the back of the door. If a stranger twisted it to the end, he would probably be killed by high-voltage electricity. After a brief fiddling, Wang Teng opened the door of the room. The light in the room was very dim, and all kinds of messy instruments were placed beside the bed. Instead of turning on the light, Wang Teng took the flashlight by the door and walked to the bookshelf inside. There are 4 rows of bookshelves. Wang Teng took out the 4th book on the 4th shelf and turned to the last 20 pages. There was a special card inside. Insert the card into the slot under the computer desk, and the hidden compartment behind will open. Inside is a black suitcase. Unlike ordinary boxes, the password for this box is 6 digits. Wang Teng fiddled with the number 2413420, and there was a mask of ghosts and gods in the box. The material of the mask is very unique, and the cold touch is like human skin. Wearing it on the face, the ghost mask seems to be alive, and it fits perfectly with Wang Teng's cheeks. System, how is it? Am I handsome? After locking the door again, Wang Teng went to the bathroom, looked at the ghost-faced boy in the mirror, and said to himself. It's so ugly, you came back just to get a mask? The helpless voice of the system rang in Wang Teng's ears. Otherwise pinch. Wang Teng walked out of the bathroom, sat on the bed where Yan Xi was sleeping, and lay lazily. Host, although there is no time limit for this mission, your behavior of paddling for fish makes me really want to slap you. Whoever paddled, I'm almost halfway through the first task. Yes? What else did you do besides destroying a detector in the city? The system couldn't help asking. That detector is just part of the plan. Did you read the news this morning? Wang Teng took out a newspaper with the morning news marked on it. Now the blood test is changed, what's the problem? System, it seems that you are not very intelligent. Host, why not destroy it? I blew myself up, let's be desperate Mandarin ducks. The system doesn't want to pay attention to this host anymore, and keeps doing things mysteriously. Ahem. No need. Remember how I evaded detection? Chopped off my own hand, gouged out my own eye, and then found a corpse to graft upper limbs on? The system is slow and authentic, and I have to admit that its vision is vicious, and the host it chooses is not only cruel to others, but also cruel to itself. That's right, I did an experiment before entering the city. High-level zombies cannot infect the corpse, and still maintain the activity of severed limbs. As for low-level zombies, although they can't do it to my level, it's still no problem to replace an arm. Now about high-level zombies have mixed into the city. But relying on the zombies outside the city alone is not enough, so I borrowed the power of Jieling Dao to get this map. As long as you find the water source of the city's lifeblood, you can launch the largest wave of corpses in a short period of time, which is much faster than letting your subordinates bite one by one. As Wang Teng said, blood was red in his eyes, and the veins and blood vessels felt like they were about to burst. The body is extremely dry and hot, and the world as far as the eyes can see is a little bloody red. I don't know if it's because of the zombie's body, but now he really wants to suck blood, and when he sees the girl's neck, he wants to bite it. Gone. Wang Teng took off the grimace mask and put it in his pocket, then relocked the door of the room, intending to go to the room where the room card is located to solve his physical problems first. Chapter 80 Assimilating Zombies, Discovering Secrets. Linshan Hotel is located in the most prosperous business district in China. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. No one would have thought that someone would be locked up in a hotel just 2 streets away from the police station here for a few days. Wang Teng walked into the hotel staggeringly, his body already instinctively wanting to suck blood. Opening the door, a 10-year-old girl was imprisoned inside. The strong evil spirit made Wang Teng's Adam's apple twitch. Whoa! The girl's hands and feet were bound with black tape and her eyes were covered. She could feel someone entering the room, but didn't know who it was. Wang Teng took the girl's tape and laid the girl on the bed like a hungry wolf. The young girl looked at the strange boy and screamed in horror, but she had no strength to resist Wang Teng after being hungry for several days. Wang Teng bit the girl's fragrant shoulder, and warm blood entered his throat, and it was rare for the cold corpse to feel a trace of warmth passing by. A girl born on a cloudy day in a cloudy year is a great compliment to zombies. What? Old Wang next door couldn't help speeding up the pace of farming when he heard the sound of playing poker. In the messy room, Wang Teng's consciousness gradually recovered, and the wound on the right shoulder of the unknown girl in front of him had begun to fester. 2 lines of blood and tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and both arms were covered with a layer of strange scales. Looking at the lifeless girl who was turning into a dead body, Wang Teng froze for 2 seconds. System, how do I remember that zombies don't suck blood? Wang Teng frowned slightly. If she hadn't asked the organization for a very young girl, she would have lost control. Is there anything else the host doesn't know? The system smiled smugly, and explained without showing off. In ancient times, there was a ferocious beast that roared, and its physical body evolved into the ancestors of the 4 great zombies. Among the 4 zombies, 3 don't need to suck blood, and the only one needs fresh blood every once in a while. Hearing the system's explanation, Wang Teng quickly realized what the problem was. He had swallowed the blood of the general before. As for the general, he was also one of the 4 ancestor-level zombies, and among the 4 zombies, he was the only one who could drink human blood. What's your name? Looking at the alienated zombie girl in front of him, Wang Teng rubbed his eyebrows with some headaches. Master, my name is Zhou Yalian. The female zombie obediently knelt in front of Wang Teng and saluted respectfully, like a well-behaved doll. Wait here for me, you are not allowed to leave this room without my order. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. The infected zombies basically have no memory of their own, and their heads are blank. What level of zombie are you now? Wang Teng asked curiously. Reporting to my lord, this subordinate is currently around the 4th rank. Give some of your blood to you and do something for me. A bolder idea flashed through Wang Teng's mind about the sudden change. He cut his arm, and a stream of blood flowed out from his hand. Zhou Yalian's mouth moved, and there was unprecedented greed in her eyes. But she didn't lose her mind because of Wang Teng's blood. Drink. After receiving Wang Teng's consent, the girl licked Wang Teng's wound like a puppy. Linshan City Police Station. Sun Yang looked back at the videotape over and over again. He spent a whole day in the academy, and finally got Yan Xi's understanding. The latter helped him copy a surveillance video from the coffee shop. He played the video back and forth many times from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, but everything seemed normal. Sun Yang carefully recalled the scene of that night and compared it with himself in the video. Finally, he noticed something was wrong. Rewinded the video after 10 o'clock and watched it for a few minutes. The self in the picture checks the time, confirms that he is off work, and then holds a suitcase, intending to go back politely. When I walked to the side of the street, I turned around, glanced behind me, and just saw a coffee shop, and then walked over curiously. Everything is normal except for the one who doesn't exist. But the more this happened, the more Sun Yang felt that something was wrong. Where did the problem exist? Drop, drop, drop. The alarm clock at the police station rang again. Sun Yang glanced at the clock, it was 10 o'clock. Unexpectedly, it was so late, and no loopholes could be found in the video, so Sun Yang reluctantly paused the playback. The scene happened to freeze when Sun Yang checked the time and got off work. In an instant, Sun Yang stood up suddenly as if enlightened, staring at the screen. The entire video was played back again until he picked up his watch, and the time when the surveillance video was frozen was 55. Really? Sun Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. There was nothing wrong with the videotape, and what happened in it was real, but it was not the video of the night before yesterday. He had also been to that coffee shop before when he was investigating. Sun Yang watched the video again, deepening his guess. When he got off work the day before yesterday, he took his bag first, then put on his hat, and finally glanced at his watch when he stood up, but in the video it was the opposite. There is still a period of time that is not right, the time when he leaves the recliner and looks back is too short. Sun Yang vaguely remembered that he was attracted by the unique temperament of the white-clothed boy at that time, and was dazed for a few seconds, but his movements in the surveillance video were very coherent and completed in one go. That coffee shop, there is a problem. Sun Yang hurriedly set off and walked around the coffee shop when he remembered to call the director. Zhang Bureau, where are you? At the moment, Director Zhang is patrolling the neighborhood with Xiaoyi. When they concluded that Long Xian was an infected person, they had already requested the headquarters to send a new type of detection robot and a team of abilities to assist. A zombie mixed in the city is extremely dangerous for anyone or a civilian. Fortunately, nothing has happened yet. I'm in Block 6 with Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Where's Yan Xi? She said she would investigate District 3 after get off work? What's wrong? Director, I think the boy you mentioned earlier has a clue. What? It's the innermost coffee shop in Block Dash, where Yan Xi works. I've arrived at the door now, Chief, if anything happens to me, you must block this place. After Sun Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The coffee shop was closed, and it was pitch black inside. When Sun Yang walked closer, he found that the door was ajar. He slipped in, and the interior of the cafe was still clean and tidy. After checking around, I didn't find anything suspicious. It looked like a normal shop. Sun Yang walked to the door of the bathroom, put on his gloves, and twisted around to see that the bathroom was still the same. Not here either. Sun Yang twisted the doorknob back and forth several times, and every time he opened the door, it was a normal bathroom. Suddenly, he found that the angle of the doorknob was pulled up a little. Could it be? Sun Yang turned the doorknob counterclockwise, and with a click, the door opened, but inside was not a bathroom, but a dark corridor. Sun Yang quickly took a photo and sent it to Zhang Ju. He felt that he was about to touch a corner of the truth. The pitch-black corridor was very dim, filled with a faint smell of blood. Sun Yang walked in cautiously, and he found a faint light in the last door, so he hurried over. However, at this moment, a corner of the door of a room suddenly opened, and a bloody arm slowly stretched out from inside. Chapter 81 Fierce Battle in the Secret Room, the upper body of the heroic spirit. Deep in the dark corridor is a half-hidden secret room. Sun Yang held his breath, leaned against the wall, and took out a pistol from his trouser waist. He pulled the trigger and slipped into the deepest chamber. The door was pushed open, and inside was a bronze statue of Guangong. Tributes and incense burners were placed on the table, and 2 ever-burning lamps were placed on both sides of the desk, from where the light seen in the corridor emanates. "Little brother, what are you looking for? My sister will help you find it." A woman's voice suddenly came from his ear, and Sun Yang turned around abruptly, kicking out with a flying kick. The woman behind her reacted faster. She avoided Sun Yang's attack by turning sideways, and bent over to sweep her legs. Sun Yang was thrown to the ground in an instant. He supported the ground with one hand, raised the gun with the other, and shot the woman in the leg. At such a close distance, even a zombie would be shot in the head. A pale green aura flashed from the woman's right leg, kicking the bullets and Sun Yang's pistol flying out. The moment the pistol fell off, Sun Yang jumped up suddenly, like a dormant dragon, with his hands like flying eagle claws. He rushed towards the woman's chest. The woman moved like a cunning rabbit, leaned her upper back at -degrees, put her hands on the ground, and kicked Sun Yang away with her hind legs again. Clang! Sun Yang slammed into the bronze statue of Guangong, and there was a sound of bones breaking. Cough cough! A series of blood spurted from his mouth, and the moment he opened the distance, he also saw the woman's appearance clearly. The woman is wearing a silver fox mask with the word May engraved in the center of the mask. A head of jet black beautiful hair naturally hangs down on her waist, and her curvy figure is wrapped in a black tights. Judging from her calf muscles, the woman is a trainer. "Who are you?" Sun Yang asked. His hand hiding in the shadows quietly approached the incense burner enshrined in front of Guangong. "Dead people, there is no need to know how much," the woman said coldly. Sun Yang's eyes shrunk, and he remembered the voice, that waitress in the coffee shop. Whoa! Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Yang poured out all the ashes in the incense burner. Dust narrowed his eyes, and taking this opportunity, Sun Yang raised the entire desk and threw it at the unprepared woman. Swame staggered, and Sun Yang rushed out of the room, but 2 masked people had been waiting at the door for a long time, and Sun Yang kicked back. The man with the sheep face mask flew up and nailed Sun Yang to the floor with one hand. "Little mouse, do you think you can escape?" As soon as the words fell, a Qing Long Yanyu knife fell straight down and cut Sun Yang in 2. "Swame." Xian Wang said that this kid will be taken for interrogation. The speaker is also a member of the Jieling Dao organization, codenamed Pangolin. "I do things, do I need you to command?" Swame glanced lightly at the man in the pangolin mask, and the blood-stained Guangong sword exuded a vague murderous aura. "Forget it, we are all our own family, there is no need to fight in the nest, the soul can also be interrogated." The man with the black goat mask chuckled, and took out a yellow paper talisman from his pocket. "This is a soul-calling talisman. The underworld collapses, and there is no reincarnation in the world. As long as the soul is not scattered, it can be brought back to life. Don't waste time, time to go. This place can't stay any longer." In the shadow of the secret room, Xian Wang came out, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and said indifferently. "Bang bang bang bang." There was a fierce gunshot outside, and the Yanhuang Special Police had already called. "Walk." Xian Wang groped around the wall, and a dark corridor appeared in front of everyone. "My Dao talisman is still on that brat. If you want to fight against the supernatural team, you can do whatever you want, that lunatic from Yanhuang, except for experts like Xian, everyone else will be turned into ashes if they meet each other." Xian had already left. Looking at the hesitant black goat, Swame said something indifferently, and then disappeared into the black corridor. Cut! Black goat stopped talking nonsense, punched the red button in the secret room, and hurriedly left with everyone. In the corridor of the coffee shop, a large number of doors were opened in an instant, and pairs of blood-red eyes slowly opened in the darkness. In Linshan City, the entire No. Block was surrounded by special police forces. A large number of police forces surrounded the place, and intensive firepower killed all the mutated zombies that escaped from the coffee shop. These crazy bastards actually used humans as zombie experiments. Inside the temporary headquarters, Zhang Ju punched the wall angrily, furious. Zhang Bureau, the underground detectors have discovered more than 20 corridors, and the unit has already ordered the roads to be closed. I found black goats and pangolins, members of the Jieling Dao organization. On Xintian Middle Road, please help. This is Hongyang Road. I found a member of the Jieling Dao organization, Shark, Fire Fist. Please help. This is Taiping Road. I found that the Jieling Dao is organized into a scorpion, Qing Yu, please help. This is the road to bury immortals. I found the leader of the Jieling Dao Shifang Prison Immortal Organization, Xian. Please help. More and more members of the Jieling Dao organization surfaced, which made Zhang Ju happy but also a little bit shocked. The other party actually arranged so many people in Linshan City. The two squadrons near the coffee shop, you immediately tore open the hole. There are members of the Akatsuki organization inside, respond quickly. Has anyone from the Special Energy team arrived? Has the Sky Splitting team arrived yet? Looking at the monitoring equipment from various angles, Zhang Ju found that hundreds of special police officers had already been dealt with, and every member of Jieling Dao had the ability to count as 10. Buzz. At a height of -meters away from Linshan City, each member of the special ability looked excitedly at the chaotic town below, with a hint of excitement on their faces. On the most central deck, a young man about 20 years old is ready to go, and the energy of his whole body has reached its peak. The guardian of the second generation of Yan Huang, Lei Yuchen, asked for parachute support. Skydiving is allowed, Lei Yuchen, go to the Xian area immediately, no matter what, we must not let the immortal escape this time. Understand? Lei Yuchen grinned, a confident smile appeared on his face. Soon, 100 paratroopers from the ability team began to parachute and land from the aerospace aircraft carrier. Yangzian Road. Immortal Wang wiped out dozens of special police officers who surrounded him with a single sword. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the place, a look of contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth. To die under this sword is also a great gift to you. Originally, this sword was intended to be traded with Qing Long, but now it can only be used in advance. Suddenly, Xian Wang seemed to have noticed something, looked up into the air, and saw a man falling at a very high speed from the 1,000-meter altitude. Lei Yuchen grinned, and a blue spiritual flame emanated from behind, and the loud voice resounded through the world. Boy Lei Yuchen, invite Master Zhang Jiao to take me up. Above the sky, the clouds were overcast, and Lei Yuchen's eyes were emitting a terrifying blue light, and the spiritual energy in the sky swept out like a tide. The sky is dead, Huang Tian stands. When the year is in Jiazi, the world is prosperous. Lei Gong help me. All over the sky, the thunder tore through the sky and exploded down with a mighty force, pointing directly at the immortal below. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Chapter 82 The Snipe and Clam Fight, the Fisherman Wins. Lei Yuchen let out a long howl, Zidian danced wildly like a silver snake, and the whole block was turned into scorched earth in an instant. But within that thunderbolt, there was a sword light cutting across the river and breaking the sea, dividing yin and yang. With a wave of the immortal's sharp sword, a green light suddenly appeared. Even Zhang Jiao, the celestial master, saw the magic weapon with his eyes shrunk. Because this sword is too outstanding in Chinese history. The name of the sword Qi Xiao is the sword of Liu Bang, Emperor Jiaozu of the Han dynasty. Zijing Miscellaneous Notes has a saying, Emperor Han Gao's snake-slaying sword is decorated with 7 pearls and Zhuhua jade. Qi Xiao ranks third in the sword manuals of later generations, and is the sword of the Emperor's way. Qi Xiao. Zhang Jiao said in a deep voice, but the movements in his hands were not slow. Using the void as the picture, and the thunder as the pen, he wrote the talisman in the air, and in the blink of an eye, 2 sky-reaching talismans came together in the void. 2 talisman seals were carved on the arms, and Lei Yuchen's eyes were blue, like an angry Thor. With a punch, the void shattered, and the wave of shattered space was like overwhelming the land where the ferry was located. Yellow Turban Army, Zhang Jiao. But it's ridiculous for a heretic warlock to reincarnate from a body. Immortal Wang dodges and strikes first, and in the blink of an eye, he is in front of Lei Yuchen. With his sword, he is like flying fire, tearing apart the surrounding space. Lei Yuchen didn't dodge either. The domineering fist shadow and the bright sword light exploded in the air, and the houses with a radius of -meters were shattered by the earthquake. A chaotic sonic boom exploded in space, and two phantoms staggered back and forth, like a comet sweeping across the moon. The concrete wall was kicked and exploded, the ground was cracked, and the whole street collapsed under the wave of the battle between the two. Is that our China's #1 Lei Yuchen? So strong! The special policemen swallowed their saliva, and 10 buildings collapsed in the blink of an eye during the battle between the two. The destructive power of that level is simply a monster. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and evacuate the crowd. Zhang Ju's voice came from the walkie-talkie, and everyone left knowingly. On the floor not far from the battle between Lei Yuchen and Xian Wang, Wang Teng was slowly using the system to detect the data of the two people. Due to the exposure of the Jieling Dao base, he had to advance the plan a bit. The system panel opened, and all the information of Lei Yuchen came into view. Name, Lei Yuchen. Intelligence, 6-2. Air luck, extremely strong. Life characteristics, 7th order. Identity, China's newest god of war, defeated the leader of the Jieling Dao organization. Character, has a sense of justice and is very kind to his own people. Own system, Guardian Spirit Summoning System. Introduction, the owner of this system can draw a lottery after completing the task, and then immediately get the Guardian Spirit. The Guardian Spirit can possess the main body of the host, or it can assist in combat. When the Special Energy Team was fighting fiercely with the people of Jieling Dao, a large number of residents in the city turned into zombies and began to assimilate other people in the city at the speed of light. Before long, the entire Linshan city will become a city of zombies. What's going on? Find out the source of the infection. Zhang Ju was also panicked. He suddenly thought of Long Xian, that zombie hadn't moved all this time. Might it be waiting for this moment? Waterworks, the waterworks was captured by unknown zombies. An image was transmitted to the headquarters main computer. Huge bloodthirsty centipedes, zombie beetles, and blood-colored vines were massacring the waterworks, and the guards of the waterworks had all been assimilated into zombies. At the end of the video, Zhou Yalian pointed a middle finger at the camera, then stretched out her bloody jade hand, crushing the monitoring equipment. Inside the secret room of the coffee shop, along with the last zombie being collected, the ability team found Sun Yang's body. This is where. One of the sleeping girls looked at her surroundings blankly, especially her own corpse. Am I time traveling? Where did my brother go? These two meatballs are quite textured. Sun Yang touched the double balls on his chest subconsciously, they were quite round. Deng Tuzi, if you touch my body again, I will blow your soul away. A coquettish voice came from mid-air, and a woman in white was seen floating in mid-air like a ghost. This is junior sister Yanmeng of the Chuanzhen sect. She temporarily imprisoned your soul with her body. Beside Sun Yang, a young man in a Taoist robe introduced with a smile that his name is Zhang Dao Kong. He studied under Long Hushan, and now he is a member of the special ability team. This elder sister gave me her body, so she herself. Sun Yang suddenly remembered what happened before. He was beheaded by the people of Jieling Dao, who originally wanted to interrogate him. Don't worry, this girl can be the Yang god for 3 days and 3 nights. After all, she is the only female disciple of Chuanzhen. In the corner, a fat man eating potato chips said leisurely. He is also a member of the first team of the Yanhuang ability team, named Su Ziobai, who has the blood of the fierce beast Doughty. Hurry up! Xiao Yanmen took Sun Yang's body back to the base first. We went to the water plant, and the old man is urging us. At the door, a young man with a spear in his arms said something, then turned and walked out of the room. His name is Zhao Tianxing, and he is the deputy captain of our team. The captain, Lei Yuchen, is outside dealing with Jieling Dao masters. The youngest girl among them said with a smile, looking at Sun Yang with some malicious intent. You naughty girl, you are not allowed to touch my body. Be careful, I will beat you back. Yan Menfei came to Xiao's side and warned. How come, I am the most honest person. Xiao put one hand on Yan Meng's buttocks and squeezed. Senior sister is still in good shape. You. Yan Meng, the empty soul body, watched her body being touched and wanted to beat Xiao up immediately. Stop making trouble, it's important to do business. Zhao Tianxing turned around and spoke again. Go back and clean you up again. Yan Meng, who had just become more restless, snorted coldly, and followed behind Zhao Tianxing. Inside the dark space, 3 guardians gathered together. Qinglong said that he succeeded, and immediately transferred the zombies from the outside world. Ming Shuang looked at the other 2, and said leisurely. Is the news reliable? What if the other party is ambushing? Wang Ye couldn't help asking, although they had a lot of zombies, they might not be the opponents of the Yanhuang army. There shouldn't be any fakes. I've already dispatched all the zombies outside. Ming Shuang responded that, in fact, Wang Teng had already discussed the matter with her alone, and this time calling other people was just a brief talk. In an alley in Linshan City, the immortal man was clutching his stomach with an ugly face. He still underestimated Lei Yuchen's strength. You bastard, wait for me, this old man is going to tear you into pieces. Xian Wang clenched his fists and cursed, even though he escaped from Lei Yuchen, he paid a great price. You probably have no chance. Suddenly, a figure quietly appeared behind Xian Wang, piercing Xian Wang's body with cold withered hands. Wang Teng had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Chapter 83. In the residential area, Xian Wang looked at the arm in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that he would be found after hiding his aura. He turned his heart, and directly pulled out the Scarlet Heaven sword and stabbed at his waist. The sharp blade penetrated the fairy's waist, and immediately pierced into Wang Teng's body. Xian Wang's movements were so fast that ordinary people had no time to react. The bloody hand was pulled out from Xian Wang's body. Wang Teng glanced at the sword wound on his abdomen and smiled nonchalantly. In a blink of an eye, his body was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's you. How did you find this place? That tube of blood. The moment Wang Teng's arm was separated from the body, Xian Wang was lucky enough to forcibly sew the wound together, stopping the injury for a short time. Seeing the young man in white on the opposite side, Xian Wang's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he realized something instantly. Xian, we meet again. My things are not so easy to get, you say so. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth raised slightly, and Xian Wang's legs trembled. The body knelt down uncontrollably, the whole body was covered with dense blood lines, and the skin seemed to be split. You count me. Seeing the changes in his body, Xian Wang was astonished. Didn't you play me a trick back then? Killing someone with a knife is really a good trick. Using Qin Glong's hand to kill me, I'm just giving back to him, and using Yanhuang's power to deal with you. Wang Teng slowly put on a grimace mask, seeing the ferocious ghost, Xian Wang was completely restless. Impossible. You are already dead, completely out of your wits, how can you be resurrected? Nothing is impossible. Wang Teng stopped talking nonsense, kicked the exhausted Xian Wang, and his 5 fingers passed through Xian Wang's body again. Xian Wang's blood began to leave his body, and his whole body soon turned into a mummy. Taking out the Chixiao sword, Wang Teng summoned 2 more zombies. Grown-ups. Not long after, 2 zombies dressed as impermanent scholars walked in. If Yan Xi was here, he would definitely be surprised, because these two people were exactly the two Aoki who were killed in the factory. They have already mixed into the city, but they have been on standby. His body is a great treasure, I've given it to you, devour him now. Wang Teng ordered coldly, and the two high-ranking zombies started to move, devouring Xian Wang's body. Walking out of the room, Wang Teng opened the information panel again. The number of zombies in the entire Linshan city is increasing at an alarming rate, and has broken through hundreds of thousands. Boom! Explosions echoed through the street as cars slammed into utility poles, sending out billows of smoke. Several bloody zombies came over smelling the smell of blood, biting the driver in the car. Tall buildings collapsed, and a large number of civilians were submerged in the ruins. Crazy people waved their butcher knives and slashed at their former friends. The whole city, everywhere is killing. And the outside of the city was already littered with corpses. Tens of thousands of zombies came forward one after another, stepping on the bones of their companions, pressing on the human position step by step. The army defending the city fired all the bullets, but they couldn't stop the monsters from advancing. His grandma, how could there be so many zombies? Hold on, Linshan City is behind us, and there are tens of millions of people inside. No matter what, we can't let these zombies enter the city. Captain, there is no bullet. Mine are gone too. Brothers, use the knife and charge me. The leader of the foremen took the lead in charging, and the rest of the troops caught up. Forged the Great Wall with flesh and blood, and firmly blocked the invaders from Linshan City. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the tide of corpses has reached the million level, and one zombie maid will be rewarded with world coins. The progress of the world reaches 10%, and the power of pirate world can be used when the progress of the world exceeds 50%, please come on host. On a tall building, Wang Teng had already taken off his mask, and a system notification sounded in his ears. Not long after, a girl who looked like Rem walked out in a maid outfit. "Bye, I have seen the master." The maid in the white skirt bowed respectfully. Her long white hair and red pupils gave her a sense of tranquility. "Are you a zombie too?" Wang Teng looked at the girl and asked curiously. Reporting to the master, Bai is the body of a general, and also belongs to the lineage of the ancestor zombie. Bai returned patiently. "Well, you take this first, and then I will tell you how to do it through the corpse core." With a thought, Wang Teng took out a special medical bag, all of which were blood vessels. Wang Teng took out a test tube, dripped his own blood into it, and handed it to Bai. Bai took it with one hand and took it according to Wang Teng's will, establishing a special bridge with Wang Teng's soul. "Okay, I still have something to do, so go ahead and do it too." Taking back the medical box, Wang Teng looked at Yan Xi who was surrounded by zombies not far away. "Is that girl a friend of the master?" Bai tilted his head and asked curiously. "No, she is my only relative in this world. So no matter what, she must be protected." Wang Teng shook his head and didn't say anything more. "Understood." Bai nodded slightly, then walked towards the huge city wall. Below, Yan Xi was cornered again. Two fourth-order zombies from Xiaoshan University killed all her colleagues, and now it's her turn. "Hey, beauty, obediently integrate with us." A wicked smile appeared on the corner of the giant zombie's mouth, which was more than 3 meters tall. He picked up the road sign on the street and threw it at Yan Xi's forehead. Yan Xi couldn't dodge in time, so he quickly covered his arms with aura, and forcibly received the overbearing attack of the giant zombie. What? The terrifying and strange power of the giant zombie was like a mountain, pressing heavily on Yan Xi's body. The ground under his feet sank, and Yan Xi's ankle was pierced by gravel. And behind her, another zombie waved a sickle-shaped strange hand to kill him. Roll! Just at this critical moment, a stern voice resounded. The crimson sword light waved down, and the entire arm of the fourth-order zombie was cut off. The young man in white had landed beside Yan Xi at some point. The sword light was like a shadow, and the two fourth-order zombies were separated from each other just by meeting each other. Yan Xi looked at the young man who supported her, and for some reason, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Elder brother. Miss Yan, what a coincidence to meet again. Wang Teng smiled like a spring breeze. Mr. Long, long time no see. There was a hint of disappointment in Yan Xi's eyes. The boy in front of him was not the brother she knew after all. Your foot hurt. Yan Xi's left foot was covered in blood, and the blood flowed down the leg to the sole of the foot. Regardless of Yan Xi's stop, Wang Teng picked her up. Taking Yan Xi to an empty corner, Wang Teng bandaged her wound. Looking at the serious appearance of the young man, there is always a figure in my mind overlapping with the young man in front of me for no reason. Where are you going next? I'll see you off. Wang Teng asked with a smile after treating Yan Xi's wound. Subway station, there. Chapter 84 The driver Huang Su, the unlucky car owner. There are a lot of survivors at the subway station. I'm going there to evacuate the people. Yan Xi looked at Wang Teng with hope on his face. Your foot is injured, the subway station is quite far from here, let me see you off. I'll get a car and come here and wait for me. Wang Teng took Yan Xi to a cool place to rest, and then walked to the street alone. The zombie army has not yet occupied this area, but it is only a matter of time. Through the sight of the zombies, Wang Teng quickly found a car that looked good nearby. Wang Teng moved, crossed two streets, and stopped a speeding BMW. Mad, you don't want to die. The driver in the car was swearing, and his face almost missed the windshield due to inertia. Damn, brother Long, what a coincidence. The corner of Huang Su's mouth twitched. He had just escaped from that devilish place in the prison when he met Wang Teng, the evil star. Ever since he came into contact with Wang Teng, his work has not been smooth. Hey, isn't this Xiao Huang? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're driving a BMW. Wang Teng glanced at the license plate, and the smile on his face continued. Since they are acquaintances, things will be much easier. A good friend of mine lent me one. As soon as Huang Su finished speaking, the trunk of the car jumped twice. A man in a suit was tied behind him by a waistcoat with streaky strings, and his mouth was sealed with tape. Woo 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 woo. The BMW owner wanted to stand up and ask for help, but Huang Su took a sleeping pill and pressed him back with a pillow. A cat got into the car. Meow 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 meow. Dead cat, get out of here. Meow. Huang Su sang a one-man show alone, but when he looked back, he found that Wang Teng had already sat in the co-pilot's seat. Brother Long, why are you here? Huang Su's face froze. He didn't know why, but seeing Wang Teng now made him feel like he was blown away. The way of binding is quite skillful. That's natural. Cough cough, brother Long, I was wrong. Don't be nervous, how come seeing me is like seeing a cat? It was rare for Wang Teng to pay attention to Huang Su's little tricks. In fact, he had done a lot before. I want you to take me and one person to the subway station now. You have two choices, willing, or very willing. Huang Su glanced at the scarlet firmament sword that was placed in front of his neck, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course I am very willing. Doing things for Brother Long is simply a blessing that my younger brother has cultivated in several lifetimes. Really? Why does your face look so reluctant? Wang Teng narrowed his eyes and looked at Huang Su with a smile. Ahem, an illusion, it must be an illusion, it's all an illusion. Maybe it's because I'm so happy to see Brother Long, and I'm a little nervous. You're so nervous that you're almost sweating. Ah, yes, 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 don't say it, the weather is really damn hot today. Huang Su followed Wang Teng's words. Drive quickly, turn left at the intersection ahead. Wang Teng pressed the Chixiao sword to Huang Su's neck. Huang Su didn't dare to say any more, and drove the car according to Wang Teng's wishes. After a while, the two returned to Yan Xi's side. "Miss Yan, what a coincidence, we meet again." Seeing the old acquaintance, Yan Xi also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Huang Su." "Yes, it's under. Get in the car first, I'll sit in the back." Wang Teng took the initiative to give up the co-pilot position, hugged Yan Xi in the seat, and sat alone in the back row. "Huang Su, why are you here? Where did you go to the city before? I wanted to treat you to a meal and repay me." In the car, Yan Xi couldn't help asking about Huang Su's situation. "After entering the city, I have never seen Huang Su again, and I don't know where this kid went." "Oh, don't mention it, I attacked the police, and then I was detained in the detention center and tortured for several days. Until today, there was a sudden riot in the prison, and I ran out while taking advantage of the chaos. Then I met a helpful elder brother on the road. He saw that I was a good-looking talent, very good, and appreciated me, so he gave me his car to escape." Woo 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 woo. Hearing Huang Su's brazen words, the BMW owner wanted to go out immediately and beat Huang Su up. "Meow, the sedative has expired. Did you wake up in a few minutes?" Huang Su thumped, and took out the medicine bottle he had just injected to take a look. "Glucose. Cough, I took it wrong, this is embarrassing. What's the matter, there seems to be someone in the trunk." Yan Xi looked back, but there was no movement. She couldn't help saying strangely. "You heard me wrong, there are only 3 of us in this car." Huang Su never expected that Wang Teng, who had been silent all this time, would speak for him now. "Brother, you will be my dear brother from now on." Huang Su was grateful, but Wang Teng received a notification from the system in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host, for gaining Huang Su's favor. 10% of Huang Su's protagonist luck is transferred to the host. The number of zombie infections has exceeded 500 million, and the ability to plunder genes is additionally rewarded. The host has automatically learned successfully. This ability can fuse various creatures, and can also transform one's own body." "Yes, there are only 3 people in this car, you heard wrong." Huang Su echoed. He could see clearly from the rear-view mirror of the car. Wang Teng punched the owner of the BMW and passed out. Suddenly, the car braked suddenly and turned into an S shape on the road, which almost cost Yan Xi half his life. "Can you drive?" "Of course, I'm an old driver. I'm professional and I never get wet." Huang Su fiddled with the key and turned on the ignition for a long time, but the car just wouldn't start no matter what. "Strange, why can't brother's little BMW X9 Plus start?" Huang Su kicked the gas pedal twice, but there was still no response. "Didn't you say that this car belongs to your friend?" "My friend and I have worn a pair of trousers since we were young. Mine is his car is mine, and his wife is mine too." "Ahem, it's getting too far. This is a BMW Unicorn, the latest model that came out of the last days. Forget it, let me drive it." Looking at the unreliable Huang Su, Yan Xi shook his head helplessly. "Cough, this." Huang Su touched his head in embarrassment, and gave up his seat. The 3 of them galloped all the way, and finally arrived at the gate of the train station. Chapter 85 Identity Exposure, Special Energy Team 2. Is this the subway station of Linshan City? Looking at the crowd who entered the subway station in a panic, Wang Teng smiled. There is really no better place to infect zombies than here. It should be here. Huang Su got off the co-pilot and walked in with Yan Xi. Yan Xi showed his police officer ID and communicated with the police who maintained order, and Wang Teng and Huang Su were let in. The next train will arrive in 5 minutes. Hurry up and get out of here. Now most of Linshan City has been infected by zombies. Not long after, Yan Xi came to Wang Teng and Huang Su who were waiting, and handed over the 2 tickets. Now is an extraordinary period. Many people have no way to leave immediately, and even if they have money, they cannot buy tickets. What would you do? Huang Su took the ticket, looked at the girl who was still injured, and couldn't help asking. The police in Huaxia will always serve the people. Of course we have to take the lead if something happens. You are also citizens, let's escape to the next city with the train. Yan Xi pretended to be relaxed and smiled, his face was a kind of generosity to die calmly. I'll stay with you. Chinese people are not afraid of death. Wang Teng blinked his eyes, he knew Yan Xi's character clearly. The things he has identified will basically not change, but it sounds a bit like him. That's right, I'll stay too. This ticket should be given to those in need. Those pregnant women and the elderly need it more than we do. How can a man run away when he encounters setbacks? Even if he can run away now, can he run away for the rest of his life? My monks, why are you afraid of death? The only thing is to fight. If you don't come back once you go, then you won't go back. Huang Su turned around, waved his hand, and left. Guys, I'm at the subway station now. Zebo plans to need the strength of my brothers and buddies. If you support Zebo, please pay attention to Zebo on demand. Get 2 rockets. It's really not possible, double-clicking 666 is also possible. The rich big brother will win the money market, and the poor will win the personal market. That's right, Zebo is going to fight the zombie army to the death, and needs the help of Brother Ming. Huang Su picked up his phone and started his live broadcast again. Positive energy cooking broadcast, pay attention, brothers. Cooking and broadcasting, come on, and the cloud-piercing arrow will send it. Seeing the flying barrage, the soaring likes, and the number of viewers, Huang Su raised his brows with joy, and hoped to complete the task of the system. Tickets, bring them here. You. Wang Teng grabbed Huang Su who was about to leave, and pulled him back. Ahem, I forgot. Huang Su coughed lightly in embarrassment, took the ticket and handed it over reluctantly. Why are you holding on so tightly? Are you unwilling? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth lightly raised, and he had already seen through Huang Su. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Am I that kind of person? Brother Ming, Zebo went outside to kill zombies. Huang Su let go of his hand, then turned and left. And many more. Yan Xi stopped Huang Su again. What happened? Huang Su stopped, turned around and asked. You're going wrong. That's the route to the high-speed rail, and that's the exit of the subway station. Yan Xi earnestly pointed to the place when he came. Cough, cough, I think if there are green hills left, I'm not afraid of running out of firewood. Endure the calm for a while, and take a step back to open up the sea and the sky. Brother Long, why don't you return the ticket to me? My small arms and legs are not enough for a zombie to fit between my teeth. Wait for me to hang on for a while, and then I'll make great achievements, and then I'll kill an army of zombies without leaving any behind. 666, Huang, it's you. Damn it, boil the broadcast and return my tears. 1 second ago he was impassioned, and the next second he broke his achievements. Zhu Bo, you really are sandpapering your ass, you missed me, it's too cheap. On shamelessness, we have to look at Mr. Huang. The barrage flew up in the live broadcast room, Wang Teng ignored it, and handed the 2 tickets to Yan Xi again. Yan Xi shook his head, you should leave. You should all have your own relatives. If you die without seeing them, it will be a lifetime of regret. That's right, Miss Yan Xi, what you said is absolutely right. Huang Su was so grateful that he wanted to slap himself twice, why did he owe him so much? Silly girl, my only relative is you. Wang Teng sighed slightly in his heart, after contacting Qin Glong's memory. He has already realized how terrifying the opponent human's face is, and the chance of winning is almost less than %. But according to Yan Xi's dislike of being indebted, it is impossible to refuse the ticket. Then be careful. Wang Teng didn't say any more, put the ticket in his pocket, and walked slowly to the waiting area of the subway station. "Well, so are you." Yan Xi smiled knowingly, and watched Wang Teng and Huang Su leave. In the waiting area, a large number of people gathered here, including old people, middle-aged people, and women holding children. Everyone's face was filled with anxiety. 2 miniature inspection robots shuttled through the crowd, checking everyone's physical condition. Finally, it was Wang Teng's turn. A robot sweeps by, issuing a strong warning. "Warning, SSS level infected person found, evacuate immediately." "Warning, SSS level infected person found, evacuate immediately." The loud voice spread throughout the station, and the crowd hurriedly distanced themselves from Wang Teng. Huang Su opened his mouth wide and looked at Wang Teng, but he never had the courage to move. He is well aware of Wang Teng's strength. If he wants to kill himself, there is no way he can escape. How could it be? How could Mr. Long be an infected person? Yan Xi also rushed over upon hearing the news, looking at Wang Teng, who was isolated by the crowd with an expression of disbelief. "He's infected. Quick, kill him. He's not a human anymore, kill him soon, don't you think everyone will be infected?" Several young people roared. Fear overcame reason. They picked up steel pipes and fire extinguishers, and greeted Wang Teng's face directly. Whoa! A strong wind passed by, and a dozen youths instantly turned into blood mist and exploded, and corpses were scattered all over the ground, like a Shura field. "What?" The girl screamed in panic, and the broken crowd moved away. Woohoo! Just then, the high-speed rail came into the station. A large number of people rushed to the train like crazy, and they had to get out of this ghost place as soon as possible. Elderly people were carried down and trampled by the crowd, and many people died in the torrent. "Everyone, don't panic, evacuate in an orderly manner." The police officers yelled at the top of their lungs but could not stop the out-of-control crowd. People outside the station also poured in like a tide, and the originally stable order became even more chaotic. At a corner of the station, a boy in white stood on a pool of blood, elegantly crushing 2 detection robots. The bullets of the police officers hit him like they hit a reinforced iron plate, with no effect. It's a zombie." Yan Xi's eyes widened. She always thought that Wang Teng was a powerful practitioner, but she didn't expect that Wang Teng was not human at all. "Since we've been seen through, there's no need to pretend, let's all come out." Wang Teng's hair began to turn white and grew to his waist, and his handsome face seemed to have changed. A pair of bone dragon wings stretched out from behind, and soon condensed into a pair of black magic feathers. "I'm hungry." Among the crowd, someone suddenly started to have bloodshot eyes, and began to bite the surrounding humans who were caught off guard. A large number of human beings turned into zombies in an instant. People who just broke into the train were shocked to find that zombies also entered the train in disguise. The train that originally escaped became a death train. Amidst howls, the entire train station has become a hotbed of zombies. "Go to hell! Monsters!" At this moment, a laser cannon pierced Wang Teng's chest, and was pierced along with the wall behind him. "Looks like I caught a big fish." Wang Teng's body was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was difficult to kill him even with hot weapons. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the cannonball, and another man of destiny appeared on his information panel. On the second floor of the subway station, several figures came out, and people's hope was rekindled. The second team of the Special Energy Team has arrived. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 86, Fighting Against the Heroes Alone, 8 Diagrams. Name, Song Ming. Life Characteristics, Tier Dash. System, Owner of the Three Kingdoms Warriors System. System Capability, you can summon military generals from the Three Kingdoms in the derivative world to fight in this world. The number of summoned members is determined according to the physical fitness of the system owner. Introduction, the male protagonist of I Summon Thousands of Horses in the End Times, lost his parents when the End Times just broke out, bound the system, and has since reached the pinnacle of his life. When a wave of corpses broke out, he blocked the army of tens of thousands of zombies by himself, and was hired by Huaxia as the captain of the second special team. Name: Xian Yuanziu. Life characteristics: Tier Dash. Introduction: the heroine of I Summon Thousands of Armies and Horses in the End Times, the daughter of the commander-in-chief of the Yanhuang War Zone, and the descendant of Emperor Xian Yuan, her blood can break the seal on the copper coffin of the zombie empress. It's really rude, girl. Looking at the purple-haired girl holding a laser cannon, instead of being angry because of being hit just now, Wang Teng was a little excited. Just the second he saw Xian Yuanziu, he thought of dozens of ways to deal with it. White-haired corpse king, eat me again! Xian Yuanziu yelled, and the latest laser cannon in his hand charged again and burst out. The light penetrated Wang Teng's body again, but this time there was no reaction, and Wang Teng's body was unharmed. How is this possible? Xian Yuanziu exclaimed, and all the supernatural beings were also puzzled. That's a laser. Even if Wang Teng is not dead, he will be severely injured as before, and it will be even more impossible to avoid it. So far, no creature has surpassed the speed of light. It's visual deception. The moment the light enters the retina, his body moves, similar to a short space jump. The little girl hit his afterimage. This living body is stronger than the zombies I have encountered before. My lord, you must be careful. Now everyone listens to my command. Su Chen makes a move directly, and Huashan sent 2 people to break Kun's position first. An old voice came from everyone's earphones. Okay, let's see our Huashan school. In the rear, 2 priests holding long swords and wearing Red Cross teaching uniforms responded. In an instant, the only bald man among them made a move. He soared into the air like a dragon flying in the sky, and he was in front of Wang Teng in a blink of an eye. The moment he got close, the middle-aged man turned his palms into claws, tearing apart the sky like a dragon blade. The sound of the sonic boom exploded in the space. Facing the overwhelming attack, Wang Teng did not dodge or dodge, and directly slapped him head-on. Full of confidence, Master Su Chen's face turned pale as wax paper, and he retreated dozens of steps before using Huajin to relieve Wang Teng's strength. His strength is terrifying, and if he fails to meet him, he will break his bones. Su Chen adjusted his breathing rhythm, calming down the disordered breath again. Ah, so powerful, isn't our Huashan faction's milking dragon claw hand? The 2 Taoist priests of the Huashan school who had just stepped into the position of Kun retreated in fright. He must be suppressed, otherwise no one here will be able to get out alive. Song Ming's face was also solemn, and the space behind him was distorted, and 3 figures walked out of it. The last general, Lu Buletin, pay homage to the master. The man in the center is 9 feet tall, holding a Fang Tian painting halberd, wearing red tassels with twin ponytails on his head, and a red rabbit horse on his crotch, clasping his hands to compose the road. The last general, Chong Shan, Zhao Zilong, has met the Lord. The last general, Su Chu, has seen the Lord. The one on the left, wearing a white robe and silver armor, is very heroic. The person on the right sat down with a colorful tiger, carrying a heavy hammer, and was unparalleled in dominance. However, it wasn't over yet. Song Ming supported the ground with one hand, and 3,000 armored light cavalry were summoned to surround the entire subway station in an instant. Quickly clean up the zombies here, cut off the head and penetrate the heart, and they will die. As ordered. 3,000 soldiers led a fierce hand-to-hand fight with the zombies in this narrow space. 8 arrays, unfortunately, this kind of thing has long been outdated. Wang Teng's figure turned into an afterimage, and he was in front of Song Ming in a blink of an eye. At the moment of crisis, the man holding Fang Tian's painted halberd stood up. One person with one halberd, standing there, like a moat, blocking everyone. Tiangongqi, triple power. Wang Teng did not retreat but advanced, and the Chixiao sword and Fang Tian's painted halberd sparked dazzling sparks in midair. The red rabbit under Lu Buletin's feet let out a long howl, and trampled on Wang Teng's cheek, forcing Wang Teng's figure back into the formation again. Ada raise, get up. Inside the Yanhuang war zone, an old man wearing presbyopic glasses and holding a lupin groaned, looking at the white-haired corpse king on the screen. A flash of inspiration flashed in his eyes. Wang Teng's eyes went dark, and the surrounding space seemed to be divided, and he was in an empty space. Marquis Wu? Kimen Dunjia may be useful to others, but in the face of absolute power, everything is futile. In the pitch-black earth, Wang Teng's figure had already entered into Marquis Wu's technique. He put his hands on the ground, and flashes of spiritual light flashed, and the surrounding ground was all dangerous areas. In the pitch-black space, a silver gentian sharpshooter burst out suddenly, and Zhao Zilong made the move. The first shot was a thunderous blow, and Wang Teng was not given a chance to breathe. The scarlet sky sword draws out the sword light, cuts the spear light to pieces, and the white robe retreats. In a dark corner, another heavy hammer came crashing down. Chapter 87. The heavy hammer of 1,000 caddies is like a waterfall flying down, engulfed in a strong and violent whirlwind. Wang Teng raised his hand and punched, and his body like a copper wall forcibly smashed a hole in the giant hammer. Before Su Chu withdrew, Wang Teng had already followed the hammer to kill him. The sword rises and the sword falls, without any fancy. The tiger chi of the three kingdoms was instantly wiped out by Wang Teng. Wang Teng's eyes turned, and a Fang Tian painted halberd came from behind him. Lu Buletin's whole body exuded a terrifying ghostly aura, and the red rabbit and horse's eyes were scarlet, like a ghost horse from the underworld. Realm King Power, Ghost Slash. The monstrous death energy is combined with the domineering god, the halberd is thrown out, the gods and Buddhas retreat, and the immortal kings are all destroyed. Tian Gang Chi 4 layers royal. Wang Teng changed his tactics again, from offense to defense. The yellow-brown skin was covered with a layer of scales, and Fang Tian's painted halberd just wiped out a spark when he chopped Wang Teng's body. Lu Buletin's face changed, but fortunately, his teammates supported him in time, which relieved Wang Teng's mind. From the flank, the gentian spear stabbed again, and the two Taoist priests of the Huashan sect behind them also stabbed with swords. Just as Wang Teng was about to dodge, he found that his feet had turned into mud at some point. It is astonishing that the person who laid down the gossip array can actually affect the surrounding land. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly. Among the three kingdoms, only Zhuge Kongming and his like can do it. But no matter how powerful you are, this kind of trick is not worth mentioning in front of absolute power. During the Three Kingdoms era, although Zhuge Kongming was able to divide the world into three parts, he was unable to unify the world, because sometimes the general situation could not be done. In the later period, great Wei talents emerged in large numbers, but the Shu Han had withered. Although Sima Yi is not as resourceful as Zhuge, he can kill Zhuge with energy. The strength of the two sides is not equal in the first place. Boom! The white-haired corpse king in the center of the formation punched out, causing ripples in the entire space, and everyone flew upside down in an instant. Wang Teng's wings shook and he jumped into the sky. Above the 9 heavens, a thunderbolt blasted down, followed by a flying fire dragon blasting towards the space where Wang Teng was. Wang Teng in midair swooped down against the thunder and fire, like a comet falling in the sky. The earth was torn apart, mountains and rivers were shattered, and the entire gossip world collapsed in an instant. Billowing dust waves swept across the world, stretching across the entire station. Bang bang bang! Countless glasses were shattered by the aftermath of the battle in an instant, and cracks appeared in the cement stone pillars in the distance. In the monitoring room, all the screens were blown black. Zhuge Kongming was about to order everyone to evacuate first, but found that the microphone had been broken, and a strong uneasiness surged into his heart. It's a pity, you are too weak. Wang Teng is arrogant and independent, looking down on the world. White hair dances lightly, like a mortal immortal. The white-haired corpse king, general. The moment Wang Teng came out of the gossip array, Xian Yuanzihu pointed the laser cannon at Wang Teng's head and pressed it down. Yes, general. With a big wave of the boy's hand, a blood mist bloomed in the air. Seeing Xian Yuanzihu's head separated, Wang Teng bit Xian Yuanzihu's fragrant shoulder, greedily devouring the blood. Ziyu! Song Ming exclaimed, it was too fast, just a face-to-face, Xian Yuanzihu was obliterated, or Wang Teng was waiting for this moment. Everyone underestimated one thing, and that was the strength of the opponent. Until now, everyone was alerted that their opponent might be a fifth-order zombie that had never appeared, or even stronger. I can only hold him back until Master Lei arrives. Su Chen sighed, no worry or joy could be seen on Gu Jingwubo's face. 3 silver needles were taken out from Su Chen's sleeve, and stabbed at Zhou Tian's A-cup ointment. An incomparably tyrannical aura erupted from the body of this eminent Shaolin monk. This 4th-level ancient warrior actually used secret techniques to forcibly raise his cultivation to the 5th level. Let go of Ziyu. Song Ming was furious, he had already lost his mind at this moment, he rushed up immediately, and the bright fist light waved down, like a bright moon and stars. Boom! It was too late when Song Ming approached, Xian Yuanzihu's body was pierced by a punch, and the monstrous punch hit Wang Teng's body, causing Wang Teng to take a small step back. Boy, it's really impossible to save her now. You killed her with your own hands. There was a hint of banter at the corner of Wang Teng's mouth, and he secretly sighed in his heart that he was worthy of being the son of luck. Even if it was a 4th-order life body, it was commonplace to fight over the next level. No, not me. Song Ming looked at the bloody hand, and cried out in a daze, his eyes lost a gleam of luster, and even the summoned generals of the 3 kingdoms were blurred a lot. Originally, he wanted to force Wang Teng to take back Xian Yuanzihu's body, but he didn't expect that Wang Teng would directly use Xian Yuanzihu as a shield. Lord! Zhao Zilong was in a hurry. Once the fighting spirit of the host's zombies was lost, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. How does it feel to kill the girl you love with your own hands? It's so cool. Wang Teng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but he was not in a hurry to act. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Amitabha Buddha. People cannot be resurrected after death. My condolences to donor Song. Su Chen sighed, but his figure was in front of Wang Teng. He stretched out his palm, shining golden light, like an arhat subduing a demon. Almighty, the sea of suffering is boundless, turn your back and be on the shore. Su Chen drank softly, as if there were 10,000 gods and Buddhas standing behind him, urging people to turn around. The Sanskrit sound of the great Dao is tactfully twirled between the heaven and the earth, as if a Buddha is speaking the truth in this world, trying to save the evil spirits ahead. However, the white-haired young man in front of him stood still, despite the golden light outside, the golden lotus flowing, and the myriad visions, his heart was as calm as water. The persuasive persuasion was fruitless, the Buddha seemed to be angry, and a Buddhist Mahamudra gathered by spiritual energy exploded out. Facing the stubborn and reckless demon, the Buddha showed his Vajra's angry side. Raise your hand to suppress all enemies. Ha 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 ha. Buddha! Where were you when I was crying in hell? Where were you when I was starving and freezing? Where were you when I was suffering in purgatory? You persuade others to be patient, but you yourself are Vajra glaring, you persuade others to suffer, but you live alone in the land of ultimate bliss, you persuade others to do good, but you yourself do nothing. The golden lotus you sit on is the blood and bones of the bearer, each string of orbs you carry is the wronged soul of life, and the cassock on your body is the flesh and blood of the people in hell. The magic feather was like a demon knife hanging in the air, tearing apart the hand of the ancient Buddha. The monstrous blood energy affected the whole world, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the pitch-black thunder rumbled. What a heavy demonic energy! Su Chen was shocked by the aftermath, and spurted out a mouthful of reverse blood. Wang Teng's will was too strong, and the Buddhist method of crossing people could not affect him. Even the merciful and compassionate master of Buddhism was easily defeated by Wang Teng. After fighting fiercely with Wang Teng for several rounds, Su Chen realized that his plan was in vain. Even if he burned his own life, he couldn't shake Wang Teng at all. The more he fought, the more desperate he became. At the end of the battle, Su Chen's body was withered, his qi and blood withered, his body was pierced by Wang Teng's sword, and he was completely silent. Grandmaster. Knowing that it was impossible to do anything, Su Chen dragged on as long as possible for a few seconds, fighting to the last moment. If there are any other moves, let's take them out together. Wang Teng said to the rest of the people, and turned his head with awareness, only to see that Lu Buletin had already circled behind him at some point. He frowned frivolously, and asked with a smile. Hey? Is there something wrong? Cough cough. Taking advantage of the fierce fighting between Wang Teng and Bald Donkey, Lu Buletin originally wanted to be the sixth child and attack Wang Teng from behind. He deliberately lowered his voice, and the people on the side also cooperated in silence, but he did not expect that Wang Teng's reaction would be so quick. Buletin has been wandering for half his life and has never met the Ming Lord. Seeing you today is like a parent. If you don't give up, Buletin is willing to worship you as a righteous father. Oh? What about him? Wang Teng looked at the loveless Song Ming and said with a smile. Who is he? I've never seen him. Buletin doesn't know him well. Lu Buletin expressed his attitude immediately, he is a professional on betrayal. You. Lu Buletin, how dare you betray me? Song Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, as if angry. As the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are heroes. Song Ming, I advise you to surrender obediently. Fighting against the adoptive father will only lead to death. Say yes, Dad. Lu Buletin chuckled and looked at Wang Teng flatteringly. However, Wang Teng didn't say anything, and the Chixiao sword slashed out again, and the defenseless Lu Buletin looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. I already worship you as foster father. Why cut me off? Cut him off. I didn't say anything. It's rare to see someone like you for free. Wang Teng smiled lightly, and with a snap of his fingers, Lu Buletin, the famous general of the Three Kingdoms, fell. Then next, whose turn is it to suffer death? Now you. At this moment, a shout came from outside the station. China's god of war, Lei Yuchen, finally arrived. Chapter 88. Now you. Above the 9 heavens, a ray of divine light descended, directly smashing a hole in the ceiling. Lei Yuchen held the heaven-breaking halberd and walked across the sky. The look in his eyes changed again from the last time we met, this time it was a bloodthirsty light, and there seemed to be thousands of dead souls wailing behind him. By you! Wang Teng snorted coldly, and a pair of magic feathers swept away again, upstream. Like an angry dragon going out to sea, vowing to tear everything in front of him to pieces. The scarlet firmament sword breathed out the cold light, and with a single strike, the qi pierced through the heavens. The domineering and fierce sword energy stretches for thousands of miles. The moment it was cut, the world seemed to lose its color, and even Lei Yuchen was ready for that resplendent sword. An invisible killing spirit burst out from his whole body, like a demon in a sea of blood. Master Bai, please go up. Lei Yuchen yelled sharply. 9 killing qi tore through the sky and collided with the domineering sword qi. The two completely different forces collided together, just like a mountain and river breaking its embankment, setting off a stormy sea in the void. Boy, eat me with a halberd. Killing God laughed in vain, and forcibly fought his way out in the chaotic storm of spiritual energy. The murderous halberd swung down, and this blow alone was enough to take off the head of any 5th-level monk. Clang! The scarlet heaven sword and the potion halberd collided in the void, and the two ancient weapons seemed to have travelled through the distant years and fought fiercely together at the same time. The building of the entire subway station was reduced to ruins in an instant, and the aftermath of the explosion spread to a radius of several kilometers. Run! Huang Su reacted immediately, and dragged the sluggish Yan Xi to run. Ah! Help! The building collapsed, and the survivors of the subway station were directly submerged in the ruins. Huang Su, who had just walked out of the subway station, heard the girl crying. "Wait for me here." Yan Xi didn't respond, her mind was in a mess. Seeing the scene where Wang Teng opened the killing ring, fragments of scattered memories emerged in her mind. It was a strange but familiar memory. I couldn't recall anything before my teenage years, but now I seem to have an impression. She knelt on the ground with a splitting headache. Blood, hell, corpses, darkness. The picture in her mind was like a gate to hell, making her fear. Huang Su paused for 2 seconds, then rushed back. "Mom!" In one of the ruins, a few-year-old girl gently pinched her mother's skirt, but her mother could no longer respond to her. The woman put her hands on the ground and knelt on the ground to block the falling steel and concrete with her flesh and blood. "Mom, Xiao Xiao promises to listen to her from now on. Mom, wake up." The girl approached her mother's gradually icy body in fear, and the falling debris annihilated the mother and daughter. International Space Station, Void Conference Room. More than 20 national leaders gathered together, and a video was playing in the center of the desktop, which was the scene of Wang Teng massacring the second team of Yan Huang ability team. This new white-haired zombie king is more dangerous than the monster in the West. It is the second zombie that is conscious and can perform certain things automatically. Behind the star flag, the head of the Buffalo Kingdom said in a deep voice. "Indeed, my suggestion is to directly use nuclear weapons to strike." On the other side, a middle-aged man with a square beard echoed. "His name is Murata Shiger, and he is the new owner of Dongpu." "Shut up! Are you Dongpu looking for death?" Huaxia leader Xiaqing snorted coldly. You know, those monsters were all released from your Huaxia. If you don't solve it, do you want the world to pay for it?" Murata Shiger said coldly. "When you discharged nuclear wastewater, why didn't you pay for it yourself?" Xiaqing said coldly, "In today's Huaxia, it never needs to look at the faces of other countries." "Okay, Brother Xia, Your Excellency Murata, calm down, we are discussing how to solve the matter." The leader of the Donkey Empire acted as a peacemaker, hoping that both sides could take a step back and find a way to deal with the immediate matter first. They know so little about their enemies that the world is now full of monsters. Vampires, werewolves, and zombies appeared in the West almost all over the world. The sixth-order zombies that appeared in China last time infected the entire huge wall. An army of tens of millions of zombies broke through dozens of cities in China, and the number of infected people continued to expand in the West. Now that there is such a terrifying existence in the East, I am afraid that it will not be long before the entire Tianlin city will fall. Use nuclear weapons to destroy Tianlinchenj. The zombies cannot continue to expand like this. If Huaxia doesn't do it, we can do it for you. The leader of the Bison country spoke leisurely. Tianlin city has not yet fallen, there are still soldiers defending the city, and there are tens of thousands of survivors in the city. I do not agree to the use of nuclear weapons. Xiaqing immediately denied it. You can vote on whether to adopt it. The great emperor of Moxiang Kingdom said. Yes, I approve of its use. The leader of the Bison country waved. I agree too. Yes. Leaders of various countries spoke one after another. I object. Xiaqing's position was as firm as ever. I'm against it too. Another voice sounded, and everyone looked at it. The voice was a blonde man, the leader of the new Buffalo Kingdom. I'm against it too. The leader of Moxiang Kingdom smiled slightly. I abstain. The leader of the Donkey Empire blinked, and the voting results finally came down. For the new 5 overlords, 1 vote was in favor, 3 votes were against, and 1 vote was abstention. Most of the rest of the countries chose to stand on China's side. If you don't use nuclear weapons, how does Huaxia plan to deal with it? This video has spread all over the world, and now all countries are panicking. Bison Country continued. Huang Su probably didn't expect that he would start a live broadcast, and the whole world would know about it. It even brought together the leaders of various countries and held an emergency meeting. Huaxia's affairs will naturally be handled by Huaxia, so you don't need to worry about it. Bison Country should take care of itself. The zombie infection situation over there is no less than that of Huaxia. Xiaoqing glanced at the old man and said indifferently. I'm just trying to persuade you with good words. Since Huaxia is confident that it can do a good job, then I will wait and see. The leader of the Bison Country said indifferently. That matter, I will leave it to Huaxia to deal with it. The host opened the mouth and announced the final result of the meeting. Next, let's talk about the next topic, about the encirclement and suppression of the Jieling organization. Jieling Dao currently has hundreds of members on the run, each of whom is close to the level of a master. Except for the leader Taoist who has been arrested, the whereabouts of the other 2 emperors, Zhihuang and Ling Huang, are still unknown. They are likely to be close to the 9th order life form, and they are the most threatening forces in the world. The folding space of Shifang prison has already sent people to attack. There are currently a lot of casualties, and tens of thousands of survivors have been rescued. The host reported the latest results, and everyone continued to discuss the next action. Chapter 89 Waiting for Rescue, Midfield Substitution. Tall buildings collapsed, and countless human zombies were buried by falling rocks. Severed arms and limbs are all over every corner, and bright red blood splatters everywhere. Some were crying, some were shouting, some were roaring. Huang Su ran, turning over pieces of rubble, and finally found the girl calling for help in the ruins of a landslide. Don't be afraid, brother is here to save you, give him your hand. Huang Su stretched out his hand to comfort the girl in the ruins. Brother, baby's mother, save baby's mother, baby is very obedient, let baby do anything, save mom. The little girl hid in her mother's arms, and 2 lines of tears could not stop falling from the corners of her eyes. Your mother. Huang Su looked at the thin girl with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Not far behind the girl, the zombie whose legs were broken by the cement was crawling like maggots, approaching here. Mom won't die, right? My daughter was still talking to her in the morning. The girl sobbed, although she knew it in her heart, she couldn't accept such a thing anyway. Her father died in order to save their mother and daughter when the end of the world just broke out. The mother took her to escape to the giant wall with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, only a few months later, the place was occupied by zombies. My mother is not dead yet, and my mother is by my side. When my brother rescues her, I will save my mother and give my brother my hand. Huang Su looked at the zombies approaching behind the girl, wishing he could cut off the reinforced concrete in front of him and rush in to kill him. Elder brother. Hearing this, the girl began to crawl among the ruins, trying to get closer to Huang Su in a small space. Yes, that's it, send your hand here. Huang Su also stretched out his hand outside the entrance of the ruins. He touched the sweat on his forehead. It was not easy, it was really difficult to coax a child. This child is so pitiful. His mother will be gone at such a young age, so he can stay by his side and take care of him in the future. The little loli is quite cute, the loli development plan, quack quack epsilon. Food, evolution. Don't want to go. Just when strange thoughts flashed through Huang Su's mind, the zombie with a broken leg burst out with amazing vitality. Soon, it got close to the little girl's mother, greedily eating the girl's mother's flesh and blood from behind. Delicious, really delicious. The zombie with the broken leg screamed fascinatedly, and continued to move its body, crawling forward. There is also a little doll with more delicate skin in front, which is really a godsend and delicious. Brother, there seems to be something behind. The little girl crawled nervously, her skin was sore from the gravel, and her flesh was scratched in many places. Don't look back, give your hand to brother. Huang Su stretched out his hand as much as possible, and the little girl crawled with difficulty. The zombie with a broken leg at the back of the corridor was stuck at the entrance of the hole. It struggled so hard that the entire cement ruins showed signs of shaking for a while. Food, don't go. Food. The broken-legged zombie screamed, and a rock was knocked down, directly hitting the little girl's leg heavily. The girl was in so much pain that she burst into tears. Looking at the clamoring zombies behind her, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Mom, gone. Climb over here and give me your hand, this place is about to collapse. Looking at the falling gravel around him, Huang Su managed to use his body protecting aura to support a foothold. The little girl struggled to move her calf, and cold sweat began to break out on her forehead. She has seen with her own eyes that after being bitten by those zombie monsters, humans will go crazy and become walking dead who can only kill. On the corridor ahead, the supporting wooden stick was about to break, and time was getting tighter. But there was no time to cry, she had to climb out quickly. Food, don't go. Food. The zombie with a broken leg continued to crawl, his skin and flesh had cracked, but he seemed to feel no pain and was still moving forward. Boom! The collapsed concrete pillar nailed the zombie with the broken leg to death in the corridor. The zombie with a broken leg was still moving forward. He broke one of his arms, and one hand exploded with terrifying force, moving the entire body and still moving forward. Finally, the little girl reached Huang Su with one hand, and Huang Su hurriedly pulled the girl, but the latter's hand retreated. Behind the girl, a bloody hand had grabbed her ankle. Food, don't even think about leaving. The broken-legged zombie exerted strength with one hand, trying to stretch out his head too. Brother! You're back! The little girl looked outside the entrance of the cave, and several zombies had been slowly swarming over, and Huang Su wouldn't be able to leave if she dragged on any longer. Give me the other hand too, and I'll pull you out. Huang Su said anxiously, he was afraid that pulling only one hand would break the little girl's arm. This was indeed the case, the little girl was pulled back and forth by two forces, as if her body was about to be torn apart. At the moment of life and death, she made her own choice. Brother, thank you for coming to save me, you go and live well. The little girl let go of her hand and let the zombies behind her pull her back. What are you doing? Grab my hand. Huang Su panicked completely, he couldn't bear to see such a delicate little girl buried in the ruins like this. My daughter likes my brother very much. Brother, you must live on. My daughter and mother bless you in heaven. The little girl smiled sweetly, like a withered rose. She pushed hard, and her negligible strength was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Caw caw caw. The load-bearing wooden stick finally couldn't support it and broke. The falling concrete annihilated the girl and the zombies, and the bright red blood spread from the corridor to the outside. Huang Su stared blankly at the unrecognizable ruins, where a little girl and her mother were crushed. I'm hungry. Several zombies swarmed up and pounced on their prey in the ruins. You all have to die. A dazzling white light flashed past, and the heads of the 5 zombies were separated instantly and fell to the ground. Boom boom boom. At the same time, not far from the train station, the battle between Wang Teng and Lei Yuchen continued. Killing God Bai Qi deserves to be the head of the 4 famous generals in the Warring States period, even if he is reborn from the soul, he still does not fall behind. Yu Chen, I just received an order from my superiors to eliminate the white-haired corpse king at all costs. Military support will arrive soon, hold him back. Lei Yuchen paused slightly when the commander's command came from the earphones. Wang Teng didn't attack either. He monitored the entire train station through the zombies. The seeds he planted also worked. When he sucked Xian Yuanzihu's blood, he implanted the zombie virus in the latter's body. When Song Ming got close to the corpse, it was already too late. 20 bone spurs directly smashed Song Ming's internal organs, flesh, and blood. The second team of abilities has now been wiped out, and no one survived. Are you stalling for your time? Wang Teng, who stopped, looked at Lei Yuchen not far away elegantly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. In fact, he only used Qin Glong's zombie strength, and didn't use his full strength. I cannot understand what you say. Lei Yuchen said hoarsely, possessing multiple guardian spirits a day is powerful, but it consumes his own physical strength. Actually, I am also waiting for reinforcements, and now my reinforcements have arrived. Wang Teng turned his gaze to a tall building not far away. A woman in a red skirt and a boy with glasses had arrived on the battlefield. I leave it to you, I still have to find that thing. Wang Teng smiled lightly, and said to the two people not far away. Let's fight to the death with the protagonist or leave it to the other guardians under the zombie empress, it's good for him to touch the fish. Okay. Wang Teng left the battlefield with a leap. Just as Lei Yuchen was about to chase after him, a magic knife lay in front of him. Your opponent is now us. Chapter 90 Heavy Chapter Prison, Secret Mission. When did you come? Not long after leaving, Wang Teng found Bai and Zhou Yalian in the corner. Zhou Yalian's body was covered in blood, and her aura was several times stronger than when they first met. And Bai, as always, was wearing a white maid outfit. If it wasn't for the blood on the white stockings on her calves, Wang Teng might have forgotten that she was also a zombie. Just arrived, the water plant has released the zombie virus according to the command of the adults. Zhou Yalian replied calmly, her black eyes could not see any emotion. The army of zombies outside has also entered the city. Except for a few core areas, there are still forces resisting. Basically, the entire Tianlin city has fallen. Bai briefly reported the battle situation. Jieling Dao and the Yanhuang organization are almost on fire. Let the zombies infect the injured high-level fighters as much as possible, and then let them disperse and evacuate Linshan city. After finishing, go to the factory outside the city to find me. Wang Teng looked at Zhou Yalian and ordered. Then he took out a test tube from the system warehouse and spat out the blood of Xian Yu and Ziyu in his body. Yes. Zhou Yalian responded, turned, and left. Wang Teng took Bai to the prison. Grown-ups. At the gate of the prison in Linshan City, Aoki and Zhou Tong had been waiting outside the gate for a long time. Old Zhou, we meet again. Wang Teng greeted him familiarly, and Zhou Tong looked at Wang Teng with a dazed expression, his mind still unable to turn the corner for a long time. In fact, he was also confused for a while. He was bitten by a zombie and his body changed, but he still retained his consciousness. Apart from the physical changes, there is almost no difference. And his cellmates have all been assimilated into walking dead monsters. Wang Teng's face changed, showing Long Xian's face. It's you! Zhou Tong screamed in astonishment, and then quickly covered his mouth. Don't worry, everyone here is now my people, including you. Wang Teng smiled indifferently, and walked into the detention center under the leadership of Aoki. On both sides of the main entrance, zombies in police uniforms and prison uniforms stood neatly on both sides. Their eyes were dull, and they only had instinctive awe for Wang Teng. Meet the boss! The leading high-level zombie shouted, and all the zombies knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, see the boss! Ahem, let's all go about your business. Wang Teng coughed lightly, looked at Bai who was covering his mouth and giggling, and couldn't help giving her a blank look. There was no doubt that this girl was responsible. Yes. The zombies on both sides retreated, and Aoki continued to lead the way, leading Wang Teng to the deep interrogation room. Brother zombie over there, give me a good time. I won't pretend anymore, woo woo woo. Huang Su was hung in mid-air, and a giant zombie in a prison uniform was licking back and forth on his body, murmuring indistinctly. Ah Huang, hee hee, you heartless man, you still have the face to come back. Come on. Let my brother love you well. Huang Su felt a chill, and he really wanted to escape, but he couldn't escape no matter what. Not long after I got out of prison, I ended up going in again. Why? Why can she sit there, but I can only be hung here? Huang Su glanced at Yan Xi, who was outside the interrogation room, and shouted that it was unfair. Yan Xi not only has stools to sit on, but also zombies to hand her drinks, bread and instant noodles. The same people, how can the gap be so big? Ah Huang, can I eat you? Then the two of us will be together forever. The big zombie man smiled greedily, opened his mouth wide, and exposed countless sharp fangs, all of which were covered with saliva. Baa die. Ya die, big brother, let's talk. If we have something to say, it's not something that can't be discussed. Wait. Help. Huang Su was completely panicked. He hadn't exchanged his life with the beautiful young lady, he hadn't reached the pinnacle of his life, and he hadn't done healthcare yet. He just got a system, and he didn't want to belch before he could rise up. My lord has ordered that he is still useful and cannot be killed. A deep voice came from the microphone, and the big zombie walked away regretfully, then thought of something, and looked back at Huang Su's arm. You, what do you want to do? Huang Su was taken aback for a moment, and then realized it immediately. Just because you can't kill it doesn't mean you can't maim it. Boil. Big brother. Xiao Huang, I'm so hungry, just give me your arms and legs. Don't worry, I will be very careful and make sure you don't feel any pain. A bone knife grew out of the thick palm of the big zombie, and a pair of green eyes stared at Huang Su's arm. Help! Killed, help! Huang Su looked at the approaching zombies, and his heart almost rose to his throat. The giant zombie opened its mouth wide, and its body was transformed into a monster. Just when it was about to bite Huang Su, the door of the room was kicked open. A black shadow rushed out, holding a demon knife that exuded aura, and stabbed the zombie in the forehead. Green blood splattered out, the giant zombie screamed in pain, and fell with one knife after another. Finally, it couldn't hold on and fell down. Standing on its back is a slim girl, who else is it not Yan Xi? Sister, awesome! Help me! There was another ray of hope in Huang Su's eyes. SHH. Yan Xi made a silent gesture, then moved the bench in the corner over, stepped on it, and planned to cut Huang Su's rope with a fruit knife and let him leave together. Although he didn't understand why those zombies didn't attack him, Yan Xi didn't want to sit still. Huang Su understood, obediently shut his mouth, and now he can only look at Yan Xi's. Squeak! The moment Huang Su got out of trouble, the door of the room was opened. Wang Teng glanced at the corpses of 3 or 4 zombies on the ground, and his eyes met Huang Su's. Hi, Brother Long, we meet again. Huang Su showed a smile that was uglier than crying. It's over, this time it's really Jijismekta. Take Miss Yan out. Wang Teng ignored the dead zombies. He had as many ordinary zombies as he wanted now, and Yan Xi would kill them as soon as he killed them. Yes. Aoki's eyes moved, and he didn't dare to look directly at Yan Xi, but only made a gesture of invitation to the latter. Yan Xi looked at the high-level zombies and knew that there was no possibility for him to escape, so he simply followed behind Aoki. You guys go out too. Wang Teng sat down on a stool outside the interrogation room, and the zombies on the left and right took orders to leave. Soon there were only Wang Teng and Huang Su left in the room. The two sat opposite each other, and Huang Su looked at Wang Teng, feeling rather awkward. Meet you again, do you have anything to say? Wang Teng looked at Huang Su, took a sip of the milkshake that Yan Xi didn't drink on the table, and said leisurely. Brother Long, do I still have a chance to live? Huang Su swallowed, his mouth dry and tongue dry. Of course, but I want you to do one thing for me. Wang Teng put his mouth close to Huang Su's ear and whispered softly. Huang Su's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. How is it? Are you interested in walking for me? Wang Teng smiled, and handed out a bright red ribbon. Is what you said true? Huang Su was silent for a moment, then asked. Believe it or not, you don't have a choice. Wang Teng took out the Akasaka sword, and stabbed out suddenly. What? Before Huang Su could react, one of his legs was cut off abruptly. Devil, you devil! Looking at Wang Teng's kind smile, Huang Su's face turned pale. Take good care of our Mr. Huang. Wang Teng clapped his hands. On both sides of the prison, a large number of low-level zombies began to pour into the interrogation room. Come on! The chosen one should be able to survive until they come to rescue. Wang Teng rang the siren with one punch, then turned and left. A crowd of zombies swarmed up, biting at Huang Su's direction. What? Long Xian, you liar, you must die. You said you would let me go. No. You can't do this. Don't come here, ah. My legs. Ah. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 91. In the sky above Linshan City, a huge aerospace aircraft carrier has stabilized in mid-air. The main fleet has been fixed in space, and fighter planes can be dispatched at any time. In the command room, an adjutant reported. Attack! Be sure to kill the high-level zombies in the city. The expeditionary force of the ground troops has already begun to be transferred from other giant walls. With the order of Xian Yuan Long Yuan, the commander-in-chief of the war zone, the cabin of the aerospace carrier was opened. Huaxia fighter planes arrived on the battlefield one after another, and the air defense alarm sounded in the entire Linshan city. Boom! The bomber flew in mid-air, bombing the tide of corpses on the ground. The high-speed flying shells were released like a gust of wind and rain, and all the buildings and roads were destroyed. A large number of zombies were wiped out, and Wang Teng's premonition was accurate. In just a few hours, Huaxia took a new round of counterattacks. The bombing of hundreds of warships covered half of the urban area, and a large number of residential buildings collapsed, becoming a barrier, blocking the attack route of the zombie army. It's time to go. It's not good for us to delay until the arrival of the Chinese reinforcements. In a ruin in Linshan City, Ming Shuang and Xian received a voice transmission from Wang Teng. Lei Yuchen in front of him twisted the cement into a relative, holding a stone axe to fight against the two top zombies and still not losing the wind. I'll let you go today. Ming Shuang repaired the broken arm, said coldly, turned and left. Xian stayed behind, picked up a huge boulder on the ground, and smashed it at the crowd trapped in the bus on the far side of the road. Lei Yuchen, who had just planned to hunt him down, paused, angrily chasing after the roaring boulder. Boom! A punch exploded the concrete and stones. Lei Yuchen didn't chase anymore, all the light on his body faded away. After fighting for so long, his physical exertion was also huge. Whether it's the white-haired corpse king or the two zombies that appeared later, he couldn't kill them. His strength is still not enough. With one kick, he kicked open the dead car door. Lei Yuchen managed to adjust his mood, showing a gentle expression. Everyone is all right. Thank you. The passengers in the car got off one after another and stood on the side of the road. I'm Lei Yuchen. This is Block 6. There are more than 20 survivors. We need personnel to take over. Lei Yuchen pressed the communicator, and soon a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Received, the second batch of advance troops will arrive in 10 minutes. Lei Yuchen, there is still a distress signal at the prison. When the reinforcements arrive, go there to support them. Clear. Lei Yuchen responded bluntly. Inside the aerospace aircraft carrier, in the isolated area, a staff member led a pale-faced old man and a Taoist boy in. Old Heavenly Master, it's ahead. The staff member opened the hatch and pointed to the inside. It's time to work, apprentice, let's go. The grey-haired old man walked in. There were only 2 girls and a soul body inside. Who is Sun Yang? The old man said leisurely. The two girls who were chatting paused and looked at the person who came. This is Zhang Tianxi from Longhe Mountain. Commander, please come here to rescue little brother Sun Yang. This is little master Zhang Daokan. The staff enthusiastically introduced. Chuanzhen girl, I met you when Luo Tian was married. Zhang Tianxi chuckled, pointing at the phantom in midair and laughing. Chuanzhen Yanmen, I have met the old heavenly master. Yanmeng blinked her beautiful eyes when she heard the words, and bowed her hands in the void as a junior salute. Yu Xiaoa, pay my respects to the heavenly master. Sun Yang, pay homage to the old heavenly master. The remaining two people reacted rather quickly and clasped their hands together. Good, good, good young people. The old heavenly master laughed loudly, and put one hand on Sun Yang's chest. Bah, old pervert. This old celestial master, at such an old age, is still taking advantage of little girls. Sun Yang was not used to being held in this way, and he felt awkward no matter how he became a man. Fortunately, this twist did not last long, because in the next second, he was shaken out of Yanmeng's body. Use that. The old heavenly master took out a talisman paper from his pocket. Xiaodao Tongzhen took out a jar the size of a chamber pot. Under the internal force of the old master, Sun Yang's eyes went black and he was directly sucked into the jar. Waiting for the last ray of soul light to enter the jar, the old heavenly master stuck the Dao talisman on the top of the jar, and an invisible barrier completely sealed Sun Yang's soul in the altar. This is... Yu Xiaoa held the body of the fallen senior sister, and then watched curiously as the old celestial master carved lines on the altar. This is the Taoist art of restraining spirits. The master is transferring the soul of Sun Donor. The inscription on the jar is the mantra of nourishing the spirit, similar to the ferocious seal that you see every day to nourish evil spirits. The soul will grow stronger after gaining power, and some can even survive in the world for a period of time without the need for a physical body. Master, this is just a small incantation. Strengthen the soul of Donor Sun, and the chance of success will be higher when transferring the soul body later. After all, Benefactor Sun's soul is not as good as that of senior sister Yan, and he can reach the level of a Yang god. The little Taoist patiently explained. Stinky boy, can you say a few words less? It's going to shake off all our petty wealth. The old heavenly master knocked on the apprentice a chestnut, telling the apprentice to stop talking. Ouch! Zhang Daokan held the big bag on the top of his head, tears rolled from the pain. He was wronged, and he didn't dare to make a sound anymore. Pfft! Seeing the little Taoist's deflated appearance, Yu Xiaoa pursed her lips and smiled. Grandpa Tianqi, isn't this spirit restraining technique very powerful? It can directly steal people's souls, isn't it too powerful? Yu Xiaoa couldn't help admiring the movements of the old master. Jieling dispatched generals. Jieling is just a small Daoer, and a master who has really practiced to a great degree can directly become a horse god. That is the real great supernatural power. Zhang Tianxi touched his white beard, smiled faintly, and continued. It's a pity that in the age of the Dharma, spiritual energy is thin, and there are no gods in the world. Even immortals only exist in myths. Girl, this spirit restraint technique is not invincible. Many body protection techniques focus on the unity of spirit, energy, and spirit. In fact, it is nothing more than the effect of resonating the soul and the body, so that every inch of power in the skin can be controlled. My technique may be useful for juniors of the 3rd or 4th rank, but for those masters above the 5th rank, this kind of spirit arrest is almost useless. Unless it is absolutely suppressed in terms of strength, this spirit arresting technique is actually not very useful. It can only be used to catch ghosts, and the real use is longevity. Master, you still talk about me, you don't. Before the old Tianxi finished speaking, he was interrupted by an abrupt voice. The old Tianxi blushed and gave Zhang Daokan another chestnut. Damn, why did you hit me again, woo woo woo. Can I be the same as you as a teacher? I'm giving popular science and Taoist knowledge to the future flowers of the motherland. Pull it down, you didn't make it up. Ahem, Daokan, do you know why your brother is called Dao Kong? Why? Because he is very good at making air, and never talks back to the master. Oh, then I'm dust. No, you can eat dirt for me. The old heavenly master grabbed the soul altar and kicked Zhang Daokan's ass. The little Taoist screamed, spread his arms outright, and fell down in front of Yu Xiaoa and the other two. Junior brother, there is no need to do such a great gift. Senior sister can't bear it. Yu Xiaoa suppressed her smile and quickly helped Zhang Daokan up. I'm at number %, I'm always the one who gets hurt because of Mao, woo woo woo. Zhang Daokan looked sad and angry, but the old master ignored it and pressed the button of the front hatch. Whoa whoa whoa! The heavy hatch was opened, and a head slowly rose from inside. Chapter 92 Situ Hauran, Guessing People Hearts. This is... The staff member opened his mouth, looked at the rising man, and said in surprise. The corpse of the benefactor's son, you go out first. Because it was placed in the solution, Sun Yang did not wear clothes. The two girls left very consciously. The old heavenly master took the blood from one of Sun Yang's blood vessels, and then used a pen to stain the blood to carve a soul-inducing talisman on the talisman seal. The soul is back. The talisman rose from the altar, and the aura swept the entire land like a tide. Arrays formed by auras of spiritual light filled the ground through the instrument. There seems to be an invisible air flowing in the air. Zhang Tianxi continued to practice, speaking plausibly. The blood talisman stuck to Sun Yang's forehead, and Sun Yang's soul was also involved in his body. Success! The staff member was surprised, so fast. Well, you should be able to wake up in half an hour. Now you only need the essence to guide the soul to fuse with the body. Actually, it's no different from the upper body of a ghost, it's just that you are on yourself. Zhang Tianxi explained patiently. The staff nodded and said nothing more. Linshan City, Detention Center. In the surveillance room, Lei Yuchen crushed the last zombie to death. Su Xiaobai and Zhang Daokong walked in with Huang Su and Zhao Tianxing on their shoulders. Captain, only one survivor was found, the others were all infected. How did he survive? Lei Yuchen looked suspiciously at Huang Su, who was covered in blood, especially since the latter had a broken leg. When we arrived, he was lying in the pile of zombies. He cut off his leg, so he wasn't infected. Judging by his breath, he should be a practitioner. Zhang Daokong said lightly, with a hint of admiration in his tone, after all, it takes a lot of courage and willpower to be able to cut off a leg. Captain, he lost a lot of blood, and he might die if he doesn't bring him for medical treatment. Su Xiaobai said, carrying Huang Su is really troublesome, he can't even eat. After a while, his stomach was growling with hunger again. Take him away first, Tianxing, and I have other tasks. Lei Yuchen didn't ask any more questions, and let the two team members leave with Huang Su. After the two left, Lei Yuchen heard the voice of a strange young man again. Is it Lei Yuchen? I am Situ Hauran, the deputy leader of Xiao organization, and I am also a system owner just like you. What's up? Lei Yuchen's pupils shrank slightly, and he had heard of Situ Hauran's name for a long time. If he is China's sharp blade, then Situ Hauran can be said to be China's strongest brain. This person's use of the power of the system has reached the point of terror, and many intelligences of Jieling Dao organization are derived and analyzed by him. I need all the videos from the police station and prison in recent days. Copy them all and send them to me. The communication account has been sent to your communication device. In a secret room, Situ Hauran tapped on the computer keyboard, repeatedly watching the videos he just obtained. It is good. Lei Yuchen didn't have much hesitation. He and Situ Hauran were in the same camp, so he should try his best to help. Wang Teng did a great job. When the tide of corpses broke out, he let the zombies destroy the monitoring room. It is impossible to know what happened today, but the video from the previous few days has been preserved. This is the record you want. Do you have any clues? The secret room where Situ Haoran was located was opened. Xian Yuan Long Yuan walked in, and handed over the conversation record from Sun Yang's interrogation just now. Sun Yang's soul has just entered his body, and many of his memories are still vague, so he can only ask so much information. Enough. Situ Haoran smiled slightly, and directly played back the video on the computer, and the time was fixed at a few days ago. There are 3 people in the picture: Long Xian, Yan Xi, and Huang Su. This is a photo when they first entered the city, and it happened to be taken. This Long Xian is the infected person, Zhang Ju said. He destroyed the detector and was locked up in the detention center. What's wrong? Xian Yuan Long Yuan asked in puzzlement. The information that a picture can provide is really too little. Looking at the eyes of these 3 people, the girl's eyes are looking at this Long Xian, and this Huang Su's eyes are full of complexity, vigilance, and awe. It means that Long Xian is very powerful, and he has saved the lives of these 2 people. At least this girl must have saved them. Situ Haoran bit the pen in front of his mouth, thinking. But what does that mean? Xian Yuan Long was far from understanding. The girl's name is Yan Xi, and she's a member of Xiao's organization. I asked someone to take the surveillance near his home. Although the opponent's anti-reconnaissance awareness is very strong, he was still photographed. This Long Xian, he knows Yan Xi very well, his character, and everything about her. So when he was locked up in the detention center, he expected that the girl would let him out. He knows the city of Linshan City, and may even have lived here before, but he disappeared for a while. He is very careful. With his strength, he can break in through the main entrance, but he chose to sneak in. It shows that he is not very clear about Huaxia's real combat power, so he did not act rashly. In the coffee shop, Sun Yang found his figure, and then found the Jieling Dao stronghold, but he did not find this person. It means that he deliberately let us know the stronghold of Jieling Dao. There is a grievance between him and Jieling Dao. It is also possible that he was one of them. We only caught a few members of Jieling Dao, most of them were infected and turned into zombies, and they evacuated Linshan City. This is the recorded image around the water plant. I used the eyes of the system to speed up, but I couldn't find any abnormalities. There was a sudden attack without warning. He must have gotten something from the coffee shop. It may be the city's defense map, which gave him the confidence to launch a wave of corpses. A gleam of light flashed in Situ Haoran's eyes, and he felt that he had touched a corner of the truth. You mean, the white-haired corpse king is Yan Xi's family? Xian Yuan Long Yuan said in a deep voice. The white-haired corpse king killed his daughter. Whether it was a business or private matter, he could not let the latter go. Not sure yet, but I've found something interesting. It's recorded in Yan Xi's file that she doesn't remember what happened before she was 15 years old. She also has an older brother. As far as I can remember, his elder brother has always taken good care of her. He does odd jobs on the construction site, eats only one steamed bun for breakfast, and doesn't change a few clothes for a year. He doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, and has almost no expenses. You mean there's something wrong with his brother? He's the white-haired corpse king. Xian Yuan Long Yuan frowned and asked. No, the identities of the brothers and sisters are very clean. They both grew up in an orphanage. The elder brother worked hard to earn money, and he raised the younger sister with his own hands. Let my younger sister live in a spacious house and go to the best school. For his own family, my brother can be said to have given up everything. There are traces of every source of his funds, which are hard-earned money. After the end of the world broke out, Yan Xi and his brother lived in Linshan City for a while, but his brother died more than 2 months ago. Originally, I also thought that his brother mutated into the current corpse king after his death, but outside the city, hunters found the body of Yan Xi's brother. He was not infected into a zombie, but he was indeed dead. The only possibility is to seize the house, but an ordinary person cannot do it. There is still too little information, most of it is just speculation. However, there are a few things that are certain. Yan Xi is an acquaintance of the white-haired corpse king, and it is very likely that it has something to do with her lost memory. The white-haired corpse king has wisdom beyond ordinary people. Every step of his has been carefully considered, and he understands human beings very well. It is extremely dangerous. The high-level zombies have their own purpose, whether it's the one in the west or the 3 zombies that appear now. They must be plotting something, and they must be stopped before it happens. The 4 known SSS-level zombies so far, this white-haired zombie king may be the mastermind. We need to find out their movements before we can make arrangements in advance. Situ Hauran pushed his glasses, and said leisurely. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Xian Yuan Longjai Yuan's phone rang. Commander, a survivor said that he has important information to report to you. Xian Yuan Long Yuan and Situ Hauran looked at each other when they heard the words, and then said, Understood, let him wait, I'm busy now, I'll go there later. By the way, what's the name of that survivor? He said his name was Long Xian. Chapter 93 West of Kunlun, Gate of Hell. What? Xian Yuan Long Yuan exclaimed in shock, and Situ Hauran stood up abruptly. He said, his name is Long Xian. The lady operator was a little hesitant, but it could be heard from the phone that the commander was a little excited. Don't act rashly, I'll come over right away, try to hold him back as much as possible, and don't let him leave the room. Xian Yuan Long Yuan ordered. Okay, okay. What do you think? After hanging up the phone, Xian Yuan Long looked at Situ Hauran beside him and asked. Let's see each other. But I need to find a substitute to act as Commander Yu. Situ Hauran pondered for a moment and said, Xian Yuan Long Yuan is the commander of Huaxia. If the other party is really the white-haired corpse king, then wouldn't it be a sheep in the jaws of a tiger? But the other party would actually look for them, which meant that he still wanted to talk, but he didn't know what the latter's purpose was. In a temporary hospital in Linshan City, Huang Su had already arrived at the door on crutches. Sister, just let me out. I want WC. No, there is an explanation from above, Mr. Long Xian. You can't leave this room. The nurse guarding the door shook her head and refused to let Huang Su leave. I made a mistake. I'm not Long Xian. My name is Huang Su. This is my ID card. I lied to you just now. Let me out. Huang Su wanted to take out his ID card from his pocket, but found that his clothes had been changed long ago, and the card was gone. Damn, the card is gone. Sister, just let me out, I really need to pee. Mr. Long, stop messing around, sir, they will come over soon, there are more than 20 special police outside, and they won't let you out. The girl shook her head and persuaded. Who the hell is messing around, if I'm really that guy, do you think these few shrimp soldiers and crab generals can stop me? Huang Su couldn't help but rolled his eyes. This temporary hospital is really rubbish, it doesn't even have a toilet. He turned his gaze and searched the room but found nothing suitable. Sister, just let me out. If you can't do it, you can watch me from the side. I'm already like this, are you still afraid that I will run away? Huang Su raised his empty legs and said aggrievedly. Today's young people, why don't they know how to be flexible? It's killing me. Omega. Who wants to look at you? If it weren't for... The nurse blushed and said in embarrassment. Sister, let me show you something nice. What? Seeing Huang Su approaching bouncingly, he seemed to be holding something in his hand. The nurse walked over curiously, and suddenly Huang Su pounced and hugged the nurse directly into his arms. The female nurse's heart thumped, but before she could react, an anesthetic needle appeared in Huang Su's hand at some point. The needle pierced into the nurse's body, and the effect of the medicine was amazing, and the nurse fell down in an instant. Huang Su hugged the nurse on the hospital bed beside him, then put on a doctor's white coat, put on a mask and glasses, and left the room. As soon as he went out, he saw 2 guards with guns guarding the door. The 2 guards looked at the doctor in white coat who walked out with puzzled expressions. When did this doctor walk in? Isn't there only one nurse inside? Hey, big brother, you're on duty, you've worked hard. Huang Su squinted his eyes, and the movements in his hands were not slow. In an instant, 2 anesthetic guns were aimed at the necks of the 2 guards. Don't work hard, serve the people. As soon as the guard finished speaking, he passed out. Who? Someone heard the movement and walked over, and fell straight to the ground in the next second. Oh, it's such a hassle to go to the toilet. Huang Su walked to the bathroom to make it easier. Comfortable. Walking out of the bathroom with a satisfied face, dozens of guns were aimed at Huang Su's forehead. Outside the door, a large number of guards wearing body armor and holding submachine guns watched Huang Su vigilantly. Several soldiers were checking the people on the ground. They just passed out, nothing life-threatening. Huang Su looked at the barrel of the gun and raised his hands to surrender. You are Huang Su? Among the crowd, a young man wearing glasses asked. Yes, I am Huang Su. Dude, have you heard my story? If you are an acquaintance, it's easy to talk about it. Everyone put down their guns and talk about it if you have something to say. Take him to the interrogation room. Situ Haoran waved his hand, several police officers understood, handcuffed Huang Su and took him away. What's your name? In the interrogation room, Situ Haoran held a stack of papers and asked. Xian Yuanlong sat far away and did not reveal his identity. I want to talk to Yan Huang's senior management, because the next information is very important. Huang Su looked very serious, as if he had indeed grasped an important secret. Situ Haoran and Xian Yuan looked at each other, then nodded slightly. All the guards were dismissed, leaving only Huang Su and 3 people in the room. I am the highest person in charge of the Huaxia Theatre, tell me, what's going on? Xian Yuan took out his identity card and said leisurely that Huang Su's identity had been confirmed. Since the other party is not malicious, there is no need to be too careful. The name of the zombie that attacked Linshan City is Qinglong, which is what you call the white-haired corpse king. I can also name the rest of the high-level zombies, and I know their purpose. I can tell you everything I know, but I need you to promise 2 things. Huang Su opened his mouth slowly, constantly recalling Wang Teng's words. As long as it doesn't endanger the people, we can promise you. Xian Yuan nodded slightly, they just lacked clues right now. How can you be sure that your information must be true? Situ Haoran looked into Huang Su's eyes, hoping to find some answers from the latter's eyes, but unfortunately, he failed. Huang Su's eyes were always calm. You and I are the same kind of people. He pondered for a moment, then continued. Lei Yuchen is the owner of the system, right? His system ability is similar to the technique of inviting gods, inviting heroic spirits. You are the system owner too. Me too. Huang Su's words were astonishing, he looked at Situ Haoran and smiled faintly. Who are they, what is their purpose, what are they going to do? Xian Yuan stood up, and there was already a huge wave in his heart. The system owner has always been the top secret in China, and the number of them does not exceed the number of 5 fingers. I did not expect to meet another one. My 2 conditions, 1, to ensure my personal safety, and help me improve my combat power when necessary. My system is a doomsday live broadcast system, which can directly transmit the pictures I see or the pictures around me to the internet. According to the popularity and collection of the live broadcast room, the system will give me certain rewards to improve my combat power, and I can also exchange weapons in the system mall. Gene potions that change the body, Gu Wu's breathing method, nuclear bombs, as long as I am popular enough, I can use the system to obtain them. The second condition is to try to rescue the girl named Yan Xi next to Qinglong. She is very dangerous now. Huang Su spoke again, not hiding much. Yan Xi. She really. She should now go to the west of Kunlun with the white-haired corpse king, the gate of hell. Chapter 94 Blood of the Empress, Dark Cage. Walking out of the interrogation room, both Xian Yuan Long Yuan and Situ Haoran had serious expressions on their faces. If what Huang Su said is true, then this will be China's greatest disaster. Where's Lei Yuchen? Xian Yuan Long Yuan turned his head and asked the adjutant who was accompanying him. He had to make a long-term discussion. Mr. Lei has already gone down to clean up the zombies in the city. At present, most of the infected people in Linshan City have been eliminated. The city wall on the other side of the giant wall is also being repaired, and the images of high-level zombies captured have also been sent to the main computer. The adjutant said calmly. How are the casualties? Xian Yuan Long Yuan asked again. Nearly 500 million people have been infected as zombies, and the results of the deaths and injuries have not yet come out. In addition, the adjutant hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should tell the commander the result. Anyway, the commander would know sooner or later. What happened? In addition, there are no survivors from the second special team, and your daughter has also been infected and turned into a zombie, and has been killed. The adjutant's tone was a bit heavy. Their loss this time was really too great. When Xian Yuan Long Yuan heard the words, his complexion became much older, his right hand was clenched tightly, and his veins suddenly popped out. Commander! The adjutant was startled, and said. Let's call the first team of abilities and the members of the Dawn organization to have a meeting together. In addition, the leaders should also be invited here. Over the mausoleum of the first emperor, I wonder if we can send people over. Xian Yuan Long Yuan sighed slightly. Despite Huaxia's amazing combat power on the surface, there are really too many enemies. Whether it's the zombies outside the giant wall, the monsters in the supernatural area, or the 10 folding spaces of Jieling Dao, Huaxia needs to divide its combat power. Moreover, those people overseas will not be honest. Whether it is the Emperor Chuan of the New Buffalo Kingdom or the Emperor of the Buffalo Kingdom, Puti of the White Bear Kingdom is a very difficult existence. Huaxia showed a little weakness, and what he might face was the end of the wall being overthrown by everyone. It's just that the Huaxia of today is not the Huaxia of 100 years ago, allowing others to bully. Outside Linshan City, inside a luxury villa, Wang Teng sat on the ground. A vague aura surrounded his body, bursting out with terrifying oppressive force. Grown-ups! Zhou Yalian walked in first, knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, the bloodthirsty gleam in his blood-red pupils. At the door, 12 high-level zombies walked in, each of them exuded heart-pounding fluctuations. According to your instructions, I have hunted and assimilated the remnants of Jieling Dao, and then fought with the 12 strongest infected people. The strongest people have been kept, and different code names have been engraved on their bodies. Zhou Yalian went on to say, Jieling Dao's organization members are all very strong, and they lost a lot of combat power by raising Gu this time, but they were all within the tolerance range. Here are 12 copies of my blood, take them all. With a thought, Wang Teng took out a small bag containing 12 test tubes. As ordered. The 12 zombies took the blood and felt that they had an extra layer of connection with Wang Teng in the dark. Dragon, Tiger, you are responsible for protecting the safety of the girl upstairs. Zishu, Ugly Cow, you take the army of corpses to Kunlun, and I will take down the huge wall cities along the way. It's best to get one of Huaxia's detection machines. Rabbits and sheep are responsible for the analysis. I want to know the principle of Huaxia's detection of zombie viruses. Others look for opportunities to clean up Beihu's subordinates, but they must be kept secret. Wang Teng said leisurely, with a bit of coldness in his eyes. As ordered. The 12 people took orders, and Wang Teng waved his hand to signal them to back down. After everyone left, Wang Teng took out the Chixiao sword from the system warehouse and handed it to Zhou Yalian. Grown-ups. Zhou Yalian looked at Wang Teng in puzzlement. What did she do with the sword? If you attack me with this sword, I will not resist. You must cut me to the point of serious injury. Wang Teng opened his arms and did not make any resistance. What is this requirement? Zhou Yalian was stunned for a moment, glanced at the sword handed over to her, and dared not make a move. She turned into a zombie by relying on Wang Teng's blood, and she has a natural awe of her superior master. It's hard to let her kill the boss. Master, this. I can't do it. Zhou Yalian turned her head away, not daring to look at Wang Teng again. That girl Bai is not here, otherwise this matter will be left to her. Wang Teng lifted a corner of his clothes, exposing his thick abdominal muscles. Stab here, this is an order. Grown-ups. Zhou Yalian hesitated to speak. She didn't understand what Wang Teng wanted to do, and she didn't dare to ask more. Hurry up! A murderous intent flashed across Wang Teng's eyes. But Zhou Yalian's hand holding the sword trembled a little. Waste! Wang Teng said sharply, with a trace of relief in his eyes, but soon cooled down again. Zhou Yalian's eyelashes trembled, and then she became ruthless and stabbed Wang Teng's waist with his sword. Wang Teng grabbed Zhou Yalian's hand and increased his strength. The 3-foot-long sword tore Wang Teng's skin and pierced through his body. Blood spurted out, and the squirming flesh and blood tried to condense, but was shaken away by the sword energy. Grown-ups. Good job, let's go. Wang Teng pulled out the sword, blood spurted from his waist, but he didn't seem to feel anything. Yes. Zhou Yalian glanced at Wang Teng's wound, then left the room. Dark space. Wang Teng returned to the vicinity of the coffin again, but Mingshuang Beihu and the others have not returned yet. The last general, Qinglong, please see your lord. Wang Teng walked tremblingly in front of the dark coffin, carved lines on the dark coffin, and walked to the ground with difficulty to worship. Soon, a phantom was projected from the underworld coffin. This is a very cold woman, wearing a blood-red skirt, standing proudly in mid-air. What's the matter? The blood of Yanhuang has been found, but, ahem. Wang Teng looked at the woman, and quickly lowered his head again. Without saying a word, he coughed up blood with a pale face. But what? The phantom of the zombie empress trembled. But the opponent is very strong, and the subordinates are not opponents. Wang Teng said hoarsely. The zombie queen's eyes glanced at Wang Teng's body, and it was true that the latter was seriously injured. The wound on his waist still had damage from the sword energy. Who hurt you? The zombie empress frowned slightly. She is now sealed in the coffin, and it is difficult to show her face. A very strong guy named Lei Yuchen. Mingshuang and Xian helped me hold him back, otherwise I'm afraid I'll never see you again. Wang Teng said hoarsely. The strength of my subordinates is weak, I hope that the Lord can give me a drop of blood. The eyes of the zombie empress flickered. Wang Teng's breath is weak because of his injury, so he shouldn't be lying. This is my blood. Bringing the blood of Yanhuang here as soon as possible can only help you get here. A ball of blood flew out of the coffin, and the projection of the zombie empress also dissipated between the sky and the earth. Seeing the disappearing zombie empress, Wang Teng's mouth twitched slightly. Woman, it's really easy to cheat. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the blood of the female demon, the world progress has reached 20%, and 100,000 world coins have been sent to the warehouse. Please go to the west of Kunlun to unseal the Empress. Under the pull of the system, the blood of the female demon began to fuse into Wang Teng's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a new ability, Ingestion. Ingestion, you can ingest the genetic code of other organisms to change your own physique. Congratulations to the host, the life level has reached the 8th level. In the dark space, the zombie empress was bound by dozens of iron chains and sat slumped on the ground. A large number of black thorns rushed towards her from all directions. Roll. The zombie empress snarled, and a terrifying murderous intent erupted in her eyes. The monstrous black flames burned the heavens and the earth, and tore a hole in the space where she was. The black iron thorns were even more terrifying, part of them were burned out by the black flames, and the rest all pierced into the body of the zombie empress, strangling her flesh and blood. Boom! The darkness seemed to sense that her aura was weakening, and another jet-black thunder blasted down. Amidst the thunder, the zombie queen's long hair fluttered, and a smear of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. "You too, don't let me down." The zombie empress lowered her head, like Jesus crucified on the cross, with a gentle smile on her lips. The scorched flesh faded away, and delicate skin grew again, and every wound was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the darkness, turbulent dark thunder and rolling magma were flowing, preparing for the next wave of offensive, but the zombie empress didn't pay much attention. Her only sustenance is the 4 of her subordinates, and this time sending out 2 drops of blood essence is already the limit. She has endured this kind of life for thousands of years. The sky cannot bury her, the earth cannot destroy her, sometimes it is a sin not to die. Chapter 95. With the removal of a large number of zombies, the entire Linshan city returned to its former order. After the disaster, people began to rebuild their homes, and everything seemed to return to normal. In the detention center in Linshan City, Huang Su was sitting at the interrogation table. Yes, he came in again. "Mr. Huang, why is it you again?" After receiving the notice, Xiaohe rushed to the interrogation room and rubbed her temples with a headache. How many times has she met Huang Su? "Hi, officer, see you again." Huang Su touched his nose in embarrassment. He went outside the city to get something, but was arrested just after he hit it. The recent luck is really a bit back. As a member of the Xia organization, Xiaohe also learned about Huang Su's importance from his master. What did he do? Xiaohe ignored Huang Su but looked at the police officer who was interrogating, and asked curiously. This person was sneaking around outside the city. He was suspected to be an undercover agent from another country. He was caught by a patrol team. I haven't asked the specifics yet. The young policeman replied, putting the file in front of Xiaohe. Why did you appear outside the city? Xiaohe took the file and glanced at it, then looked at Huang Su. Didn't this just have a prosthesis installed, and it's suffocated in the ward, so I want to come out and move around. Huang Su raised the prosthetic limb he had just installed, and said calmly. The boundless end of the world is my love. At this moment, Xiaohe's communicator rang, and it was the master calling. I'm going out. Xiaohe hurried out. Huang Su sat on the chair and tried his best to keep calm. The higher UPS ordered that the person should be taken away. There are other tasks tomorrow. This person is very important. Xiaohe handed the communicator to the interrogator, and someone explained a few words at the other end of the communicator. The police officer stood up, motioned his companions to rest assured, and asked Xiaohe to take Huang Su away. Where are we going? Walking out of the detention center, Huang Su and Xiaohe got into the car together. Go to the Taishu aircraft carrier, the Taishu ship will leave Linshan City tomorrow. Xiaohe pointed to the tall aerospace aircraft carrier in the distance. To Kunlun Mountain. Huang Su's eyes flickered for a moment. Huaxia had already confirmed his system capabilities, and the information was all true. It's not surprising that he took action so quickly. Ah! Xiaohe nodded slightly. I'm a little thirsty, can you buy me a bottle of water first? Don't worry, I'm in the car and I'm not going anywhere. If you don't believe me, you can lock the car door. Huang Su glanced at the vending machine lane on the street. Isn't there mineral water in the car? Xiaohe handed over the mineral water in the car. Mineral water? Dogs don't even drink it. Even if I die of thirst, I don't want to drink it. In the early days of the end of the world, many people were infected into zombies after drinking mineral water. I have a shadow of this thing now, why don't you bring me a bottle of iced black tea? Huang Su shook his head and said. If not, you can lend me some R coins, and I will buy them myself. Huang Su spread his hands, he left in a hurry, and now he is penniless. Wait. He got out of the car helplessly, then locked the door, and walked to the vending machine on the side of the road. Huang Su in the car looked outside, and quietly snapped open the hole on the prosthesis. Inside was a mini test tube filled with blood. He unscrewed the mineral water bottle, took a sip, then poured a drop of blood into it, and then put the rest of the blood back into the artificial limb to hide. No, the iced tea you want. He handed over the water, just in time to catch a glimpse of Huang Su holding a mineral water bottle in his hand. Didn't someone say that dogs don't even drink mineral water? I'm not a dog. Dogs don't drink people. Officer, you are too slow to buy water. Huang Su put the mineral water aside calmly, picked up the iced black tea and drank it. It tasted pretty good. There is a cat disease. He took out the car keys, started the car, and muttered softly. Do you have any medicine? You. In a restaurant in Linshan City, a pale-haired old man in tang suit sat with a man in a black suit. How is the situation? The old man calmly raised his white wine glass, took a sip, and said lightly. There are only 2 or 3 who can be contacted. Immortal is dead. Yan may still be alive. The remnants of hell have received a signal to go to Kunlun. The man in black said in a deep voice, there are signs that there are traitors in their organization. I remember right that the gate of hell is in Kunlun. Well, in the depths of Death Valley in Kunlun Mountains, there is a forbidden area for China. After the recovery of spiritual energy, many monks of China have followed there. The man in black said in a low voice, the Jieling Dao has a total of 4 troops in Huaxia. Death Valley, Shentang Bay, Hoh Zil, Taklamakan. These are China's restricted areas, and anyone who enters will die strangely. Those who are not afraid of death have become skeletons, and those who are afraid of death will naturally not come. This is also the reason why Jieling Dao organization cannot be detected for thousands of years. Let the God-forbidden people come over here. There is still no news from the Lord, and some lifeless things are thinking of becoming king. There was a cold killing intent in the old man's eyes. The 2 men in black naturally knew who the latter was referring to. Huang Quan's gang had begun to lose control. Not only that, Solomon, Yan Ming, and Prison Tian overseas also had other ideas. Does Lord Ling Huang need to report? The man in black hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice. Forget about that woman. The old man's eyelids twitched, with a little displeasure. Row. The man in black didn't say any more. Jieling Dao has always been taken care of by Ji Huang. The Ling Huang seldom showed up, and they had never even seen their shadows. On the main ship of Taishu aircraft carrier, Xiaqing looked at the vast sea of clouds. Most of the cities below have been turned into wasteland, and the blood of the people flows on every inch of the mountains and rivers. Under the catastrophe of the last days, human beings are as fragile as paper and have no power to resist. Yuchen, tell me, can we go back to the past? Xiaqing looked back at the young man beside him, feeling a little guilty in his heart. He also doesn't want a teenager in his 20s to save the country, but there's no other choice now. I do not know. Lei Yuchen looked out the window. Since he got the system, he has been fighting zombies and monsters every day. This kind of battle will continue until all the monsters are killed. There will be a day. Xiaqing said meaningfully, his eyes soft and firm. By the way, a few groups of foreigners from the bay have broken through the no-line of defense and entered the mainland. It seems that they are also heading for Kunlun. Pay attention when you enter Death Valley. If they are plotting something wrong, they can be dealt with directly. Xiaqing thought of something and said something again. It is good. Lei Yuchen nodded. Before you start, make sure the nationality of the other party. It's best to get a video. I'm very useful. This dragon-slaying operation is led by the Celestial Master. The number of people dispatched is probably hundreds of thousands. Not only your special team, but also the border area will be dispatched. Be careful on the road. The satellite detected a large number of zombies converging towards Death Valley, reaching tens of thousands. Huang Su's information should be fine. After discussion, they decided to eliminate all threatening high-level zombies first, and the code name of this operation was Dragon Slaying. Yes, got it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 96 Kunlun Mountain Gate of Hell. Inside the cabin door of the aerospace aircraft carrier Taishu, Sun Yang regained consciousness again. When he saw the tentacles on his body, his horrified shouts spread throughout the room. "Comrade Sun Yang, please calm down." A strange man's voice came from outside the speakers. "Your head has been beheaded. We have adopted a combination of cloning and zombie virus to ensure the vitality of your body. You are now the first human in human history to acquire the ability of zombies. Comrade Sun Yang, how do you feel?" The sounder sounded again. "You guys turned me into a monster." Sun Yang's eyes were a little red, and the bone spurs stretched out behind him. The bone spurs stretched out like spider legs, piercing the wall of the laboratory directly. Boom! With a loud noise, the hatch of Taishu was disintegrated by strange force. "Mr. Sun, please calm down, don't be swallowed by the virus." On the other end of the loudspeaker, a doctor rang the alarm. Soon, a large number of soldiers began to gather towards Sun Yang. "Sir, please calm down. Otherwise we're going to shoot." Several soldiers arrived first, and the submachine guns in their hands were already aimed at Sun Yang. "Kill, kill, kill!" Sun Yang's eyes were blood red, and the black tentacles were like spears, rushing towards all directions. Da-da-da! The pitch-black bullets poured down on Sun Yang's body like a torrential rain. Pieces of black scales grew on his body, and the bullets could not penetrate his body. Roar! The monster in the rain of bullets let out a long roar, rampaging through the battleship, and a large number of soldiers were overturned to the ground. "The experimental subject has gone mad in the right experimental cabin of Taishu, please help." The chasing police officer shouted anxiously, "There are zombies sneaking into the battleship, it is too dangerous." "Monster, you have nowhere to escape, put down your weapon, surrender immediately, don't do any more fearless resistance." At the corner of the Taishu, Sun Yang had been driven to death, the dark sky was behind him, and he was at an altitude of nearly -meters. Sun Yang didn't speak, his mind was in a mess. The black corridor, the woman with the mask, the old man in Taoist robes, the secret room, the man. Blurred images flashed through his mind like a movie. Buzz! The roar of machinery interrupted his thoughts. Dozens of fighter planes surrounded the area where Sun Yang was located, leaning aside and flying at the same speed. The escort plane has locked the target, whether to launch an attack. The driver looked at the tentacle monster that was moving towards the periphery of the aircraft carrier not far away and asked. "Close to the target and wait for orders." A man's cold voice came from the intercom. "Yes." The driver cautiously moved closer to where the monster was. Boom! Suddenly, a bone spur shot out from the inside of the aerospace carrier and directly pierced into the fighter's body. Sun Yang controlled his tentacles and climbed onto the battleship like a humanoid spider. The No. Machine was attacked by an unknown monster, please help. In mid-air, the No. Fighter plane was crumbling, and Sun Yang's tentacles were attacking the fighter plane's body. Here is machine number 2. It has aimed at the monster's body and requests to fire. The No. Machine is also ready to launch an attack at any time. All fighter planes are prohibited from firing. The fifth plane made an emergency landing, and the rest of the fighter planes followed closely. But this order. On the other side of the walkie-talkie, the man took a deep breath and said coldly. The wing of aircraft No. Dash is damaged, please fire assistance. Fire support is coming soon, bring the infected to the ground. The man on the other side of the walkie-talkie spoke coldly, without a tone of discussion in his words. In the sky, nearly 10 ships forced to land at high speed. Below, the white-haired boy in suspenders narrowed his eyes slightly. The turret of the Taisha was activated suddenly, and 10 warships exploded in an instant, and the wreckage of countless fighters fell to the ground together with billowing thick smoke. On the barren land, a dense army of zombies marched towards Death Valley like locusts from all over the sky. The world was dark, and the dark clouds covered the entire sky. Deep in the clouds, a super warship has arrived here. Commander, we found traces of Qinglong. The operator adjusts the position and reports. On the light screen, sophisticated instruments tracked and searched back and forth in the tide of corpses, locking on to the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. Wang Teng and his party appeared in the sight of everyone. As if sensing something, Wang Teng also glanced at the main ship. What happened? Ming Shuang looked at Wang Teng beside him, not understanding why the latter was staring blankly at the air. It's nothing, the destination should be here soon. Wang Teng spread out the human skin mask in his hand. A stone door unexpectedly appeared in the empty void. Wang Teng pressed the grimace mask on the stone gate in front, and with a loud bang, the gate of hell opened. Is this the place where Yan Huang's blood is kept? On the dry land, there are dense bones everywhere, and no life can be seen as far as the eye can see. Being inside the stone gate is like entering another time and space. There is room to fold here too. If it wasn't for the news released by Wang Teng, it would be hard for them to believe that Yan Huang's descendants are in this ghost place. This is just the periphery, follow me. Wang Teng put the grimace mask on his face. Under the withered leaves, a large number of black poisonous insects fled to both sides, forming a road leading to the distance. These bugs are highly poisonous. If they stick to a little bit, the skin will fester, and the whole body is like a burning fire. Wang Teng said coldly, making Ming Shuang dispel the idea of grabbing one. Boom boom boom. Not long after Wang Teng and his party left, the stone gate behind them began to slowly close. Commander, they're gone. On the spaceship, the figures of Wang Teng and his gang disappeared out of everyone's sight. Notify a team to act, hurry up. Xian Yuan Long Yuan ordered according to the temple. Boom. Suddenly there was a shocking explosion, and a dazzling white light flashed past. Xian Yuan Long looked at the blue beam from a distance, and realized that someone was firing at the main battleship. In this way, isn't it announcing to the zombies below that they are going to take action? Sure enough, zombie monsters with bone-winged human bodies began to kill the Taisha deep in the clouds. Bastard, who told you to fire? You are trying to scare the snake away, do you know that? Xian Yuan Long Yuan directly called the launch center and roared angrily. But the commander. The staff who launched the turret hesitated to speak. I made them do it. At this moment, the hatch of the command center was opened, and a man in a black suit followed the bodyguards to the command room. Prime Minister. Xian Yuan Long Yuan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The person who came was China's second in command, Huang Yan. Now the central government has unanimously decided that I will be the commander-in-chief of this operation. Commander Xian Yuan, is there anything else you want to say? Huang Yan took out an official document. No. No. Xian Yuan Long Yuan didn't speak anymore, he could feel that the sky in Huaxia was about to change. Attention all units, I am Prime Minister Huang Yan, and I announce that Operation Dragon Slaying will begin. With the man's order, the hatches of the 3 aerospace aircraft carriers were all opened, and thousands of fighter planes were dispatched to bomb the zombie army. In the border area, a torrent of steel composed of tens of thousands of tanks rushed all the way on the plateau, and a large number of zombies turned into blood mist and dissipated between the sky and the earth. Tons of explosives covered the sky, covering the entire sky, and the dazzling white light lit up the entire night sky. Roar! In the ruins, a large number of zombies were devoured by their own kind and evolved into zombie giants tens of meters high. Like a wild beast, he began to counterattack against the army that came to kill him. In the vast gunpowder, the first large-scale contest between humans and zombies has begun. Chapter 97. Kunlun Mountain is the #1 sacred mountain in China, known as the ancestor of all mountains. For thousands of years, in the noisy world, Kunlun is definitely one of the few quiet places. Master, is this here? Did we go to the wrong place? Behind a group of people, Xiaohe poked Team Zhang's clothes and muttered softly. "Shh, just follow the team." Team Zhang glanced at the sky was crimson, as if it had been burned by a fire. The Special Forces team member in front held a submachine gun and looked around vigilantly, not letting go of any details. According to common sense, the more frightened a person is, the faster he will get his lunchbox. Huang Su hopped up and down behind the team with a cane and said calmly. When there is danger, I will sacrifice you first." Xiaohe looked at Huang Su's satisfied face, and wanted to go up and give Huang Su 2 big mouths to wake him up. "Aren't you responsible for protecting me? So what? It's enough to protect your life. The lack of arms and legs is your own fault. You are so cruel." Sure enough, the most poisonous woman's heart, the ancients never deceived me. Yellow. Shh, there's movement ahead. Xiaohe stomped his feet angrily, but was interrupted by Team Zhang before he could finish speaking. He stretched out his hand to signal those behind him to stop. The team ahead seemed to be stuck, and everyone was looking for cover and getting into a fight. "Did you meet a big zongzi?" Xiaohe leaned over to the master and asked curiously. "According to intelligence, there are tens of millions of zombies gathered in Kunlun, but along the way, I haven't seen a single zombie, which is really strange." "What zongzi?" "That's called a zombie. Have you ever seen a zongzi that is more than 10 meters high? It's scary because it's uneducated." "Oh, lying on the grass." Huang Su spread his hands, staggered, and fell into the pit with crutches. "Pfft, let you pretend." Xiaohe pursed her lips and smiled, a little gloating. "Something is coming." Team Zhang looked at the communication device in his hand, and the team in front of him disappeared without a trace just in an instant. There was no signal from the instrument in his hand, and the whole forest revealed a strange murderous aura. Xiaohe held his breath and didn't speak any more, as more and more fog in the mountains was approaching here. Da-da-da. There seemed to be gunfire in the mist, but it quickly returned to dead silence. "Is the team in front in danger?" Xiaohe put away her playfulness, and a faint aura emanated from her body. "I don't know, can your communication device contact the person in front?" Zhang Ju turned around and asked the comrade soldiers hiding behind the bunker. "No, I can't contact Chief Lei and Tianqi." The sergeant shook his head. Swish! There was a commotion in the dark grass, and everyone held their breath. "What?" At this moment, a goat's head suddenly poked out from the grass. "Hey, scared me to death." "Not zongzi." Xiaohe put down the gun that was on the goat's head, his palms were already sweating nervously. "A sheep. Why are there goats here? Did the shepherd accidentally lose it? There are also white sheep here." The special police officer with a submachine gun also looked at the docile white sheep in a daze, and was at a loss for a while. Suddenly, the goat smiled kindly, the corners of his mouth had opened to the back of his ears, 2 horns grew on his forehead, and his eyes turned blood red. In the jungle, goat-shaped monsters came out one after another. They were grinning, looking especially weird in the mist. "No! Shoot!" Zhang Ju's pupil shrank, and he shouted loudly, pulling everyone back from the shock. Da-da-da! The flames of the machine gun gushed out in the forest, and one after another the strange sheep twitched under the intensive firepower, their skins were torn apart. Huang Su climbed up from the pit, and at the critical moment, he punched the white sheep monster in front of Xiaohe. The monster sheep flew out in pain. Xiaohe, who was still in shock, raised the pistol in his hand and greeted the white sheep. The four-horned demon sheep twitched, its belly was punctured, blood gushed out, and soon there was no movement. What the hell is this? Xiaohe shot the other strange sheep while looking at Huang Su beside him. Huang Su has a system, so he might know the origin of these monsters. Retreat. Find a favorable position. Protect him. Zhang Ju turned around and grabbed Xiaohe's hand, and retreated while fighting. The surrounding soldiers also moved closer to Huang Su and took him behind him, looking for favorable terrain to organize a counterattack. More and more strange sheep on the mountain were swooping down the mountain, crying like children, and bleating from time to time. Like a frenzied herd of cattle, wanting to destroy everything in sight. What? Some strange sheep took advantage of the time when the soldiers were reloading their bombs and rushed forward one after another. The companions just wanted to rescue them, but they gave the strange sheep a chance to jump and bite off their heads. The damage on the human side is getting bigger and bigger, and everyone's face is very dignified. Although the firepower of modern weapons is strong, the number of monsters is too much. This is the Kunlun war zone, we have been attacked by unknown creatures, please help. After a few miles to the rear, the communicator was finally able to connect to the main ship's signal, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Withdraw to the southwest, someone will meet you over there. There was a response from the other end, and the messenger breathed a sigh of relief, and conveyed the message to Zhang Ju's ears. Withdraw to the southwest, there will be someone to meet us. Xiaohe, you lead some people to break the road. You carry him behind your back and follow me. Others cover. Zhang Ju gave an order, and everyone started to act. In the southwest direction, halfway up a mountain, a large number of soldiers have already carried earth bags and urgently built fortifications. A bald man was looking at the mountains in the distance. Monster sheep were running wildly everywhere, shuttling through the mountains like white waves. A large number of soldiers were eaten and turned into bones in an instant, and the ground was stained red with blood. Shui Zhou, you should go to the headquarters, just leave it to Hu Lu and the others. The accompanying adjutant persuaded that although the central government intends to eliminate the tide of SSS-level corpses this time, the risk factor is far higher than liberating a city. Kunlun is the focus of this dragon-slaying operation. We are providing fire support in case of accidents. Besides, a bunch of walking dead are going against the sky. Ask the other divisions to send people down to cover their retreat, and the rest will bombard the group of dog food for me. Zhou Shui put down the binoculars in his hand and ordered. However, there are still people in the forest, will the shell accidentally injure? The young adjutant hesitated to speak, but the bald man waved his hand. Bring those animals over, our casualties will be even greater. What we have to do is to minimize the casualties. You don't die in war. It's a children's story. From the moment you put on this dress, you must be ready to sacrifice at any time. Go down and get ready. Zhou Shui gently tidied up the corner of the adjutant's clothes, saying meaningfully, "Yes." The adjutant shuddered and immediately notified the other divisions about their actions. The crimson fire flooded the entire Kunlun Mountains in an instant, and a large number of charred monster corpses fell in the forest, and the people in the depths seemed to be in a sea of hell. In the hinterland of Kunlun, a loud voice resounded throughout the canyon, and a large number of monster sheep began to retreat as if frightened, running towards the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. What happened? Yan Meng pulled out the sharp sword inserted into the strange sheep. All the surrounding strange sheep had already run away, and the sound seemed to be coming from the front. SHH. Lei Yuchen and Zhang Tianqi looked ahead solemnly. This is not where you should come, go back. Deep in the dense forest, a soft voice came. Although it was not a modern language, everyone understood the meaning of the latter. Who are you? A ray of light shot out from Lei Yuchen's eyes, and the forest in front of him was blasted out of a passage in an instant. At the depth of the passage is a pool, and a beautiful woman is bathing in the pool. Her eyes are as green as emeralds, and her ears are as agile as elves. There was a little displeasure on the woman's face, and a thick fog covered the entire water. In the mist, the girl stretched her slender waist, sticking out of the water like a hibiscus emerging from the water, gently picked up the plain dress and skirt on the bank with jade hands, and put it on. "It's really rude, this is not the place for you to come. Where did you come from, where do you go back?" The dense fog cleared, and the woman's appearance was finally fully displayed in front of everyone. Behind her is a pair of pure white holy feathers. The upper body is the body of a human female, while the lower body is exactly like the body of a horse. Unlike ordinary horses, her lower body has the pattern of a tiger. This weird appearance reminds everyone of the mythical character about Kunlun Zhaoying. Chapter 98 Zombie Clues, Food Temptation. "Are you Zhaoying?" Holding the Tai Chi sword, Zhang Tianqi looked at the weird girl and asked with a frown. In many legends about Kunlun Mountain, it is the Queen Mother of the West and her beast gods, Bluebird, Enlightened Beast, Lu Wu, and Zhao Ying. "You're disturbing the tranquility here, as annoying as those rotting corpses." Zhao Yingzia frowned slightly, she didn't want to get entangled with Lei Yuchen and his party any longer. "Corpse? Do you know where those zombies went?" Hearing this, Lei Yuchen hurriedly asked, "I haven't encountered a single zombie that has entered the Kunlun Mountains so far. Judging from the satellite cloud image, there are at least tens of thousands of them. Why should I tell you? What good will it do me to tell you?" Zhao Ying couldn't help but rolled her eyes. If she wasn't in a good mood, she would have ordered the group of strange beasts in Chengdu to chase away people. This. Lei Yuchen and Lao Tianqi looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. The old celestial master has been refining qi in the deep mountains and old forests for 100 years, and occasionally makes a funny sound to play. If it wasn't for the doomsday crisis, he would never come out of the mountain at all. Since Lei Yuchen got the system, he has been going smoothly and making great strides all the way. Asking people is basically answering every question, and he can't handle Zhao Ying's indifferent attitude. "I really don't know anything but fighting." Yu Xiao looked at the bewildered boys around her, and couldn't help but complain. "Xiaobai, lend me your bag." "Sister, what are you doing?" "I don't have anything else in my bag." Su Xiaobai took a bite of the freshly opened beef roll, and was puzzled. "You'll find out later. I have -1,000,000 here, can I buy news about that zombie?" Lei Yuchen took out his own card, which was most of his savings accumulated in the last days. "What do I need this for?" Zhao Ying looked at the long card and felt it. There was no fluctuation of aura, and it was almost like waste paper to her. "You can sell many things, such as selling houses, bags, clothes." Lei Yuchen's voice became smaller and smaller. When he lowered his head, he happened to see the little Taoist winking at him. "Brother Lei, I didn't see it, you are still a rich man." "Well enough." Lei Yuchen rubbed his nose. When the apocalypse broke out, third-tier corpse cores could be sold for a sky-high price of tens of millions in the underground black market. "Take me with you, younger brother. From now on, my younger brother will only be respected by Brother Lei. Why don't Lei Ge accept me as a pet? I'm easy to raise. I only need pocket money a month. I can do laundry and cooking. I can do what girls can do, and I can do what girls can't do." Zhang Daokan hugged Lei Yuchen's thigh tightly, wishing he could recognize his father on the spot. "What did you say?" Zhang Daokang gently twisted his junior brother's ear, and smiled kindly. "Brother, I was wrong, let go, your ears are about to fall off." "What are you talking about? I can't hear you." "Brother. Brother. Brother. I was joking, let go, it hurts." "You still know it hurts. What did you say just now?" "I didn't say anything, I was wrong, brother. Sister Xiaoa, Sister Yan Meng, help me. Xiao Daoken's eyes were full of tears, as if he was about to cry. Looking at the poor little guy, Yan Meng softened his heart for a moment. Let him go. Everyone is watching. Don't make jokes. Be serious. Zhang Daokong let go of his hand. For this living treasure junior, he wished he could find a tunnel to drill down. Don't act in a group, this thing is not as good as a drop of psychic liquid in my eyes. Looking at the people who talked about you and me, Zhao Ying turned around bored and planned to leave. Wait a minute, this is a gift from a close friend of mine, in exchange for information about the Corpse King. The old heavenly master took out a magic suppressing pestle from his sleeve. Master, this is the centenary birthday gift from Master Long Kong, how can you? Zhang Daokong narrowed his eyes and recognized the origin of the artifact. It was a gift from a Shaolin master on the birthday of the master. Master, you should keep this thing. Xiao Daoken didn't cry anymore. The master attached great importance to that magic pestle. He would wipe it himself before going to bed every day. Once it was accidentally lost, and he didn't eat for a few days. How can you? Zhang Tianxi did not look at the two apprentices, but looked at Zhao Ying. Can? A look of surprise flashed across Zhao Ying's face. She was an innate elf, and she could feel Zhang Tianxi's cherishment of this object. And many more. Sister, how about I use this to exchange news with you? Although the things of the old master are treasures, they are dispensable to my sister. I think my things are more suitable for my sister. Just when Zhao Ying was about to take over the magic weapon of the old Tianqi, Yu Xiaoa tugged at the sleeve of the old Tianqi, and then looked at the tall beauty in front of her. Oh! Zhao Ying looked at Yu Xiaoa, a little curious about what the latter wanted to come up with, and dared to say that it was more suitable for her. My sister can try this first. I plan to use these foods to exchange these news with my sister. Yu Xiaoa took out a pack of Wu Mao spicy strips and handed it over. Zhao Ying took it and ate a sip suspiciously. Ha 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 ha. Hey! 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 Zhao Ying quickly ate up the spicy strips, greedily sucked her fingers, and pointed to Yu Xiaoa's backpack. I want this. Yes, but please tell us the whereabouts of the zombies who came to Kunlun Mountain. Yu Xiaoa was overjoyed, and sure enough foodies couldn't refuse the snacks. Walk along the water pool here, and you will encounter a tree bird with 6 heads wrapped around it. Go straight along the direction of the tree bird's tail, pass through a grassland, there will be a dead wood forest, and there will be a swamp below. After passing through the grass with blue flowers, you will see a stone gate. Those guys are behind the stone gate. Zhao Ying said while eating potato chips. Seeing Zhao Ying's happy face, Lei Yuchen and his party opened their mouths wide. Unbelievable. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Although Zhao Ying told them the method, the latter's words may not be credible. If it is a dangerous place, wouldn't they be a sheep? Lei Yuchen helplessly looked at Yu Xiaoa again. If so many of them made a mistake, it would cost their lives. Sister, can you take us there? We can provide you with more delicious food. Say yes, Xiaobai. Yu Xiaoa smiled and looked at the chubby guy behind her and hooked her fingers. Su Xiaobai couldn't help shivering. Sister thinks it's delicious, let's eat all of these. With tears in his eyes, Su Xiaobai handed over all the snack packs in front of his chest, took out another braised duck leg from the big pack behind his back, and gnawed on it. It just so happens that I also have some business with those guys, let's go together. Miss Zhao Ying waved her jade hand, and the 2 packs of snacks disappeared out of thin air. She took the lead and walked in front, and everyone hurriedly followed. Sure enough, there was a big bird several meters long on the tree at the end of the pool. It immediately showed a fierce look when it saw the people holding weapons, but fortunately Zhao Ying whispered a few words, and it fell asleep again. Walking out of the dense forest in the direction of the bird's tail, there is indeed a grassland outside. White sheep are eating unknown grass in the mountains. There is a bloody smell in the air, and unknown bones can still be seen faintly on some land. The moment Ares saw the crowd, his eyes turned red, and 4 horns grew out of his head again. Is this the strange sheep that attacked us before? Yu Xiao looked around vigilantly, and everyone also clenched their guns, ready to attack at any time. Don't worry, these morons won't hurt you. Zhao Ying seemed to see everyone's vigilance, and smiled and took out a jade flute. With the fluttering of Xiao Yin, all the sheep seemed to have quieted down, turned back into a docile flock, and even voluntarily moved out of the way. Walking through the grass, it is a dark forest. This is a cursed place. If you step on the place with blue flowers, you can safely reach the back of Death Valley. The entrance to hell is also there. Except for the blue flowers, anywhere else, as long as you step on it, ordinary people will basically die. Zhao Ying exhorted while walking on the road ahead, and finally the ancient portal appeared in front of everyone in a flash. The gates of hell, here we come. Chapter 99 Boneyard, Undead Blood. Boom! Black bullets cut through the void, and the walking zombies were killed by headshots one after another. After a simple clearing, everyone gathered in front of a stone gate. This is it, the zombie you are looking for is inside. Zhao Ying stretched out her slender hand, and the translucent space distorted instantly. Everyone watched this unbelievable scene in astonishment. Half of Zhao Ying's hand disappeared. Leave a small team outside, and the others will go in with me. Lei Yuchen quickly made a decision. Because of the sudden attack of the mole, many of them were scattered, but he had already left a mark along the road. I'm afraid a small team can't do it. Daokan Daokong, you two stay. The old heavenly master looked at his 2 apprentices and said cautiously. Today the world has changed drastically, not only zombies, but also all kinds of strange beasts are also dangerous. Give this to them. All creatures in Kunlun Mountain will not embarrass them when they see this thing. But Zhao Ying plucked a feather from her hair and handed it out. But what? Lei Yuchen looked at the proud woman, frowning slightly. Twice as much snacks as before. Zhao Ying licked her lips, and pointed to the spicy strips that Su Xiaobai was really eating. Make a deal. Lei Yuchen was taken aback, and looked at Zhao Ying with a strange expression. Is this woman addicted to food? Master, let's go with you. Zhang Daokong took the hand of the little junior brother, worried that the master would go in alone. Yes, master, let us go with you. Even if we die, we must die together. Zhang Daokong's eyes were full of tears, and he was a little sad. The end of the world is approaching, and the master brought a group of disciples down the mountain to save the world, but there is still no news. Now there are only 3 of them left in the entire Longhe mountain. You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? With master here, we will definitely eradicate the demon this time. The old heavenly master directly blackmailed the little Taoist priest's head, with a slight trace of sadness in his eyes. Forget it, keep up. If you lose the enemy, you should hide in a safe place as soon as possible. The old master looked at Lei Yuchen helplessly. Xiao, you and Tianxing stay here. Lei Yuchen looked at the brothers around him knowingly. Xiao's strength is not bad, Zhao Tianxing is the deputy team, and it should not be a big safety problem with him in charge. Be careful on the road. Zhao Tianxing nodded slightly. Well, you should be careful too. Lei Yuchen stopped talking, and entered the gate of hell with the old Tianxi behind Zhao Ying. A white light passed by, and when everyone could see clearly again, it was already deep in a canyon. On the dry ground, there were dense white bones everywhere, and at the bottom of the canyon ahead, a Dazai gate with a height of tens of meters appeared in everyone's field of vision. There are watchtowers on both sides of the wooden village, and the 2 monsters lay silent on it, and the blood stained the entire wooden door. At the door, a large number of zombies wriggled their limbs jerky, as if they had just completed their corpses. There should be the creature you are looking for, I should go. Zhao Ying spread her wings and planned to leave. She didn't have the idea of going head to head with the zombie monster. And many more. Bang bang bang. Just as Lei Yuchen wanted to persuade him to stay, the gunshots around him had already rang out. A large number of zombies rushed towards Lei Yuchen's side with unrecognizable steps, and they had obviously spotted this group of uninvited guests. Zhao Ying glanced at Lei Yuchen, and flew towards another mountain range through the clouds and mist. Would you like to do it? A captain has already ordered his subordinates to point the rocket launcher at Zhao Ying's back, and they will immediately launch an attack as long as the old Tianchi gives an order. Let her go, our primary goal is to deal with the zombies. The old master shook his head. Lei Yuchen had already killed everyone with a halberd in his hand. A group of zombies were harvested mercilessly like chopping melons and vegetables, and the canyon was completely dyed blood red in a blink of an eye. In another part of the hell space, the masked man tried his last bit of strength to press the detonator, but his fingers were snapped off by a jade hand. Little handsome boy, where do you want to go? Ming Shuang sat on the man's back, and 2 bone spurs grew out of his back, nailing the man's legs to the ground. Bone spurs like blades cut off the man's legs bit by bit. Ha 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 ha. The man's mouth grew wide, a large amount of blood spurted out, his vocal cords were torn, and no matter how much he roared, he couldn't make a sound. From the tears in the corners of his eyes and the distorted face, it can be seen that he is in pain now. Kill. The man dragged his bloody fingers and wrote crooked characters on the ground. Kill you, that's not okay. Brother Long said that your life would be worse than death. Can you bear this little pain? I'm going to die again, human life is really fragile. With the thought of Ming Shuang, a tentacle flew to a nearby corpse to extract nutrients, and then went deep into the man's throat again. No. No. The man watched in horror as his hands were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and bad memories were outlined in his eyes. Come on, let my sister continue to play games with you. The black tentacles disappeared, and the man's injuries all returned to normal. Everything just now seemed like a dream. But now seeing that woman again, the man knows that this dream is still going on. Kill me! Kill me! The man screamed frantically, and slammed the red button on the instrument with his right hand. It's too noisy, my sister and I like cold and quiet men. Ming Shuang smiled softly, grabbed the man's throat with one hand, and tore his vocal cords again, while the blood blade behind him swept across the air, cutting off the man's entire right arm. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, it's all because you are too naughty. Ming Shuang covered her red lips, her bloody right hand accidentally crushed one of the man's left fingers. I got it, let's go. On the other side, Wang Teng walked out of a laboratory and took out a blood vessel prepared in advance. Just this little blood, is it enough? Do you want to put some more? Ming Shuang looked at the man who passed out again with some regret, and stood up without interest. The genetic code is the key, these are enough. Wang Teng said coldly, not wanting to explain further. My lord, those rats have already been beaten into the canyon. There was a big screen behind Ming Shuang, and Zishu was hiding in a corner reporting the latest information. Lei Yuchen and his team have almost cleaned up the zombies in the canyon, and are heading towards the cave below the canyon. In the northern corridor, hundreds of men with ghost faces expressionlessly harvested the lives of the zombies along the way, and they had already walked half the distance. At the burial ground in the east, nearly 100 Japanese warriors with samurai swords were also rushing in this direction. Xian and I went to stop them. You take your things to the unsealed land. Beihu should be here soon. Ah! Wang Teng looked at the screen expressionlessly and nodded. Xiao Xian, let's go. Ming Shuang called out to Xian who was playing a game. Sister Ming, wait until I finish this fight. Xian dragged the direction key with one hand, and pulled the direction key with the other to look at the position of the dragon, with the small hand protruding from his shoulder to quickly change the equipment. I said, let's go. When Ming Shuang walked to the door, black lines were about to appear on his face. Immediately, wait for me for 2 minutes, 2 minutes is enough. I just finished a wave, and the opponent is not in a good state, dare to open the dragon. Xian manipulated the hero to sneak into the grass quietly. 1 move, 2 days, first rate, like a demon god descending into the world, take the big dragon, and face 3 residual blood in an instant. Just when he was about to win the pentakill and lead the team to victory, he heard a click, and his screen exploded, smashing Ming Shuang to pieces. Blanche. Gone. Xian Tuan was surrounded by 4 bone spurs. Ming Shuang's patience had reached its limit. I'm coming. Xian hastily raised his hands in surrender, and hurriedly followed. After the 2 left, Wang Teng squatted down and poured the blood test tube in his hand into the man's mouth. The man twisted his body and was resurrected again, but this time he completely turned into an unconscious zombie. Grown-ups. After half an hour, activate the self-destruct device and destroy everything for me. After Wang Teng finished speaking, he put on a mask and entered the laboratory again. Outside the rusty railings, there are huge culture fluids, each of which contains a human experiment subject. And behind these experimental subjects, there is a pool of blood hidden in which is the largest collection in the entire hell, the blood of immortality. Chapter 100 Underground Zombies, Close to the Truth. Billowing smoke billowed on the ground, and in the wreckage of a plane, a blood blade protruded from the flames, driving the rear of the body forward like a spider's leg. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Yang coughed and woke up from a brief coma. The sky has been shrouded in dark clouds, and the sound of shelling in the distance is roaring like an earthquake and tsunami. Sun Yang's own dinosaur skin-like palm clenched his fist tightly. Whoa whoa whoa! The evening wind blew up the flames, and the flames became more and more intense. A white-haired boy walked over with his trouser pockets in his waist pocket. Sun Yang looked at the boy who had never been masked, and felt a trembling aura in the dark, which was the fear from the bottom of his bones. Follow me. The corner of Wang Yi's mouth raised slightly. From the moment he saw Sun Yang's destroyed fighter plane falling from a high altitude, he had the idea of taking Sun Yang as his subordinate. You, what are you? Why should I listen to you? Sun Yang sneered contemptuously, everyone is a zombie, and now they don't even frown when they are bitten, they are so afraid. Bold. How did you talk to adults? In the wilderness behind Wang Yat, dozens of zombies suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking at Sun Yang with unfriendly expressions. The leader zombie spoke indifferently, with a pair of demonic horns on his forehead and back. Looking at the earth pit not far away, Sun Yang seemed to understand something, and his heart sank. There are also zombies underground, what the hell are they going to do? This has never been seen in previous intelligence. Buzz. The roar of fighter jets buzzed in the sky, a large amount of explosives were dropped, and the zombies walking in the wilderness were instantly submerged in the sea of flames. Let's go first. I like to convince people with virtue. Wang Ye stretched, and appeared in front of Sun Yang in the next second. So fast. Before Sun Yang could react in time, a big hand had already appeared on top of his head. The terrifying strange force pinned Sun Yang to the ground and he couldn't move. It was not a level battle at all. This guy is at least a 6th-order life form, or higher. Sun Yang's heart trembled, and he couldn't show any resistance. He even had a feeling that as long as he dared to say no, his body would be smashed to pieces in the next second. Come with me. How about being my subordinate? Wang Ye squinted his eyes, and couldn't see the slightest emotion on his face, which was as warm as a spring breeze. How are you thinking? Seeing Sun Yang retract the blood blade behind him, Wang Ye also slowly let go. Who the hell are you? For the first time, Sun Yang felt his ignorance. These zombies were far more terrifying than they imagined. Me? You should call me the ancestor. Commander, just received information that the location of the Kunlun Gate of Hell has been found. In addition, the bombers have started carpet bombing. At the temporary headquarters, the adjutant reported the latest battle situation to Zhou Shui. Order the follow-up fighters to bomb the Kunlun Mountains for the second time. After the bombing is over, we will start marching immediately. Kill all the monsters and leave no one behind. Zhou Shui looked at the ruins and scorched earth in front of him, and said quietly. But if this is the case, how will the ability team deal with it? That site is temporarily set as a special area, bypass. Commander, would it be too? The adjutant was hesitating to speak, but the latest information seemed to show that strange beasts from mountains and seas had helped them. Can you guarantee that those animals won't eat people when the large troops attack? Can you guarantee that all of them will not be infected by zombies? What if our troops are attacked on the way to support? Who will bear the responsibility? Zhou Shui shouted sharply. The adjutant's face was flushed, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Wang Teng, I know you are very capable, but the most important thing is to be able to suppress your emotions. When the second round of bombing is over, you can help Zhangju go to the Gate of Hell. Zhangju is the deputy team member of the Special Operations Team. Follow him and you should be able to learn something. Zhou Shui sat on a rock, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and said leisurely. Shui Zhou, I'm leaving, then your side. Li Wentung looked at the weather-beaten bald man with a complicated expression. Don't worry, nothing can happen to me in the rear, but you, be careful on the road. Zhou Shui patted the adjutant on the shoulder and said seriously. The aircraft carrier attacked internally, and 2 divisions of the troops entering the Kunlun Mountains have lost contact. The enemy is more difficult than they imagined. Yes. Hearing this, Li Wentung couldn't help but straightened his waist and saluted deeply. In the depths of Death Valley, all the zombies have been cleaned up, and the ground is full of bones, and the strong smell of blood is disgusting. All the zombies' hearts and heads are filled with knives, so there should be no fraudulent corpses. The deputy commander walked to the old Tianchi and briefly reported the situation. I'm only in charge of the corpse king. You guys should take care of the other things, so you don't need to report to me. The old master shook his head. Lei Yuchen and his party had already entered the cave first. Old Heavenly Master, you are polite. The commander and marshal have said before departure that everyone will cooperate with you. The commander smiled and said that he respected the old Heavenly Master from the bottom of his heart. Master, I have a situation here. Suddenly, Zhang Dao Kong's voice came from the walkie-talkie, and everyone hurried in. As soon as he walked into the cave, dozens of different corridors appeared, and dozens of masked corpses lay at the exit. People who cut the spirit way are all dead. A non-commissioned officer looked at the corpse and couldn't help but think of the organization. Master, Team Lei has a lot of corpses on my side, it seems that there are living people. The communicator of the old master turned on, and an image was projected in midair. I saw Brother Zhang Dao Kong standing at the entrance of a cave, and on both sides of the cave were dead members of the Jieling Dao organization. Below are all dense white bones, the size of the bones are basically the corpses of children. Besides, there are a dozen or so zombies twisting their bodies, they seem to have fallen directly, breaking their arms and hands, struggling in the pile of bones. In the distance, there are still a few thin shadows running towards the depths of the sea of bones. The image was frozen and magnified, and the thin figures turned out to be children around 10 years old. They were ragged and fled in a panic, and some soldiers were already preparing to chase after them. Tianchi, Team Lei, I also have a situation here. On the other side of the cave, Yan Meng also projected a video. Dozens of corpses of members of the Lingdao organization were seen lying on the ground. Their death conditions were quite miserable. Some had their internal organs spilled all over the floor, while others had only half their bodies left. There is an elevator-like steel door in front of it, and I don't know where it leads. Just as everyone was slowly moving forward, the front door suddenly opened. In the dim space, pairs of green eyes slowly opened, and everyone's eyes were focused on the door. Before everyone could see clearly, a wave of sound whizzed out engulfing the storm, and all the lights were shattered. Feeling the chill coming towards her face, Yan Meng's heart tightened involuntarily. "Run!" The deputy commander's hurried voice came from the wristband. As soon as the voice fell, all the communication equipment exploded in an instant, and a big black hand magnified infinitely in front of Yan Meng's eyes. The cold voice sounded like a demon whispering. "You can't go anywhere." Chapter 101 Chapter 101 You can't go anywhere. A big black hand came rushing toward her face. Yan Meng tapped her toes, and her legs exploded as quickly as if a dragonfly had touched water. The fire from the machine gun once again illuminated the cave, and dozens of Jieling Dao members with ghost faces rushed over expressionlessly. They have been completely corpses, and the bullets hitting them are like hitting steel plates, and they have no effect at all. These people were all life forms above the third rank. The moment he pulled away, Yan Meng exerted his strength again, and turned around magnificently. The one-eyed masked man in the lead trembled slightly, and only took 2 small steps back. What? In just a few breaths, some soldiers had already been pierced through body armor, and their bodies were distorted and turned into corpses. Yan Meng's face was solemn, and the breathing method adjusted the rhythm. The one-eyed man had already killed her again. The flesh and blood in his hand grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye, a bone knife was pointed at Yan Meng's forehead. "Sister Yan, take them out and leave this place to me." Su Xiaobai threw the backpack aside, the muscles all over his body bulged, and his skin began to become rough like dinosaur skin. The sharp fangs penetrated from the bones, and in the blink of an eye, Su Xiaobai turned into a ferocious humanoid beast. Roar! Yan Meng leaned back, put one hand on the ground, and kicked the one-eyed zombie's bone knife into the air with a beautiful upside-down golden hook. In this short moment, Su Xiaobai opened his bloody mouth wide open, and the terrifying power of the gluttonous giant swallowed the monster in front of him in one gulp. Click! A bone-cracking sound came, and half of the one-eyed man's body was swallowed by the gluttonous giant beast, while the body below him escaped from Su Xiaobai's attack range in a strange manner. The 2 legs ran recklessly on the ground, and the broken body had been stitched together to grow a tadpole-like tail. "Ah, my body, bastard, you all have to die." The crotch of the one-eyed man split open and a mouth grew out. He howled in pain, but Su Xiaobai's ruthless paw responded to him. Boom! The ghost-faced zombies swarmed up, and even 2 or 3 of them were emptied of blood and flesh to replenish the one-eyed masked man's flesh and blood. "That guy is the mastermind, destroy him." Yan Mendi reacted quickly. Although he had never seen this type of zombie, he still guessed some clues. A faint spiritual energy rippling around her body, turned into a golden fist mark and suppressed it in the direction of the monster. Everyone understood it, and pointed their guns at the monster's surroundings to provide cover for Yan Meng. Roar! A ball of black juice flowed out from the fallen zombie's body, gathering at the feet of the one-eyed man like a shadow. In just a few seconds, the man's upper body grew out again. Not only that, 4 arms grew out of his waist, and his head was split into 3, quite like a fairy in ancient mythology. The 6 arms are like Vajra arms. Whether it is the fist marks transformed by aura or the dense bullets, they are all blocked. These guys are really unbeatable. Xiao Qiang. You take my body and retreat first, and Xiaobai and I are the rear. Yan Meng's soul came out of her body again, and several people temporarily took her body and rushed towards the outer edge of the corridor. Want to leave? There's no door. The one-eyed monster roared, and all the black shadows in the ground danced. Dozens of tentacles were like sharp blades, rushing towards the exit of the tunnel from all directions. Boom! Invisible air waves raged in the cave, and Su Xiaobai's gluttonous beast incarnate directly rushed towards the body of the one-eyed monster. On the other side, Yan Meng's soul and body moved. The majestic soul power turned into endless sword energy, freezing all the ghosts in the entire cave at the same time. Burning Soul Song Frost Dance. Thousands of ice and snow fell, and the biting cold penetrated into the bones of the soul. The one-eyed zombie was shocked to find that all his limbs were frozen into ice sculptures by the fierce cold wind. Those cold air went straight into the soul, and the body couldn't stop it at all. Taking advantage of the moment when the one-eyed zombie's body was restrained, Su Xiaobai bit the one-eyed zombie's shoulder. A lot of flesh and blood were torn off, and one left arm of the one-armed man was swallowed again by Su Xiaobai's gluttony. The remaining zombies were retreating steadily, most of them were missing arms and legs, and their only wisdom made them want to retreat. There is no other reason, the two humans in front of them are too cruel. Especially that gluttonous young man, he was even more monster than them. The zombie virus didn't seem to affect him, and all the limbs that were eaten lost contact in just a few breaths. It was as if the body was digested in an instant. Ka ka ka. In the ice, the eyeballs of the one-eyed masked man moved, and then the ice around him showed signs of breaking. Hurry up, I won't be able to hold back. Yan Meng's soul body became a lot more illusory in an instant. This kind of move of the soul affecting the environment was very exhausting, and she was about to be unable to hold on. Bang! Su Xiaobai slapped the one-eyed man's head with one paw, and slapped the one-eyed man's head into a pulp again. Usually high-level zombies have an energy core, but Su Xiaobai couldn't find where the one-eyed man's core was. Boom! The solid ice shattered, and the fist of the one-eyed man hit Su Xiaobai's body like a cannonball. Even with the gluttonous blood and the body of a monster, Su Xiaobai couldn't help but let out a scream. Stinky boy, aren't you crazy? Come on! The body touched the bondage, and the one-eyed man's body condensed again. The original injury was repaired again at a speed visible to the naked eye. A strange whistling sound came from his heart, and Yan Meng's spirit body in mid-air fell to the ground without a trace as if it was about to be hit hard. Puff! On the other side of the cave, Yan Meng's escaped body suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, frightening the soldiers who were carrying her. Sister Yan! Su Xiaobai's eyes were about to burst, and there was a terrifying demonic aura around his body, wishing to tear the person in front of him to pieces. He shot again. Panic Beast Megatron retreated the incoming fist. Su Xiaobai took the opportunity to punch through the one-eyed man's heart with all his strength. Just when he thought he had succeeded, the scorching pain in his abdomen made him realize that it was not over yet. Dozens of bone spurs hit Su Xiaobai's abdomen repeatedly like a torrential rain. Even a gluttonous body can hardly stop this violent attack. The heart also does not have the energy core of the one-eyed man, and it is impossible to kill such a monster without finding the source of its power. This is the end. Humans are really vulnerable. See? You can't kill me. The one-eyed man walked up to Su Xiaobai, stomped the fat boy under his feet, and there was a little madness in his eyes. Are you interested in being like me, an immortal being? The one-eyed man stared at Su Xiaobai's eyes, and a tentacle stretched out from behind him. He planned to turn Su Xiaobai's corpse into his subordinate. Bah, I don't want it. Su Xiaobai spat on the one-eyed man. That's up to you. Eat this and you will completely become my person. Remember, I will be your god from now on. An eyeball-like object grew out of the one-eyed man's tentacles, stabbing directly at Su Xiaobai's abdomen. Just when the source of infection was about to fall, a mahogany sword screamed out from the cave behind him, and in an instant, the entire cave was covered with a layer of silver light. The old master's sword fell, and the one-eyed man turned into a blood mist from head to toe. The blood shadow on the ground wriggled in pain, and finally turned into a weak eyeball. As the blood shadow dissipated, all the corpses of Jieling Dao members were as silent as puppets with broken strings. Please, let me go. I can help you control the zombies, I can help you do whatever you want. The only eyeball wailed for mercy, as if it was about to shed tears. Remember, it was your uncle who killed you. The old heavenly master slashed down with a sword without mercy, his bloody eyes twitched a bit, turned into a blood-colored energy crystal, and never lived again. Chapter 102 Return of the Female Demon, Bone Child. In the dark cave, hundreds of third-order zombies were slaughtered. The old man in tang suit stood hunched over beside a mountain of corpses, his withered hands severed the neck of the zombie in front of him. "My lord, a large number of corpses and infected people have been found ahead, and there is no news of prison yet." The clown mask glanced at the zombie whose neck was broken, and said in a low voice, "The Lord should not betray us, either there are rats mixed in among us, or someone becomes a rat." The old man in Tang Yi glanced at the word Zishu on the forehead of the zombie and said leisurely. Then he threw the zombie's body on the ground like throwing garbage, turned around and walked towards the depths of the cave. Die! Suddenly, a bone spur grew from Zishu whose neck had been twisted, aimed at the back of the old man in Tang Yi and killed him. At the terrifying speed, only a trace of an afterimage could be seen in mid-air. The clown next to him was about to block it with his body, but found that there seemed to be an invisible wall of air around the old man, isolating all living things out. Ah! Zishu looked at the old man who was walking away, every cell in his body trembled and collapsed. The clown looked at the pus-blooded rat, sneered disdainfully, and followed the old man's pace. "The rat is dead." Deep in the underground space, Xian Wang looked at Wang Teng and said in a deep voice, "Yeah, I saw it. It's the old man Ji Huang." "Why, are you scared?" Wang Teng looked at Xian Wang with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "What exactly do you want to do?" Xian Wang stared into Wang Teng's eyes. He had just recovered a bit of memory of his previous life. Zhihuang was an existence that no Shifang prison would want to mess with. "Just do what you should do. Remember, your current identity is an ugly cow." Wang Teng patted Xian Wang on the shoulder, and then walked deeper underground with Bai. Behind the three of them, a dense army of zombies staggered behind them, and they had reached the end of the corridor before they knew it. A huge stone gate appeared in front of everyone, and on both sides of the stone gate were ancient gods and golems. On the periphery of the stone statue, a large black river flows, and there is no trace of life around it. "Stay outside, anyone who comes in will be killed without mercy." Wang Teng looked at the group of generals behind him, and said lightly, "Those adults." Some high-level zombies spoke. After all, Ming Shuang and the others were also the direct subordinates of the ancestor. "They won't come, the time should be almost here." Wang Teng looked at the communicator and didn't care. Although Zishu's death was an accident, the general direction was still within his grasp. The heavy stone door was pushed open, and an ancient aura rushed over. Ancient chariots, skeletons nailed to death with spears, broken battle flags. The interior of the cave seemed to have turned into an ancient battlefield, with bones everywhere, broken halberds and broken swords everywhere. And in the middle of all the battlefields, an altar with a radius of about 10 meters is particularly strange. In the center of the altar, a dark coffin lay there quietly, with faint grey matter spreading from the dark coffin. Wang Teng looked at the underworld coffin, and his rigid body suddenly felt boiling. There seems to be a strange attraction in the coffin in the center, and people can't help but open it to find out. "You came." A woman's voice came from the coffin, and she seemed to be able to see the outside world. "This subordinate will enlarge the person to go out." With a thought, Wang Teng poured all the prepared blood on the coffin lid. An extremely bright brilliance flashed by, and the ancient coffin that had been sealed for thousands of years was finally opened again. "You're the only one here." The coffin lid was lifted, and a slender jade hand protruded from the coffin. Immediately afterwards, the coffin that had been sealed for thousands of years was lifted, and the monstrous corpse aura rushed in all directions like a tide. The terrifying coercion stretched for thousands of miles, tens of thousands of corpses surrendered, and even Wang Teng felt a deep pressure. Suzaku and Suanwu are resisting the enemy's attack, and the whereabouts of the white tiger are unknown. Wang Teng knelt down on one knee, imitating the posture of a green dragon, and said in a deep voice, "Ming Shuang and Xian are dead, what happened?" The cold jade hand suddenly grabbed Wang Teng's throat and lifted the latter's body directly. I have no idea. Wang Teng's face was flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot. I don't know. Do you even want to solve it with me? The nun snorted coldly and threw Wang Teng's body flying tens of meters. Wang Teng clutched his throat and coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Don't dare! Wang Teng lowered his head and put his posture very low. He doesn't want to turn against the zombie empress just yet. Don't play tricks with me, or you will die miserably. The nun said coldly. Under the white skirt, a tentacle had pierced into Wang Teng's body. Like a goo, Wang Teng felt as if a reptile was continuously extending along his meridians in his body. This feeling was uncomfortable, but he did not resist and let the female demon manipulate him. What's going on outside now? After confirming that she could still control Wang Teng, Nuba stopped her movements and stretched her mental power thousands of meters away. A large number of zombies filled this dark space, which really surprised Nuba. The blood food outside is prepared by the subordinates to restore the master's strength. Wang Teng almost buried his head in the ground, expressionless. Go and guard outside, let those zombies come in. Yes. Seeing Wang Teng leave quickly, Nuba's aura instantly sank. Although she didn't know how Qinglong did it, she, who was also the ancestor zombie, could clearly feel that there was an aura of disgust in Wang Teng's body. Neither Mingshuang nor Xian felt any sense, and the connection between himself and Qinglong has been negligible. Just in case, the nun had no choice but to give the latter a blow, and carved a brand on Wang Teng's body. Wang Teng walked out of the cave, and soon the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully lifting the seal of Empress Yalian, the world progress has completed 30%. The second phase of the task begins, ask the host to kill 5 system owners within 1 year. The host has killed a system owner, the world progress is 40%, and when the world progress reaches 50%, the power of Pirate World can be used. Brother Zhang Daokong quickly reached the end of the Sea of Bones in the underground space. Brother! Hundreds of soldiers walked carefully in the Sea of Bones. In front of them, Zhang Daokong nervously followed behind his senior brother. He had never seen such a situation since he was a child. Take this! Zhang Daokong put the gas mask on the back of the backpack on Zhang Daokong's place, and he himself used spiritual energy to block the attack of the poison barrier. The whole end of the Bonelands is full of nasty smells, like a mixture of excrement and corpses. In the depths of the cave ahead, dozens of children who looked like walking corpses were hiding in the corners and eating unknown pieces of meat. When they saw Zhang Daokong and his party coming, they all picked up the short knives beside them. Chapter 103 People from Hell, Fighting Between All Sides. Brother, they don't seem to welcome us very much. Zhang Daokong looked at the child of the same age who was staring at him, and shrugged helplessly. I see. Zhang Daokong pressed his temple, he never thought that there would be such a group of children in this cave. They are not infected, do you want to take them out and ask? The accompanying non-commissioned officer company commander asked in a low voice, he did not expect to see other living people here. Well, find someone reliable to go up and talk to them. Zhang Daokong ordered, and then called to Master. Master, there are a group of children on my side, they are not infected, but it is not clear why they are here. Understood, you take the children out first, and move quickly. From the other end of the communication headset, Zhang Tianxi's hurried voice came. He seemed to be fighting an unknown creature, and the opponent seemed to be very difficult. Master, how are you doing? Zhang Daokong couldn't help feeling a little worried. Beep. The signal on the other end of the earphone was cut off directly, and Zhang Daokong couldn't help feeling a little worried. What happened? Zhang Daokong looked at his senior brother and had a bad feeling. No. It's fine. Zhang Daokong didn't say any more, he didn't know why his eyelids twitched so badly, something bad was about to happen. Evacuate first. Zhang Daokong didn't say any more, and the soldiers who went to negotiate brought back a scrawny girl. The girl's whole body was dirty, she was full of stench, and her arms were covered with scars, making her look hideous. This is the big sister of those little devils. The soldier brought the girl in front of Zhang Daokong's brothers. The girl stretched out her blood-stained hand, looked at Zhang Daokong with a pair of black eyes and said, "Eat. This kid won't go with us unless he wants food." The soldier was a little embarrassed and said helplessly, "I only have compressed biscuits and canned food here. I can give them to you, but you have to wait until you go out to eat them. It's not safe here." Zhang Daokong took out several bags of biscuits and cans from his bag. The dirty girl snatched it away, tore open the package and swallowed it regardless of her image. The children who were hiding in the corner and nibbling on black meat swallowed their saliva, and bravely gathered over. "Let everyone share the food with them." The company commander sighed slightly, and ordered, "Where is this place?" Zhang Daokong didn't dissuade the girl who was devouring it, but handed over his water bottle. "I don't know, we were all blindfolded when we were brought here." The girl answered very simply. "Then what did they arrest you for?" Zhang Daokong then asked. Cough cough cough. The girl poured all the water in a jug into her mouth, maybe she drank too fast, and spit out some blood-black liquid. "Fighting, fighting. Everyone has a device on their body, and they can go out after killing 100 people. Zhang Daokong noticed that the girl was wearing a watch-like thing after hearing the words, and the number on it had been recorded to 99. "You killed someone." Zhang Daokong opened his eyes wide, it was hard to imagine that such a weak girl killed so many people. "Man, are we still human? Whose hands are clean in hell?" The girl laughed at herself and said nothing more. "Have those kids killed people too?" Zhang Daokong looked at the children holding short knives not far away, and the eyes of each of them were terrifyingly sharp. It's hard to imagine what these people have gone through to be like this. The girl didn't speak anymore, it was a tacit agreement. "Call. What's your name?" Zhang Daokong rubbed his forehead, feeling a little headache. "There is no name, only a code name." The girl shook her head. "Code name?" Zhang Daokong thought of the members of the Jieling organization he had come into contact with, each of them only had a code name and no name. Each of those people is a professional killer, and every move and style reveals a kind of ruthlessness. Before the end of the world began, tens of thousands of people with supernatural powers had already died in the hands of the Jieling organization. "Yes, my code name is Meng Shangbian Shan, and here, everyone only has a code name." The dirty girl licked her dry lips eagerly, and she had already finished drinking the water in the kettle. "What's in there?" Zhang Daokong pointed to a place in the distance, which was already shrouded in darkness, and there was endless darkness at the end of the piles of bones. "Save us out, I can tell you everything I know." Meng Shengbian didn't say any more, but looked at the entrance of the cave not far away, and soldiers were already putting ropes to rescue people out. "Company Commander Su." Zhang Daokong looked at the non-commissioned officer beside him. "Get out. Get the people out first. Zhou Team, Tianchi and the others can't get in touch." In a black corridor, the correspondents stepped forward anxiously. They used the latest black technology. It is reasonable to say that even if it is -meters underground, it will be fine. However, there is indeed no news here. "What about the other teams?" Adjutant Chiao asked his subordinates to quickly deploy explosives. This was what Lei Yuchen meant. Everything ahead was unknown. Once there was an unstoppable situation, they would directly destroy the place and withdraw. Except for Captain Lei, they couldn't get in touch with the other teams. Team Lei and the others were fighting the Icelanders. It seemed that they encountered the No-Ninja madman in Japan at the other end of the corridor. The subordinate whispered. "People from Dongying, why are they here? Is the news accurate?" Captain Chiao was a little uneasy. If they were really from the island country, regardless of how they appeared here, Lei Yuchen probably couldn't hold on anymore. I don't know, there is a lot of movement over there. The person who communicated seems to have been killed. Captain, are those Icelanders also coming for the Corpse King? The subordinates felt a taste of conspiracy. You leave here directly with the communication device, and I will send you the video with me. No matter what, I must convey the situation inside the cave to the outside. Others, follow me to support the Lei team. When Captain Chiao gave the order, there was no doubt in his tone. Yes. The messenger soldiers held the messenger equipment in their hands and began to run towards the outside of the cave. At this time, they could only trust their comrades. In the picture, one soldier after another rushed into the depths of the cave. Captain Zhou used the camera on his body to capture the front as much as possible, and soon they were attacked and killed by the ninja in black. At the corner ahead, a group of ninjas shot out without warning, and the bloody light bloomed in the dark cave. The charging soldiers fell down in an instant without carelessness, and the soldiers behind them reacted quickly, firing machine guns immediately. The intensive firepower caused the ninja who had not yet come and left to be directly beaten into a hornet's nest, and the blood spattered on the spot. In the deepest part of the underground space, a man with a distorted face looked at the scenes of the battlefields on all sides. Ming Shuang is fighting against the old Tianxi who broke into the main entrance, and is currently at a disadvantage. On the other side, Ji Huang of Jieling Dao was fighting fiercely with Xian, and the zombies seemed to be a little bit overwhelmed. In the last screen, Lei Yuchen's group and the Dongying people met in the underground passage, and a fierce battle broke out. And all of this was transmitted to Wang Teng through the zombies' eyes. In a villa on the outskirts of the imperial capital, an elegant and easygoing boy was playing chess with a fair-skinned young girl. The young man was Wang Teng. After obtaining the ability to absorb genes, he immediately obtained the ability of earthworms and created a clone to attract all the firepower for him. Whether it's the human side or the zombie side, it doesn't matter who wins, just like this chessboard, only the one who survives at the end is the real winner. In the chess game, the only two remaining pawns on the red side unhurriedly ate the last pawn of the old man. There is no way forward, no way to go back, and there is no way to move anymore. I lost. Zhou Yalian lowered her head a little decadently, playing chess is really not her specialty. Well, the general. The young man sitting next to the girl raised the chess piece in his hand unhurriedly, and in his eyes he saw a land boundary thousands of miles away. In his eyes, the zombies in the laboratory smashed the red button on the podium without hesitation, and finally disappeared completely between the sky and the earth in the red flames. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 104 The Finale. Boom, the flames from hell are like a terrifying monster, devouring all the living beings present. The huge explosion stretched for thousands of miles, and the entire hell world was trembling. Zhang Dao Kong, who had just evacuated the cave with the children, witnessed such a scene with his own eyes. Hundreds of peaks crumbled and disintegrated in an instant, like a flood, burying everything under the mountain. Under this terrifying power, all resistance has lost its meaning. At the last second of his life, Zhang Dao Kong used up all his aura to create a barrier, covering all the people around him. Boom! The world was turned upside down, and the rushing sand annihilated everything. In the dark underground lair, Su Ziobai hangs his arms weakly. He kneels on the ground, his abdomen is pierced, and he has no life left. In front of him, the old Tianxi grabbed Ming Shuang's throat with one hand, and pierced the latter's abdomen with the mahogany sword in his hand. Please, let me go. Ming Shuang felt the fear of death for the first time. No matter how amazing her repair ability was, she still couldn't break free from the hand of the old man in front of her. She had only experienced this powerlessness in front of the Lord. This old man is at least a ninth-order life form. Sorry. Ming Shuang felt that her throat was about to break, and spoke with difficulty. There were 2 lines of tears running down the corners of her eyes, as if she was regretting. That lovely and pitiful appearance arouses pity. Ka ka ka. The old Tianchi didn't respond, and continued to exert force. The peachwood sword burst out with scorching power, destroying Ming Shuang's internal organs. The vitality of the high-level zombies was extremely strong, so he didn't intend to give his opponent a chance to breathe. Boom! At this moment, the hatch in front of him exploded, and flames from hell spewed out. The old master's pupils shrank slightly, thinking that there was a large army behind him, and his 2 apprentices could not stop such an explosion. Shaking off Ming Shuang, the old Tianchi quickly evacuated the cave without stopping. Ming Shuang's skin began to fester under the burning of the fire, and every skin cell was cracking and disintegrating. Brother Long, save me! Ming Shuang was swallowed by the fire, and he couldn't help but think back to that indifferent young man in his mind. Before they were alive, they were a couple. After they were corpses, they lost their memories of their previous lives. But whenever there is danger, Qing Long will immediately stand up and protect her. In a daze, King Glong's figure faintly flashed in the sea of flames in front of him. He was reaching out his hand, as if to take Ming Shuang away. Brother Long! Ming Shuang happily stretched out her hand, trying to grab the man in the flames. The fiery flames continued to devour her body, and a black shadow gradually dissipated in the flames. On the other side of the underground space, Zhuang dealt with Xian expressionlessly. Spending too much time on these miscellaneous fish made him extremely impatient. My lord, the core of the underground should be in front of me. The man in the clown mask respectfully followed behind Emperor Ji and said with a smile. My lord, I will open the door. A masked man deftly flipped the switch. The fiery flames flooded the underground space in an instant, and the moment the door was opened, some members of Jieling Dao who were weak in strength were wiped out. Kunlun Mountain, the exit of the Gate of Hell. Bai took the assimilated Zhaoying and a group of strange beasts standing respectfully outside the teleportation stone gate. The flames of hell spewed out from the stone gate, and a large number of flames began to spread to various mountains. In the sea of flames, a man with a ghost face walked out slowly. Grown-ups! All the zombies knelt on the ground, respectfully welcoming the man's arrival. Wang Teng slowly took off the mask on his face and threw it into the fire pit beside him. Accompanied by the rise of the flames, the grimace mask and the entire experimental base of Hell's Gate turned into dust and disappeared between the heaven and the earth. Destroyed your base with your own hands, why? Zhou Niu walked to Wang Teng's side, looked at the mask that was still burning, and couldn't help asking. My base? Do you mean hell? That place should have disappeared from this world along with the other 9 prisons long ago. Wang Teng murmured a few words, a gloomy glint flashed in his eyes. Let's go, you have to prepare a little surprise for those guys. Chapter 105 Finale, 2. To the few remaining readers of Xiaodao. First of all, I would like to bow to everyone. I see that the readers here are all Daddy Xiaodao, sorry everyone. In fact, the author has thought about this book for a long time, and originally planned to go infinite. It's the first time I'm in tomato novel, and I don't know the environment here. I wrote a lot of poisonous points, which may make many readers feel uncomfortable. I apologize again here. The original intention of writing a book is actually to share my own story with everyone, and to show everyone the world I imagined. But the author's writing skills are really bad. I'm sorry. I haven't written for a long time, and sometimes I don't know where to start. I don't plan to write the following story. Let's talk about the setting and plot outline roughly. About the life experience of the protagonist. The world the protagonist originally lived in is a parallel world like the Earth. Every year, many children disappear. When Wang Teng was young, there was a flood in his hometown. He and his younger sister Wang Xi were washed away by the flood, and then they were taken to the Gate of Hell by the Hell. In the cave, the experiment of raising Gu was started. In order to protect his younger sister, Wang Teng learned to kill at an early age. He slept next to the dead body, ate dirty rats, and was used as a test subject. In a human experiment, Wang Teng and several children of the same age were injected with the dilution of the phoenix, as an experimental product for organizing research on the elixir of life. Out of 1,000 experimental children, only Wang Teng survived. He began to gradually walk into the inner core of the organization, from ordinary test subjects, to killers, to the entire Lord of Hell. After the end of the world broke out, the leader of Jieling Dao surrendered himself to prison, Jieling Dao lost its backbone, and then the whole organization began to fall apart. Wang Teng and his sister mixed into the human city-state and started a new life. In order to make her sister forget that time in hell, the protagonist seals Wang Xi's past memories. Her own name is Yan Xi, and she has a brother who loves her very much. The timeline goes back to the present. In Kunlun Mountain, the old master of Long Hushan killed the zombie empress severely, and the first team of Yan Huang was basically wiped out. Lei Yuchen was seriously injured, all the Dongpu ninjas were killed in battle, Ji Huang led his people and finally evacuated, and the Lord of the Forbidden God was killed in battle. Wang Teng sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Taking advantage of the time of the battle between the two sides, he absorbed and digested the blood of the phoenix brought out from hell, and later killed the white tiger. Basically, Wang Teng used the knives of the governments of various countries to uproot the Jieling Dao organization and hunt down the system owners. Wang Teng cooperated with Inland to get rid of Tang Shan, the leader of Huaxia's underground arsenal, and the system owner of Dongying, and obtained the blood of the zombie Hooking and the ancestor of Yinggu. After getting the blood of the ancestors of the 4 great zombies, Wang Teng's strength reached the 10th level, capable of carrying a nuclear bomb. The governments of various countries also realized his danger and joined forces to strangle Wang Teng. In the end, Wang Teng's younger sister Yan Xi died. Wang Teng killed all the enemies and held his younger sister's body in the pile of bones. After he was reborn in this world, he wanted to build a kingdom for his younger sister that belonged to 2 people. Wang Teng originally planned to use his own blood to infect his sister into a zombie and save her from resurrection, but Wang Xi refused. At the end of her life, Wang Xi asked Wang Teng to take her to space, and she wanted to be buried in the sun. When she was a child, she lived in hell with Wang Teng, only panic and killing every day, without seeing any light. It was Wang Teng who gave her light, gave her the opportunity to learn, and had friends. Although everything was fake, she was already very satisfied. At the end of the last chapter, Wang Teng flew to the sun with Wang Xi. Xi represents light, and Yan also refers to Yama. The end of the world chapter was originally planned to start with Yan Xi and end with Yan Xi. When Wang Teng returned to this world, the first human being he saw was his sister, and finally, together with her sister, they were melted by the flames of the sun. After the end of the world chapter is the fantasy chapter. In the pirate chapter, the system gave a prop, a substitute scarecrow, which can be activated after the death of the host, and resurrected for the dead. The system took the revived Wang Teng to the fantasy world. The specifics of the fantasy chapter have not yet been decided. It may be written in another book, or it may never be written. Regarding several unexpected points in the book, the agreement reached between Huang Su and Wang Teng. Huang Su has seen the cruelty of the end times and the cruelty of zombies. He believes that only demons can defeat demons, so he acts as Wang Teng's internal response in the human camp, provides information for Wang Teng, obtains the blood of the 2 ancestors Hooking and Yinggu, and rules all the zombie legions. Finally, at the end of the world, it turned against the water and helped the human camp get the zombie antibody. Sun Yang set up a bureau with the leader of Yan Huang and broke into the zombies. He leaked Wang Teng's information and Wang Xi's location, a plot tool. Not much else to say, that's about it. Finally, goodbye for the next book. If there is no accident, I should still practice with this book. I plan to strengthen my ability to portray characters and write good-looking works. Thanks for watching, see you soon. Jieling Dao Master.